Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 8 to 9, of Mr. Britling Sees It Through, by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 8. Soon Mr. Durrock could measure the time that was left to him at the Dower House, no longer by days, but by hours. His luggage was mostly packed. His tickets to Rotterdam, Cologne, Munich, Dresden, Vienna were all in order. And things were still very indefinite between him and Cecily. But God has not made Americans clean-shaven and firm-featured for nothing, and he determined that matters must be brought to some sort of definition before he embarked upon travels that were rapidly losing their attractiveness in this concentration of his attention. A considerable nervousness betrayed itself in his voice and manner when at last he carried out his determination. "There's just a little thing," he said to her, taking advantage of a moment when they were together after lunch, "that I value now more than anything else in the world." She answered by a lifted eyebrow and a glance that had not so much inquiry in it as she intended. "If we could just take a little walk together for a bit, around by Clavering's Park and all that. See the deer again, and the old trees. Sort of scenery I'd like to remember when I'm away from it." He was a little short of breath, and there was a quite disproportionate gravity about her moment for consideration. "Yes," she said, with a cheerful acquiescence that came a couple of bars too late. "Let's. It will be jolly." "These fine English afternoons are wonderful afternoons," he remarked after a moment or so of silence. "Not quite the splendid blaze we get in our summer, but sort of glowing." "It's been very fine all the time you've been here," she said. After which exchanges they went along the lane, into the road by the park fencing, and so to the little gate that lets one into the park without another word. The idea took hold of Mr. Durrock's mind that until they got through the park gate it would be quite out of order to say anything. The lane and the road and the stile and the gate were all so much preliminary stuff to be got through before one could get to business. But after the little white gate the way was clear. The park opened out, and one could get ahead without bothering about the steering. And Mr. Durrock had, he felt, been diplomatically involved in lanes and byways long enough. "Well," he said, as he rejoined her after very carefully closing the gate, "what I really wanted was an opportunity of just mentioning something that happens to be of interest to you, if it does happen to interest you. I suppose I'd better put the thing as simply as possible. Practically, I'm just right over the head and all in love with you. I thought I'd like to tell you." Immense silences. "Of course, I won't pretend there haven't been others," Mr. Durrock suddenly resumed. "There have. One particularly. But I can assure you I've never felt the depth and height or anything like the sort of quiet, clear conviction. And now I'm just telling you these things, Miss Corner, I don't know whether it will interest you if I tell you that you're really and truly the very first love I ever had, as well as my last. I've had sent over, I got it only yesterday, this little photograph of a miniature portrait of one of my ancestors' relations. A Corner, just as you are. It's here." He had considerable difficulties with his pockets and papers. Cecily, mute and flushed and inconvenienced by a preposterous and unaccountable impulse to weep, took the picture he handed her. "When I was a little fellow of 15, said Mr. Durrock, in the tone of one producing a melancholy but conclusive piece of evidence, "I worshipped that miniature. It seemed to me the loveliest person, and it's just you." He, too, was preposterously moved. It seemed a long time before Cecily had anything to say, and then what she had to say she said in a softened, indistinct voice. "You're very kind," she said, and kept hold of the little photograph. They had halted for the photograph. Now they walked on again. "I thought I'd like to tell you," said Mr. Durrock, and became tremendously silent. Cecily found him incredibly difficult to answer. She tried to make herself light and offhand, and to be very frank with him. "Of course," she said, I felt somehow, you meant to say something of the sort to me, when you asked me to come with you." "Well," he said, "and I've been trying to make my poor brain think of something to say to you." She paused and contemplated her difficulties. "Couldn't you perhaps say something of the same kind, such as I've been trying to say?" said Mr. Durrock presently, with a note of earnest helpfulness. "I'd be very glad if you could." "Not exactly," said Cecily, more careful than ever. "Meaning?" "I think you know that you are the best of friends. I think you are, a perfect dear." "Well, that's all right. So far." "That is as far." "You don't know whether you love me. That's what you mean to say." "No, I feel somehow it isn't that. Yet." "There's nobody else by any chance?" "No." Cecily weighed things. "You needn't trouble about that." Only you don't know." Cecily made a movement of assent. "It's no good pretending I haven't thought about you," she said. "Well, anyhow, I've done my best to give you the idea," said Mr. Durrock. "I seem now to have been doing that pretty nearly all the time." "Only, what should we do?" Mr. Durrock felt this question was singularly artless. "Why, we'd marry," he said, "and all that sort of thing." "Letty has married, and all that sort of thing," said Cecily, fixing her eye on him very firmly, because she was colouring brightly, "and it doesn't leave Letty very much forrarder." "Well now, they have a good time, don't they? I'd have thought they have a lovely time." "They've had a lovely time, and Teddy is the dearest husband, and they have a sweet little house and a most amusing baby, and they play hockey every Sunday, and Teddy does his work, and every week is like every other week. It is just heavenly, just always the same heavenly. Every Sunday there is a fresh week of heavenly beginning, and this, you see, isn't heaven, it is earth. And they don't know it, but they are getting bored. I have been watching them, and they are getting dreadfully bored. It's heartbreaking to watch, because they are almost my dearest people. Teddy used to be making perpetual jokes about the house and the baby and his work and Letty, and now he's made all the possible jokes. It's only now and then he gets a fresh one. It's like spring flowers and then summer. And Letty sits about and doesn't sing. They want something new to happen. And there's Mr. and Mrs. Britling. They love each other, much more than Mrs. Britling dreams, or Mr. Britling for the matter of that. Once upon a time things were heavenly for them too, I suppose, until suddenly it began to happen to them that nothing new ever happened." "Well," said Mr. Durrock, "people can travel." "But that isn't real happening," said Cecily. "It keeps one interested." "But real happening is doing something." "You come back to that," said Mr. Durrock. I never met anyone before who'd quite got that spirit as you have it. I wouldn't alter it. It's part of you. It's part of this place. It's what Mr. Britling always seems to be saying, and never quite knowing he said it. It's just as though all the things that are going on weren't the things that ought to be going on, but something else quite different. Somehow one falls into it. It's as if your daily life didn't matter, as if politics didn't matter, as if the king and the social round and business and all those things weren't anything really, and as though you felt there was something else, out of sight, round the corner, that you ought to be getting at. Well, I admit, that's got hold of me too. It's all mixed up with my idea of you. I don't see that there's really a contradiction in it at all. I'm in love with you. All my heart's in love with you. What's the good of being shy about it? I'd just die for your littlest wish right here now. It's just as though I'd got love in my veins instead of blood. But that's not taking me away from that other thing. It's bringing me round to that other thing. I feel as if without you I wasn't up to anything at all. But with you, we not go settling down in a cottage or just touring about with a Baedeker guide or anything of that kind. Not for long, anyhow. We naturally settle down side by side and do. But what should we do? Asked Cecily. There came a hiatus in their talk. Mr. Durrock took a deep breath. You see that old felled tree there? I was sitting on it the day before yesterday and thinking of you. Will you come there and sit with me on it? When you sit on it you get a view. Oh, a perfectly lovely English view. Just a bit of the house and those clumps of trees, and the valley away there with the lily pond. I'd love to have you in my memory of it. They sat down, and Mr. Durrock opened his case. He was shy and clumsy about opening it, because he had been thinking dreadfully hard about it, and he hated to seem heavy or profound, or anything but artless and spontaneous to Cecily. And he felt, even when he did open his case, that the effect of it was platitudinous and disappointing. Yet when he had thought it out, it had seemed very profound and altogether living. You see, one doesn't want to use terms that have been used in 1,000 different senses, in any way that isn't a perfectly unambiguous sense, and at the same time, one doesn't want to seem to be candid about things, or pitching anything a note or two higher than it ought legitimately to go. But it seems to me that this sort of something that Mr. Britling is always asking for in his essays and writings and things, and what you are looking for just as much, and which seems so important to you that even love itself is a secondary kind of thing until you can square the two together, is nothing more nor less than religion. I don't mean this religion or that religion, but just religion itself. A big, solemn, comprehensive idea that holds you and me and all the world together in one great, grand, universal scheme. And though it isn't quite the sort of idea of love-making that's been popular, well, in places like Carrierville, for some time, it's the right idea. It's got to be followed out, if we don't want love-making to be a sort of idle, troublesome game of treats and flatteries, that is sure as anything to lead right away to disappointments and foolishness and unfaithfulness and just hell. What you are driving at, according to my interpretation, is that marriage has got to be a religious marriage, or else you are splitting up life. That religion and love are most of life, and all the power there is in it, and that they can't afford to be harnessed in two different directions. I never had these ideas until I came here and met you, but they come up now in my mind, as though they had always been there. And that's why you don't want to marry in a hurry. And that's why I'm glad almost that you don't want to marry in a hurry. He considered. That's why I'll have to go on to Germany, and just let both of us turn things over in our minds. Yes, said Cecily, weighing his speech. I think that is it. I think that I do want a religious marriage, and that what is wrong with Teddy and Letty is that they aren't religious. They pretend they are religious somewhere out of sight and round the corner. Only—" He considered her gravely. "What is religion?" she asked. Here again there was a considerable pause. "Very nearly 2/3 of the papers read before our Massachusetts Society since my connection with it have dealt with that very question," Mr. Durrock began, "and one of our most influential members was able to secure the services of a very able and highly trained young woman from Michigan University to make a digest of all these representative utterances. We are having it printed in a thoroughly artistic manner as the club book for our autumn season. The drift of her results is that religion isn't the same thing as religions, that most religions are old, and that religion is always new. Well, putting it simply, religion is the perpetual rediscovery of that great thing out there. What the great thing is goes by all sorts of names, but if you know it's there, and if you remember it's there, you've got religion. That's about how she figured it out. I shall send you the book as soon as a copy comes over to me. I can't profess to put it as clearly as she puts it. She's got a real analytical mind. But it's one of the most suggestive little books I've ever seen. It just takes hold of you and makes you think." He paused and regarded the ground before him, thoughtfully. "Life," said Cecily, "has either got to be religious, or else it goes to pieces. Perhaps anyhow it goes to pieces." Mr. Durrock endorsed these observations by a slow nodding of the head. He allowed a certain interval to elapse. Then a vaguely apprehended purpose that had been for a time forgotten in these higher interests came back to him. He took it up with a breathless temerity. "Well," he said, "then you don't hate me?" She smiled. "You don't dislike me or despise me?" She was still reassuring. "You don't think I'm just a slow American sort of portent?" "No." "You think, on the whole, I might even some day?" She tried to meet his eyes with a pleasant frankness, and perhaps she was franker than she meant to be. "Look here," said Mr. Durrock, with a little quiver of emotion softening his mouth. "I'll ask you something. We've got to wait until you feel clearer. Still, could you bring yourself, if just once I could kiss you?" "I'm going away to Germany," he went on to her silence, "but I shan't be giving so much attention to Germany as I supposed I should when I planned it out. But somehow, if I felt that I'd kissed you—" With a delusive effect of calmness, the young lady looked first over her left shoulder and then over her right, and surveyed the park about them. Then she stood up. "We can go that way home," she said, with a movement of her head, "through the little covert." Mr. Durrock stood up too. "If I was a poet or a bird," said Mr. Durrock, "I should sing. But being just a plain American citizen, all I can do is just to talk about all I'd do if I wasn't." And when they had reached the little covert, with its pathway of soft moss and its sheltering screen of interlacing branches, he broke the silence by saying, "Well, what's wrong with right here and now?" And Cecily stood up to him, as straight as a spear, with gifts in her clear eyes. He took her soft cool face between his trembling hands, and kissed her sweet half-parted lips. When he kissed her she shivered, and he held her tighter and would have kissed her again. But she broke away from him, and he did not press her. And muter than ever, pondering deeply, and secretly trembling in the queerest way, these two outwardly sedate young people returned to the Dower House. And after tea, the taxicab from the junction came for him, and he vanished, and was last seen as a waving hat receding along the top of the dog-rose hedge that ran beyond the hockey field towards the village. "He will see Germany long before I shall," said Herr Heinrich, with a gust of nostalgia. "I wish almost I had not agreed to go to Boulogne." And for some days Miss Cecily Corner was a very grave and dignified young woman indeed, pondering. 9. After the departure of Mr. Durrock, things international began to move forward with great rapidity. It was exactly as if his American deliberation had hitherto kept things waiting. Before his postcard from Rotterdam reached the Dower House, Austria had sent an ultimatum to Serbia. And before Cecily had got the letter he wrote her from Cologne, a letter in that curiously unformed handwriting the stenographer and the typewriter are making an American characteristic, Russia was mobilizing, and the vast prospect of a European war had opened like the rolling up of a curtain on which the interests of the former week had been but a trivial embroidery. So insistent was this reality that revealed itself, that even the shooting of the Dublin people after the gun-running of Howth was dwarfed to unimportance. The mind of Mr. Britling came round from its restless wanderings to a more and more intent contemplation of the hurrying storm clouds that swept out of nothingness to blacken all his sky. He watched it. He watched amazed and incredulous. He watched this contradiction of all his reiterated confessions of faith in German sanity and pacifism. He watched it with all that was impersonal in his being, and meanwhile his personal life ran in a continually deeper and narrower channel, as his intelligence was withdrawn from it. Never had the double refraction of his mind been more clearly defined. On the one hand, the Britling of the disinterested intelligence saw the habitual peace of the world vanish as the daylight vanishes when a shutter falls over the window of a cell. And on the other, the Britling of the private life saw all the pleasant comfort of his relations with Mrs. Harrowdean disappearing in a perplexing, irrational quarrel. He did not want to lose Mrs. Harrowdean. He contemplated their breach with a profound and profoundly selfish dismay. It seemed the wanton termination of an arrangement of which he was only beginning to perceive the extreme and irreplaceable satisfactoriness. It wasn't that he was in love with her. He knew almost as clearly as though he had told himself as much that he was not. But then, on the other hand, it was equally manifest in its subdued and ignored way that, as a matter of fact, she was hardly more in love with him. What constituted the satisfactoriness of the whole affair was its essential unlovingness and friendly want of emotion. It left their minds free to play with all the terms and methods of love without distress. She could summon tears and delights as one summons servants, and he could act his part as lover with no sense of lost control. They supplied in each other's lives a long-felt want. If only, that is, she could control her curious aptitude for jealousy and the sexual impulse to vex. There, he felt, she broke the convention of their relations and brought in serious realities. And this little rift it was that had widened to a now considerable breach. He knew that in every sane moment she dreaded and wished to heal that breach as much as he did. But the deep simplicities of the instincts they had tacitly agreed to bridge over washed the piers of their reconciliation away. And unless they could restore the bridge, things would end, and Mr. Britling felt that the ending of things would involve for him the most extraordinary exasperation. She would go to Oliver for comfort. She would marry Oliver, and he knew her well enough to be sure that she would thrust her matrimonial happiness with Oliver unsparingly upon his attention, while he, on the other hand, being provided with no corresponding Olivet, would be left a sort of emotional celibate, with his slack times and his afternoons and his general need for flattery and amusement dreadfully upon his own hands. He would be tormented by jealousy. In which case, and here he came to verities, his work would suffer. It wouldn't grip him while all these vague demands she satisfied fermented unassuaged. And after the fashion of our still too adolescent world, Mr. Britling and Mrs. Harrowdean proceeded to negotiate these extremely unromantic matters, in the phrases of that simple, honest, and youthful passionateness, which is still the only language available, and at times Mr. Britling came very near persuading himself that he had something of the passionate love for her that he had once had for his Mary, and that the possible loss of her had nothing to do with the convenience of Pycrafts, or any discretion in the world. Though, indeed, the only thing in the whole plexus of emotional possibility that still kept anything of its youthful freshness in his mind was the very strong objection indeed, he felt, to handing her over to anybody else in the world. And in addition, he had just a touch of fatherly feeling that a younger man would not have had, and it made him feel very anxious to prevent her making a fool of herself by marrying a man out of spite. He felt that since an obstinate lover is apt to be an exacting husband, in the end the heavy predominance of Oliver might wring much sincerer tears from her than she had ever shed for himself. But that generosity was but the bright edge to a mainly possessive jealousy. It was Mr. Britling who reopened the correspondence by writing a little apology for the corner of the small snapdragon bed, and this evoked an admirably touching reply. He replied quite naturally with assurances and declarations. But before she got his second letter, her mood had changed. She decided that if he had really and truly been lovingly sorry, instead of just writing a note to her, he would have rushed over to her in a wild, dramatic state of mind, and begged forgiveness on his knees. She wrote therefore a second letter to this effect, crossing his second one, and her literary gift getting the better of her, she expanded her thesis into a general denunciation of his habitual off-handedness with her, to an abandonment of all hope of ever being happy with him, to a decision to end the matter once for all, and, after a decent interval of dignified regrets, to summon Oliver to the reward of his patience and goodness. The European situation was now at a pitch to get upon Mr. Britling's nerves, and he replied with a letter intended to be conciliatory, but which degenerated into earnest reproaches for her unreasonableness. Meanwhile she had received his second and tenderly eloquent letter. It moved her deeply, and having now cleared her mind of much that had kept it simmering uncomfortably, she replied with a sweetly loving epistle. From this point their correspondence had a kind of double quality, being intermittently angry and loving. Her third letter was tender, and it was tenderly answered in his fourth, but in the interim she had received his third, and answered it with considerable acerbity, to which his fifth was a retort, just missing her generous and conclusive fifth. She replied to his fifth on a Saturday evening. It was that eventful Saturday the 1st of August, 1914, by a telegram. Oliver was abroad in Holland, engaged in a much-needed emotional rest, and she wired to Mr. Britling. "Have wired for Oliver. He will come to me. Do not trouble to answer this." She was astonished to get no reply for 2 days. She got no reply for 2 days, because remarkable things were happening to the telegraph wires of England just then, and her message, in the hands of a Boy Scout on a bicycle, reached Mr. Britling's house only on Monday afternoon. He was then at Clavering's, discussing the invasion of Belgium that made Britain's participation in the war inevitable, and he did not open the little red-brown envelope until about 6:30. He failed to mark the date and hours upon it, but he perceived that it was essentially a challenge. He was expected, he saw, to go over at once with his renovated Gladys and end this unfortunate clash forever in one striking and passionate scene. His mind was now so full of the war that he found this the most colorless and unattractive of obligations. But he felt bound by the mysterious code of honor of the illicit love affair to play his part. He postponed his departure until after supper. There was no reason why he should be afraid of motoring by moonlight if he went carefully, because Hugh came in with Sissy, demanding a game of hockey. Hockey offered a nervous refreshment, a scampering forgetfulness of the tremendous disaster of this war he had always believed impossible, that nothing else could do, and he was very glad indeed of the eruption. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 8 to 9. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 10 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 10. For days the broader side of Mr. Britling's mind, as distinguished from its egotistical edge, had been reflecting more and more vividly and coherently the spectacle of civilization casting aside the thousand dispersed activities of peace, clutching its weapons and setting its teeth for a supreme struggle against militarist imperialism. From the point of view of Matching's Easy, that colossal crystallizing of accumulated antagonisms was for a time no more than a confusion of headlines, and a rearrangement of columns in the white windows of the newspapers through which those who lived in the securities of England looked out upon the world. It was a display in the sphere of thought and print, immeasurably remote from the real green turf on which one walked, from the voice and the church bells of Mr. Dimple that sounded their ample caresses in one's ears, from the clashing of the stags who were beginning to knock the velvet from their horns in the park, or the clatter of the butcher's cart and the respectful greeting of the butcher boy down the lane. It was the spectacle of the world less real even to most imaginations than the world of novels or plays. People talked of these things always with an underlying feeling that they romanced and intellectualized. On Thursday, July 23rd, the Austro-Hungarian minister at Belgrade presented his impossible ultimatum to the Serbian government and demanded a reply within 48 hours. With the wisdom of retrospect, we know now clearly enough what that meant. The Sarajevo crime was to be resuscitated and made an excuse for war. But 999 Europeans out of 1,000 had still no suspicion of what was happening to them. The ultimatum figured prominently in the morning papers that came to Matching's Easy on Friday, but it by no means dominated the rest of the news. Sir Edward Carson's rejection of the government proposals for Ulster was given the pride of place, and almost equally conspicuous with the Serbian news were the Caillou trial and the storming of the St. Petersburg barricades by Cossacks. Herr Heinrich's questions at lunchtime received reassuring replies. On Saturday, Sir Edward Carson was still in the central limelight. Russia had intervened and demanded more time for Serbia, and the Daily Chronicle declared the day a critical one for Europe. Dublin with bayonet charges and bullets thrust Serbia into a corner on Monday. No shots had yet been fired in the east, and the mischief in Ireland that Germany had counted on was well ahead. Sir Edward Grey was said to be working hard for peace. "It's the cry of wolf," said Mr. Britling to Herr Heinrich. "But at last there did come a wolf," said Herr Heinrich. "I wish I had not sent my first moneys to that conference upon Esperanto. I feel sure it will be put off." "See," said Teddy very cheerfully to Herr Heinrich on Tuesday, and held up the paper, in which the bloodshed in Dublin had squeezed the war cloud lifting into a quite subordinate position.
"What did we tell you?" said Mrs. Britling. "Nobody wants a European war."
But Wednesday's paper vindicated his fears. Germany had commanded Russia not to mobilize. "Of course Russia will mobilize," said Herr Heinrich. "Or else forever after hold her peace," said Teddy.
"And then Germany will mobilize," said Herr Heinrich, "and all my holiday will vanish. I shall have to go and mobilize too. I shall have to fight. I have my papers."
"I never thought of you as a soldier before," said Teddy.
"I have deferred my service until I have done my thesis," said Herr Heinrich. "Now all that will be piff, and my thesis 3/4 finished."
"That is serious," said Teddy.
"Verdammte Dummheit," said Herr Heinrich. "Why do they do such things?"
On Thursday, the 30th of July, Caillou, Carson, strikes, and all the common topics of life had been swept out of the front page of the paper altogether. The stock exchanges were in a state of wild perturbation, and food prices were leaping fantastically. Austria was bombarding Belgrade, contrary to the rules of war hitherto accepted. Russia was mobilizing. Mr. Asquith was, he declared, not relaxing his efforts to do everything possible to circumscribe the area of possible conflict, and the Vienna Conference of Peace Societies was postponed.
"I do not see why a conflict between Russia and Austria should involve Western Europe," said Mr. Britling. "Our concern is only for Belgium and France."
But Herr Heinrich knew better. "No," he said, "it is the war. It has come. I have heard it talked about in Germany many times, but I have never believed that it was obliged to come. Ach, it considers no one. So long as Esperanto is disregarded, all these things must be." Friday brought photographs of the mobilization in Vienna, and the news that Belgrade was burning. Young men in straw hats, very like English or French or Belgian young men in straw hats, were shown parading the streets of Vienna, carrying flags and banners portentously, blowing trumpets or waving hats and shouting. Saturday saw all Europe mobilizing, and Herr Heinrich upon Teddy's bicycle in wild pursuit of evening papers at the junction. Mobilization and the emotions of Herr Heinrich now became the central facts of the Dower House situation. The two younger Britlings mobilized with great vigor upon the playroom floor. The elder had 190 toy soldiers, with a considerable equipment of guns and wagons. The younger had a force of 123, not counting 3 railway porters, with trucks complete, a policeman, 5 civilians, and 2 ladies. Also, they made a number of British and German flags out of paper. But as neither would allow his troops to be any existing foreign army, they agreed to be Red Land and Blue Land, according to the color of their prevailing uniforms. Meanwhile, Herr Heinrich confessed almost promiscuously the complication of his distresses by a hitherto unexpected emotional interest in the daughter of the village publican. She was a placid, receptive young woman named Maud Hickson, on whom the young man had, it seemed, imposed the more poetical name of Marguerite. "Often we have spoken together, oh yes, often," he assured Mrs. Britling, "and now it must all end. She loves flowers, she loves birds. She is most sweet and innocent. I have taught her many words in German, and several times I have tried to draw her in pencil, and now I must go away and never see her any more." His implicit appeal to the whole literature of Teutonic Romanticism disarmed Mrs. Britling's objection that he had no business whatever to know the young woman at all. "Also," cried Herr Heinrich, facing another aspect of his distresses, "how am I to pack my things? Since I have been here I have bought many things,
many books, and 2 pairs of white flannel trousers, and some shirts, and a tin instrument that I cannot work, for developing privately Kodak films. All this must go into my little portmanteau, and it will not go into my little portmanteau. And there is Billy. Who will now go on with the education of Billy?"
The hands of fate paused not for Herr Heinrich's embarrassments and distresses. He fretted from his room downstairs and back to his room. He went out upon mysterious and futile errands towards the village inn. He prowled about the garden. His head and face grew pinker and pinker. His eyes were flushed and distressed. Everybody sought to say and do kind and reassuring things to him.
"Ugh," he said to Teddy, "you are a civilian. You live in a free country. It is not your war. You can be amused at it."
But then Teddy was amused at everything. Something but very dimly apprehended at Matching's Easy, something methodical and compelling away in London, seemed to be fumbling and feeling after Herr Heinrich, and Herr Heinrich, it appeared, was responding. Sunday's post brought the decision.
"I have to go," he said. "I must go right up to London to-day, to an address in Bloomsbury. Then they will tell me how to go to Germany. I must pack, and I must get the taxicab from the junction, and I must go. Why are there no trains on the branch line on Sundays for me to go by it?"
At lunch he talked politics.
"I am entirely opposed to the war," he said. "I am entirely opposed to any war." "Then why go?" asked Mr. Britling. "Stay here with us. We all like you. Stay here and do not answer your mobilization summons." "But then I shall lose all my country. I shall lose my papers. I shall be outcast. I must go."
"I suppose a man should go with his own country," Mr. Britling reflected.
"If there was only one language in all the world, none of such things would happen," Herr Heinrich declared. "There would be no English, no Germans, no Russians."
"Just Esperantists," said Teddy.
"Or Edoists," said Herr Heinrich. "I am not convinced of which. In some ways Edo is much better."
"Perhaps there would have to be a war between Edo and Esperanto to settle it," said Teddy.
"Who shall we play scat with when you have gone?" asked Mrs. Britling.
"All this morning," said Herr Heinrich, expanding in the warmth of sympathy,
"I have been trying to pack, and I have been unable to pack. My mind is too greatly disordered. I have been told not to bring much luggage. Mrs. Britling, please."
Mrs. Britling became attentive.
"If I could leave much of my luggage, my clothes, some of them, and particularly my violin, it would be much more to my convenience. I do not care to be mobilized with my violin. There may be much crowding. Then I would but just take my rucksack." "If you will leave your things packed up."
"And afterwards they could be sent." But he did not leave them packed up. The taxicab, to order which he had gone to the junction in the morning on Teddy's complacent machine, came presently to carry him off, and the whole family and the first contingent of the usual hockey players gathered about it to see him off. The elder boy of the 2 juniors put a distended rucksack upon the seat. Herr Heinrich then shook hands with every one.
"Write and tell us how you get on," cried Mrs. Britling. "But if England also makes war?" "Write to Reynolds. Let me give you his address. He is my agent in New York," said Mr. Britling, and wrote it down. "We'll come to the village corner with you, Herr Heinrich," cried the boys. "No," said Herr Heinrich, sitting down into the automobile. "I will part with you altogether. It is too much." "Auf Wiedersehen," cried Mr. Britling. "Remember, whatever happens, there will be peace at last." "Then why not at the beginning?" Herr Heinrich demanded, with a reasonable exasperation, and repeated his maturer verdict.
on the whole European situation. Verdammte Bummelei! Go, said Mr. Britling to the taxi driver. Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Heinrich. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye, Herr Heinrich. Good luck, Herr Heinrich. The taxi started with a whir, and Herr Heinrich passed out of the gates and along the same hungry road that had so recently consumed Mr. Durrock. Give him a last send-off, cried Teddy. 1, 2, 3. Auf Wiedersehen. The voices, gruff and shrill, sounded raggedly together. The dog-rose hedge cut off the sight of the little face. Then the pink head bobbed up again. He was standing up and waving the Panama hat, careless of sunstroke. Then Herr Heinrich had gone altogether. Well, said Mr. Britling, turning away. I do hope they won't hurt him, said a visitor. Oh, they won't put a youngster like that in the fighting line, said Mr. Britling. He's had no training yet. And he has to wear glasses. How can he shoot? They'll make a clerk of him. He hasn't packed at all, said Mrs. Britling to her husband. Just come up for an instant and peep at his room. It's touching. It was touching. It was more than touching. In its minute, absurd way, it was symbolical and prophetic. It was the miniature of one small life uprooted. The door stood wide open, as he had left it open, careless of all the little jealousies and privacies of occupation and ownership. Even the windows were wide open, as though he had needed air. He who had always so sedulously shut his windows since first he came to England. Across the empty fireplace stretched the great bough of oak he had brought in for Billy. But now its twigs and leaves had wilted, and many had broken off and fallen on the floor. Billy's cage stood empty upon a little table in the corner of the room. Instead of packing, the young man had evidently paced up and down in a state of emotional elaboration. The bed was disordered, as though he had several times flung himself upon it, and his books had been thrown about the room despairfully. He had made some little commencements of packing in a borrowed cardboard box. The violin lay, as if it lay in state, upon the chest of drawers. The drawers were all partially open, and in the middle of the room sprawled a pitiful shirt of blue, dropped there, the most flattened and broken-hearted of garments. The fireplace contained an unsuccessful pencil sketch of a girl's face, torn across. Husband and wife regarded the abandoned room in silence for a time, and when Mr. Britling spoke, he lowered his voice. "I don't see Billy," he said. "Perhaps he has gone out of the window," said Mrs. Britling, also in a hushed undertone. "Well," said Mr. Britling, abruptly and loudly, turning away from his first intimation of coming desolations, "let us go down to our hockey. He had to go, you know, and Billy will probably come back again when he begins to feel hungry." 11. Monday was a public holiday, the first Monday in August, and the day consecrated by long-established custom to the Matching's Easy Flower Show in Clavering's Park. The day was to live in Mr. Britling's memory with a harsh brightness, like the brightness of that sunshine one sees at times at the edge of a thunderstorm. There were tents with the exhibits, and a tent for popular refreshments. There was a gorgeous gold and yellow steam roundabout with motor cars and horses, and another in green and silver with wonderfully undulating ostriches and lions, and each had an organ that went by steam. There were coconut shies and many ingenious prize-giving shooting and dart-throwing and ring-throwing stalls, each displaying a marvelous array of crockery, clocks, metal ornaments, and such-like rewards. There was a race of gas balloons, each with a postcard attached to it, begging the finder to say where it descended, and you could get a balloon for a shilling, and have a chance of winning various impressive and embarrassing prizes if your balloon went far enough. Fish carvers, a silver-handled walking stick, a bog-oak gramophone record cabinet, and things like that. And by a special gate one could go for sixpence into the Claverings' gardens, and the sixpence would be doubled by Lady Homerton and devoted next winter to the Matching's Easy Coal Club. And Mr. Britling went through all the shows with his boys, and finally left them with a shilling each and his blessing, and paid his sixpence for the gardens, and made his way as he had promised, to have tea with Lady Homerton. The morning papers had arrived late, and he had been reading them and rereading them, and musing over them intermittently, until his family had insisted upon his coming out to the festivities. They said that if for no other reason he must come to witness Aunt Wilshire's extraordinary skill at the cocoanut shy. She could beat everybody. Well, one must not miss a thing like that. The headlines proclaimed, "The Great Powers at War. France invaded by Germany. Germany invaded by Russia. 100,000 Germans march into Luxembourg. Can England abstain? 50 million loan to be issued." And Germany had not only violated the Treaty of London, but she had seized a British ship in the Kiel Canal. The roundabouts were very busy and windily melodious, and the shooting gallery kept popping and jingling, as people shot and broke bottles, and the voices of the young men and women inviting the crowd to try their luck at this and that rang loud and clear. Teddy and Letty and Sissy and Hugh were developing a quite disconcerting skill at the dart-throwing, and were bent upon compiling a complete tea-set for the Teddy cottage out of their winnings. There was a score of automobiles and a number of traps and gigs about the entrance to the portion of the park that had been railed off for the festival. The small Britling boys had met some nursery visitors from Clavering's house, and were busy displaying skill and calm upon the roundabout ostriches. And less than 400 miles away, with a front that reached from Nancy to Liège, more than 1.25 million of grey-clad men, the greatest and best-equipped host the world had ever seen, were pouring westward to take Paris, grip and paralyze France, seize the Channel ports, invade England, and make the German Empire the master state of the earth. Their equipment was a marvel of foresight and scientific organization, from the motor kitchens that rumbled in their wake to the telescopic sights of the sharpshooters, the innumerable machine guns of the infantry, the supply of entrenching material, the preparations already made in the invaded country. "Let's try at the other place for the sugar basin," said Teddy, hurrying past. "Don't get 2 sugar basins," said Sissy, breathless in pursuit. "Hugh is trying for a sugar basin at the other place." Then Mr. Britling heard a bellicose note. "Let's have a go at the bottles," said a cheerful young farmer. "Ought to keep up our shooting, these warlike times." Mr. Britling ran against Hickson from the village inn, and learnt that he was disturbed about his son being called up as a reservist. "Just when he was settling down here. It seems a pity they couldn't leave him for a bit." "'Tis a nuisance," said Hickson. "But anyhow, they give first prize to his radishes. He'll be glad to hear they give first prize to his radishes. Do you think, sir, there's very much probability of this war? It do seem to be beginning like." "It looks more like beginning than it has ever done," said Mr. Britling. "It's a foolish business." "I suppose if they start in on us, we got to hit back at them," said Mr. Hickson. "Postman, he's got his papers too." Mr. Britling made his way through the drifting throng towards the little wicket that led into the gardens. He was swung round suddenly by a loud bang. It was the gun proclaiming the start of the balloon race. He stood for some moments watching the scene. The balloon start had gathered a little crowd of people, village girls in white gloves and cheerful hats, young men in bright ties and ready-made Sunday suits,
fathers and mothers, Boy Scouts, children, clerks in straw hats, bicyclists, and miscellaneous folk. Over their heads rose Mr. Cheshunt, the factotum of the estate. He was standing on a table and handing the little balloons up into the air one by one. They floated up from his hand like many-colored grapes, some rising and falling, some soaring steadily upward, some spinning and eddying, drifting eastward before the gentle breeze, a string of bubbles against the sky and the big trees that bounded the park. Farther away to the right were the striped canvas tents of the flower show. Still farther off the roundabouts churned out their music, the shooting galleries popped, and the swing boats creaked through the air. Cut off from these things by a line of fencing lay the open park in which the deer grouped themselves under the great trees and regarded the festival mistrustfully. Teddy and Hugh appeared, breaking away from the balloon race cluster and hurrying back to their dart-throwing. A man outside a little tent that stood apart was putting up a brave-looking notice. Unstinted teas 1 shilling. The Teddy perambulator was moored against the coconut shy, and Aunt Wilshire was still displaying her terrible prowess at the coconuts. Already she had won 27. Strange children had been impressed by her to carry them, and formed her retinue. A wonderful old lady was Aunt Wilshire. Then, across all the sunshine of this artless festival, there appeared, as if it were writing showing through a picture, France invaded by Germany, Germany invaded by Russia. Mr. Britling turned again towards the wicket, with its collectors of tribute, that led into the gardens. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 10 to 11. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 12 to 15 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 12. The Claverings gardens, and particularly the great rockery, the lily pond, and the herbaceous borders, were unusually populous with unaccustomed visitors and shy young couples. Mr. Britling had to go to the house for instructions, and guided by the under-butler, found Lady Homerton hiding away in the walled Dutch garden behind the dairy. She had been giving away the prizes of the flower show, and she was resting in a deck chair while a spinster relation presided over the tea. Mrs. Britling had fled the outer festival earlier, and was sitting by the tea-things. Lady Mead and 2 or 3 visitors had motored out from Hartley-Tree to assist, and Manning had come in with his tremendous confirmation of all that the morning papers had foreshadowed. "Have you any news?" asked Mr. Britling. "It's war," said Mrs. Britling. "They are in Luxembourg," said Manning. "That can only mean that they are coming through Belgium." "Then I was wrong," said Mr. Britling, "and the world is altogether mad. And so there is nothing else for us to do but win. Why could they not leave Belgium alone?" "It's been in all their plans for the last 20 years, said Manning. "But it brings us in for certain." "I believe they have reckoned on that." "Well." Mr. Britling took his tea and sat down, and for a time he said nothing. "It is 3 against 3, said one of the visitors, trying to count the powers engaged. "Italy," said Manning, "will almost certainly refuse to fight. In fact, Italy is friendly to us. She is bound to be. This is, to begin with, an Austrian war, and Japan will fight for us." "I think," said old Lady Mead, "that this is the suicide of Germany. They cannot possibly fight against Russia and France and ourselves. Why have they ever begun it?" "It may be a longer and more difficult war than people suppose," said Manning. "The Germans reckon they are going to win." "Against us all?" "Against us all.
They are tremendously prepared."
"It is impossible that Germany should win," said Mr. Britling, breaking his silence. "Against her, Germany has something more than armies. All reason, all instinct. The three greatest peoples in the world."
"At present very badly supplied with war material."
"That may delay things. It may make the task harder. But it will not alter the end. Of course we are going to win. Nothing else is thinkable. I have never believed they meant it. But I see now they meant it. This insolent arming and marching, this 40 years of national blustering, sooner or later it had to topple over into action."
He paused and found they were listening, and he was carried on by his own thoughts into further speech.
"This isn't the sort of war," he said, "that is settled by counting guns and rifles. Something that has oppressed us all, has become intolerable, and has to be ended. And it will be ended. I don't know what soldiers and politicians think of our prospects, but I do know what ordinary reasonable men think of the business. I know that all we millions of reasonable, civilized onlookers are prepared to spend our last shillings and give all our lives now, rather than see Germany unbeaten. I know that the same thing is felt in America, and that given half a chance, given just one extra shake of that foolish mailed fist in the face of America, and America also will be in this war by our side. Italy will come in. She is bound to come in. France will fight like one man. I'm quite prepared to believe that the Germans have countless rifles and guns, have got the most perfect maps, spies, plans you can imagine. I'm quite prepared to hear that they have got 1,000 tremendous surprises in equipment up their sleeves. I'm quite prepared for sweeping victories for them and appalling disasters for us. Those are the first things. What I do know is that the Germans understand nothing of the spirit of man, that they do not dream for a moment of the devil of resentment this war will arouse. Didn't we all trust them not to let off their guns? Wasn't that the essence of our liberal and pacific faith? And here they are in the heart of Europe, letting off their guns."
"And such a lot of guns," said Manning.
"Then you think it will be a long war, Mr. Britling?" said Lady Mead. "Long or short, it will end in the downfall of Germany. But I do not believe it will be long. I do not agree with Manning. Even now, I cannot believe that a whole great people can be possessed by war madness. I think the war is the work of the German armaments party and of the court party. They have forced this war on Germany. Well, they must win and go on winning. So long as they win, Germany will hold together. So long as their armies are not clearly defeated, nor their navy destroyed. But once check them, and stay them, and beat them. Then I believe that suddenly the spirit of Germany will change, even as it changed after Jena."
"Willie Nixon," said one of the visitors, "who came back from Hamburg yesterday, says they are convinced they will have taken Paris and St. Petersburg and one or two other little places, and practically settled everything for us by about Christmas."
"And London?"
"I forget if he said London, but I suppose a London more or less hardly matters. They don't think we shall dare come in, but if we do they will Zeppelin the fleet and walk through our army, if you can call it an army." Manning nodded confirmation.
"They do not understand," said Mr. Britling.
"Sir George Padish told me the same sort of thing," said Lady Homerton. "He was in Berlin in June." "Of course, the efficiency of their preparations is almost incredible," said another of Lady Mead's party. "They have thought out and got ready for everything. Literally everything." 13. Mr. Britling had been a little surprised by the speech he had made. He hadn't realized before he began to talk how angry and scornful he was at this final coming into action of the Teutonic militarism that had so long menaced his world. He had always said it would never really fight, and here it was fighting. He was furious, with the indignation of an apologist betrayed.
He had only realized the strength and passion of his own belligerent opinions as he had heard them, and as he walked back with his wife through the village to the dower house, he was still in the swirl of this self-discovery. He was darkly silent, devising fiercely denunciatory phrases against Krupp and Kaiser. Krupp and Kaiser! He grasped that obvious, convenient alliteration. It is all that is bad in medievalism, allied to all that is bad in modernity, he told himself. The world, he said, startling Mrs. Britling with his sudden speech, will be intolerable to live in. It will be unendurable for a decent human being unless we win this war. We must smash or be smashed. His brain was so busy with such stuff that for a time he stared at Mrs. Harrowdene's belated telegram without grasping the meaning of a word of it. He realized slowly that it was incumbent upon him to go over to her, but he postponed his departure very readily in order to play hockey. Besides which, it would be a full moon, and he felt that summer moonlight was far better than sunset and dinner-time for the declarations he was expected to make. And then he went on phrase-making again about Germany, until he had actually bullied off at hockey. Suddenly, in the midst of the game, he had an amazing thought. It came to him like a physical twinge. "What the devil are we doing at this hockey?" he asked abruptly of Teddy, who was coming up to bully after a goal. "We ought to be drilling or shooting against those infernal Germans." Teddy looked at him questioningly. "Oh, come on," said Mr. Britling with a gust of impatience, and snapped the sticks together. 14. Mr. Britling started for his moonlight ride about 9:30 that night. He announced that he could neither rest nor work. The war had thrown him into a fever. The driving of the automobile was just the distraction he needed. He might not, he added casually, return for a day or so. When he felt he could work again, he would come back. He filled up his petrol tank by the light of an electric torch, and sat in his car in the garage and studied his map of the district. His thoughts wandered from the road to Pycraft's, to the coast, and to the possible route of a raider. Suppose the enemy anticipated a declaration of war. Here he might come, and here. He roused himself from these speculations to the business at hand. The evening seemed as light as day. A cool moonshine filled the world. The road was silver, that flushed to pink at the approach of Mr. Britling's headlight. The dark turf at the wayside and the bushes on the bank became for a moment an acid green as the glare passed. The full moon was climbing up the sky, and so bright that scarcely a star was visible in the blue-gray of the heavens. Houses gleamed white a mile away, and ever and again a moth would flutter and hang in the light of the lamps, and then vanish again in the night. Gladys was in excellent condition for a run, and so was Mr. Britling. He went neither fast nor slow, and with a quite unfamiliar confidence. Life, which had seemed all day a congested confusion darkened by threats, became cool, mysterious, and aloof, and with a quality of dignified reassurance. He steered along the narrow road by the black dog-rose hedge, and so into the high road towards the village. The village was alight at several windows, but almost deserted. Out beyond, a coruscation of lights burnt like a group of topaz and rubies set in the silver shield of the night. The festivities of the flower show were still in full progress, and the reduction of the entrance fee after 7 had drawn in every lingering outsider. The roundabouts churned out their relentless music, and the bottle-shooting galleries popped and crashed. The well-patronized ostriches and motor-cars flickered round in a pulsing rhythm. Black, 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 before the naphtha flares. Mr. Britling pulled up at the side of the road, and sat for a little while, watching the silhouettes move hither and thither from shadow to shadow across the bright spaces.
"On the very brink of war, on the brink of Armageddon," he whispered at last. "Do they understand? Do any of us understand?"
He slipped in his gear to starting, and was presently running quietly, with his engine purring almost inaudibly, along the level road to Hartleytree. The sounds behind him grew smaller and smaller, and died away, leaving an immense unruffled quiet under the moon. There seemed no motion but his own, no sound but the neat, subdued, mechanical rhythm in front of his feet. Presently he ran out into the main road, and, heedless of the lane that turned away towards Pycraft's, drove on smoothly towards the east and the sea. Never before had he driven by night. He had expected a fumbling and tedious journey. He found he had come into an undreamt-of silvery splendor of motion, for it seemed as though even the automobile was running on moonlight that night. Pycraft's could wait. Indeed, the later he got to Pycraft's, the more moving and romantic the little comedy of reconciliation would be. And he was in no hurry for that comedy. He felt he wanted to apprehend this vast summer calm about him, that alone of all the things of the day seemed to convey anything whatever of the majestic tragedy that was happening to mankind. As one slipped through the still vigil, one could imagine for the first time the millions away there marching, the wide river valleys, villages, cities, mountain ranges, ports, and seas inaudibly busy. "Even now," he said, "the battleships may be fighting." He listened, but the sound was only the low, intermittent drumming of his cylinders as he ran with his throttle nearly closed, down a stretch of gentle hill. He felt that he must see the sea. He would follow the road beyond the Rodwell villages, and then turn up to the crest of Eastonbury Hill. And thither he went, and saw in the gap of the low hills beyond a V-shaped level of moonlit water that glittered and yet lay still. He stopped his car by the roadside, and sat for a long time looking at this and musing. And once it seemed to him 3 little shapes like short black needles passed in line ahead across the molten silver. But that may have been just the straining of the eyes. All sorts of talk had come to Mr. Britling's ears about the navies of England and France and Germany. There had been public disputes of experts, much whispering and discussion in private. We had the heavier vessels, the bigger guns, but it was not certain that we had the preeminence in science and invention. Were they relying, as we were relying, on dreadnoughts, or had they their secrets and surprises for us? Tonight, perhaps, the great ships were steaming to conflict. Tonight, all over the world, ships must be in flight and ships pursuing. 10,000 towns must be ringing with the immediate excitement of war. Only a year ago, Mr. Britling had been lunching on a battleship and looking over its intricate machinery. It had seemed to him then that there could be no better human stuff in the world than the quiet, sunburnt, disciplined men and officers he had met. And our little army, too, must be gathering tonight, the little army that had been chastened and reborn in South Africa, that he was convinced was individually more gallant and self-reliant and capable than any other army in the world. He would have sneered or protested if he had heard another Englishman say that, but in his heart he held the dear belief. And what other aviators in the world could fly as the Frenchmen and Englishmen he had met once or twice at Eastchurch and Salisbury could fly? These are things of race and national quality. Let the German cling to his gas-bags. "We shall beat them in the air," he whispered. "We shall beat them on the seas. Surely we shall beat them on the seas. If we have men enough and guns enough, we shall beat them on land. Yet for years they have been preparing." There was little room in the heart of Mr. Britling that night for any love but the love of England. He loved England now as a nation of men. There could be no easy victory. Good for us, with our too easy natures, that there could be no easy victory. But victory we must have now, or perish. He roused himself with a sigh, restarted his engine, and went on to find some turning place. He still had a colourless impression that the journey's end was Pyecraft's. "We must all do the thing we can," he thought, and for a time the course of his automobile along a winding downhill road held his attention so that he could not get beyond it. He turned about and ran up over the hill again and down long slopes inland, running very softly and smoothly, with his lights devouring the road ahead and sweeping the banks and hedges beside him. And as he came down a little hill through a village, he heard a confused clatter and jingle of traffic ahead, and saw the danger triangle that warns of crossroads. He slowed down and then pulled up abruptly. He went so thoughtfully that presently he missed the road to Pyecraft's, if ever he had been on the road to Pyecraft's at all, altogether. He found himself upon a highway running across a flattish plain, and presently discovered by the sight of the Great Bear, faint but traceable in the blue overhead, that he was going due north. Well, presently he would turn south and west. That in good time. Now he wanted to feel. He wanted to think. How could he best help England in the vast struggle for which the empty silence and beauty of this night seemed to be waiting? But, indeed, he was not thinking at all, but feeling wonder, as he had never felt it since his youth had passed from him. This war might end nearly everything in the world as he had known the world. That idea struggled slowly through the moonlight into consciousness, and won its way to dominance in his mind. The character of the road changed. The hedges fell away. The pine trees and pine woods took the place of the black squat shapes of the hawthorn and oak and apple. The houses grew rarer, and the world emptier and emptier, until he could have believed that he was the only man awake and out of doors in all the slumbering land. For a time a little thing caught hold of his dreaming mind. Continually as he ran on, black silent birds rose startled out of the dust of the road before him and fluttered noiselessly beyond his double wedge of light. What sort of bird could they be? Were they nightjars? Were they different kinds of birds, snatching at the quiet of the night for a dust bath in the sand? This little independent thread of inquiry ran through the texture of his mind and died away. And at one place there was a great bolting of rabbits across the road, almost under his wheels. The phrases he had used that afternoon at Clavering's came back presently into his head. They were, he felt assured, the phrases that had to be said now. This war could be seen as the noblest of wars, as the crowning struggle of mankind against national dominance and national aggression. Or else it was a mere struggle of nationalities and pure destruction and catastrophe. Its enormous significances, he felt, must not be lost in any petty bickering about the minor issues of the conflict. But were these enormous significances being stated clearly enough? Were they being understood by the mass of liberal and pacific thinkers? He drove more and more slowly as these questions crowded upon his attention, until at last he came to a stop altogether. "Certain things must be said clearly," he whispered. "Certain things. The meaning of England. the deep and long unspoken desire for kindliness and fairness. Now is the time for speaking. It must be put as straight now as her gunfire, as honestly as the steering of her ships." Phrases and paragraphs began to shape themselves in his mind as he sat with one arm on his steering wheel. Suddenly he roused himself, turned over the map in the map case beside him, and tried to find his position. So far as he could judge, he had strayed right into Suffolk. About 1 o'clock in the morning he found himself in Newmarket. Newmarket, too, was a moonlit emptiness, but as he hesitated at the crossroads he became aware of a policeman standing quite stiff and still at the corner by the church. "Matching's easy?" he cried. "That road, sir, until you come to Market Saffron, and then to the left." Mr. Britling had a definite purpose now in his mind, and he drove faster, but still very carefully and surely. He was already within a mile or so of Market Saffron before he remembered that he had made a kind of appointment with himself at Pyecraft's. He stared at two conflicting purposes. He turned over certain possibilities. At the Market Saffron crossroads he slowed down, and for a moment he hung undecided. "Oliver," he said, and as he spoke he threw over his steering wheel towards the homeward way. He finished his sentence when he had negotiated the corner safely. Oliver must have her. And then, perhaps 50 yards farther along, and this time almost indignantly, she ought to have married him long ago. He put his automobile in the garage, and then went round under the black shadow of his cedars to the front door. He had no key, and for a long time he failed to rouse his wife by flinging pebbles and gravel at her half-open window. But at last he heard her stirring, and called out to her. He explained he had returned because he wanted to write. He wanted, indeed, to write quite urgently. He went straight up to his room, lit his reading lamp, made himself some tea, and changed into his nocturnal suit. Daylight found him still writing very earnestly at his pamphlet. The title he had chosen was, "And Now War Ends." 15. In this fashion it was that the Great War began in Europe, and came to one man in Matching's Easy, as it came to countless intelligent men in countless pleasant homes that had scarcely heeded its coming through all the years of its relentless preparation. The familiar scenery of life was drawn aside, and war stood unveiled. "I am the fact," said war, "and I stand astride the path of life. I am the threat of death and extinction that has always walked beside life since life began. There can be nothing else and nothing more in human life until you have reckoned with me." End of Book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Book 2, Matching's Easy at War. Chapter the 1st. Onlookers. 1. On that eventful night of the first shots and the first deaths, Mr. Britling did not sleep until daylight had come. He sat writing at this pamphlet of his, which was to hail the last explosion and the ending of war. For a couple of hours he wrote with energy, and then his energy flagged. There came intervals when he sat still and did not write. He yawned and yawned again and rubbed his eyes. The day had come, and the birds were noisy when he undressed slowly, dropping his clothes anyhow upon the floor, and got into bed. He woke to find his morning tea beside him, and the housemaid going out of the room. He knew that something stupendous had happened to the world, but for a few moments he could not remember what it was. Then he remembered that France was invaded by Germany, and Germany by Russia, and that almost certainly England was going to war. It seemed a harsh and terrible fact in the morning light, a demand for stresses, a certainty of destruction. It appeared now robbed of all the dark and dignified beauty of the night. He remembered just the same feeling of unpleasant, anxious expectation as he now felt when the Boer War had begun 15 years ago, before the first news came. The first news of the Boer War had been the wrecking of a British armoured train near Kimberley. What similar story might not the overdue paper tell when presently it came? Suppose, for instance, that some important division of our fleet had been surprised and overwhelmed. Suppose the Germans were already crumpling up the French armies between Verdun and Belfort very swiftly and dreadfully. Suppose, after all, that the cabinet was hesitating, and that there would be no war for some weeks, but only a wrangle about Belgian neutrality, while the Germans smashed France. Or, on the other hand, there might be some amazing prompt success on our part. Our army and navy people were narrow, but in their narrow way he believed they were extraordinarily good. What would the Irish do? His thoughts were no more than a thorny jungle of unanswerable questions through which he struggled in unprogressive circles. He got out of bed and dressed in a slow, distraught manner. When he reached his braces, he discontinued dressing for a time. He opened the atlas at northern France and stood musing over the Belgian border. Then he turned to Whitaker's Almanac to browse upon the statistics of the great European armies. He was roused from this by the breakfast gong. At breakfast there was no talk of anything but war. Hugh was as excited as a cat in thundery weather, and the small boys wanted information about flags. The Russian and the Serbian flag were in dispute, and the flag page of Webster's dictionary had to be consulted. Newspapers and letters were both abnormally late, and Mr. Britling, tiring of supplying trivial information to his offspring, smoked cigarettes in the garden. He had an idea of intercepting the postman. His eyes and ears informed him of the approach of Mrs. Faber's automobile. It was an old, resolute-looking machine painted red, and driven by a trusted gardener. There was no mistaking it. Mrs. Faber was in it, and she stopped it outside the gate and made signals. Mrs. Britling, attracted by the catastrophic sounds of Mrs. Faber's vehicle, came out by the front door, and she and her husband both converged upon the caller. 2. "I won't come in," cried Mrs. Faber, "but I thought I'd tell you. I've been getting food." "Food?" "Provisions. There's going to be a run on provisions. Look at my flitch of bacon." "But—" "Faber says we have to lay in what we can. This war is going to stop everything. We can't tell what will happen. I've got the children to consider, so here I am. I was at Hickson's before 9. The little lady was very flushed and bright-eyed. Her fair hair was disordered, her hat a trifle askew. She had an air of enjoying unwonted excitements. "All the gold's been hoarded, too," she said, with a crow of delight in her voice. "Faber says that probably our checks won't be worth that in a few days. He rushed off to London to get gold at his clubs, while he can. I had to insist on Hickson taking a cheque. Never, I said, will I deal with you again. Never, unless you do. Even then he looked at me almost as if he thought he wouldn't. It's famine, she said, turning to Mr. Britling. I've laid hands on all I can. I've got the children to consider. But why is it famine? Asked Mr. Britling. Oh, it is, she said. But why? Faber understands, she said. Of course it's famine. And would you believe me, she went on, going back to Mrs. Britling, that man Hickson stood behind his counter, where I've dealt with him for years, and refused absolutely to let me have more than a dozen tins of sardines. Refused, point blank. I was there before 9, and even then Hickson's shop was crowded. Crowded, my dear. What have you got? Asked Mr. Britling, with an inquiring movement towards the automobile. She had got quite a lot. She had 2 sides of bacon, a case of sugar, bags of rice, eggs, a lot of flour. What are all these little packets? Asked Mr. Britling. Mrs. Faber looked slightly abashed. Cerebos salt, she said. One gets carried away a little. I just got hold of it and carried it out to the car. I thought we might have to salt things later. And the jars are pickles, said Mr. Britling. Yes, but look at all my flour. That's what will go first. The lady was a little flurried by Mr. Britling's too detailed examination of her haul. What good is blacking? He asked. She would not hear him. She felt he was trying to spoil her morning. She declared she must get on back to her home. Don't say I didn't warn you, she said. I've got no end of things to do. There's peas. I want to show cook how to bottle our peas. For this year, it's lucky we've got no end of peas. I came by here just for the sake of telling you. And with that she presently departed, obviously ruffled by Mrs. Britling's lethargy and Mr. Britling's skepticism. Mr. Britling watched her go off with a slowly rising indignation. And that, he said, is how England is going to war. Scrambling for food at the very beginning. I suppose she is anxious for the children, said Mrs. Britling. Blacking. After all, said Mr. Britling, if other people are doing that sort of thing. That's the idea of all panics. We've got not to do it. The country hasn't even declared war yet. Hello, here we are. Better late than never. The head of the postman, bearing newspapers and letters, appeared gliding along the top of the hedge as he cycled down the road towards the Dower House corner. 3. England was not yet at war, but all the stars were marching to that end. It was as if an event so vast must needs take its time to happen. No doubt was left upon Mr. Britling's mind, though a whole-page advertisement in the Daily News, in enormous type and of mysterious origin, implored Great Britain not to play into the hands of Russia, Russia the terrible, that bugbear of the sentimental radicals. The news was wide and sweeping, and rather inaccurate. The Germans were said to be in Belgium and Holland, and they had seized English ships in the Kiel Canal. A moratorium had been proclaimed, and the reports of a food panic showed Mrs. Faber to be merely one example of a large class of excitable people. Mr. Britling found the food panic disconcerting. It did not harmonize with his leading motif of the free people of the world rising against the intolerable burthen of militarism. It spoilt his picture. Mrs. Britling shared the paper with Mr. Britling. They stood by the bed of begonias near the cedar tree and read, and the air was full of the cheerful activities of the lawn-mower that was being drawn by a carefully booted horse across the hockey field. Presently Hugh came flitting out of the house to hear what had happened. "One can't work somehow, with all these big things going on," he apologized. He secured the Daily News, while his father and mother read the Times. The voices of the younger boys came from the shade of the trees. They had brought all their toy soldiers out of doors, and were making entrenched camps in the garden. "The financial situation is an extraordinary one," said Mr. Britling, concentrating his attention. "All sorts of staggering things may happen. In a social and economic system that has grown just anyhow, never been planned, in a world full of Mrs. Fabers." "Moratorium," said Hugh over his Daily News, "in relation to debts and so on. Modern side you sent me to, Daddy. I live at hand-to-mouth in etymology. Morse and crematorium. Do we burn our bills instead of paying them?" "Moratorium," reflected Mr. Britling. "Moratorium. What nonsense you talk! It's something that delays, of course. Nothing to do with death. Just a temporary stoppage of payments. Of course there's bound to be a tremendous change in values." 4. There's bound to be a tremendous change in values. On that text, Mr. Britling's mind enlarged very rapidly. It produced a wonderful crop of possibilities before he got back to his study. He sat down to his desk, but he did not immediately take up his work. He had discovered something so revolutionary in his personal affairs that even the war issue remained for a time in suspense. Tucked away in the back of Mr. Britling's consciousness was something that had not always been there, something warm and comforting that made life and his general thoughts about life much easier and pleasanter than they would otherwise have been. The sense of a neatly arranged investment list, a shrewdly and geographically distributed system of holdings in national loans, municipal investments, railway debentures, that had amounted altogether to rather over £25,000, his and Mrs. Britling's, a joint accumulation. This was, so to speak, his economic viscera. It sustained him, and kept him going and comfortable. When all was well, he did not feel its existence. He had merely a pleasant sense of general well-being. When here or there a security got a little disarranged, he felt a vague discomfort. Now he became aware of grave disorders. It was as if he discovered he had been accidentally eating toadstools, and didn't quite know whether they weren't a highly poisonous sort. But an analogy may be carried too far. At any rate, when Mr. Britling got back to his writing desk, he was much too disturbed to resume, "And now war ends." "There's bound to be a tremendous change in values." He had never felt quite so sure as most people about the stability of the modern financial system. He did not, he felt, understand the working of this moratorium, or the peculiar advantage of prolonging the bank holidays. It meant, he supposed, a stoppage of payment all round, and a cutting off of the supply of ready money. And Hickson the grocer, according to Mrs. Faber, was already looking askance at cheques. Even if the bank did reopen, Mr. Britling was aware that his current balance was low. At the utmost it amounted to £20 or £30. He had been expecting cheques from his English and American publishers, and the usual Times cheque. Suppose these payments were intercepted? All these people might, so far as he could understand, stop payment under this moratorium. That hadn't at first occurred to him. But, of course, quite probably they might refuse to pay his account when it fell due. And suppose the Times felt his particular vein of thoughtfulness unnecessary in these stirring days. And then, if the bank really did lock up his deposit account and his securities became unsaleable. Mr. Britling felt like an oyster that is invited to leave its shell. He sat back from his desk, contemplating these things. His imagination made a weak attempt to picture a world in which credit has vanished and money is of doubtful value. He supposed a large number of people would just go on buying and selling at or near the old prices by force of habit. His mind and conscience made a valiant attempt to pick up "and now war ends" and go on with it. But before 5 minutes were out, he was back at the thoughts of food panic and bankruptcy. 5. The conflict of interests at Mr. Britling's desk became unendurable. He felt he must settle the personal question first. He wandered out upon the lawn and smoked cigarettes. His first conception of a great convergent movement of the nations to make a world peace and an end to militant Germany was being obscured by the second, entirely incompatible, vision of a world confused and disorganized. Mrs. Fabers in great multitudes, hoarding provisions, riotous crowds attacking shops, moratorium, shut banks, and waiting queues. Was it possible for the whole system to break down through a shock to its confidence? Without any sense of incongruity, the dignified pacification of the planet had given place in his mind to these more intimate possibilities. He heard a rustle behind him, and turned to face his wife. "Do you think," she asked, "that there is any chance of a shortage of food?" "If all the Mrs. Fabers in the world run and grab, then everyone must grab. I haven't much in the way of stores in the house." Said Mr. Britling, and reflected. "I don't think we must buy stores now." "But if we are short?" "It's the chances of war," said Mr. Britling. He reflected. "Those who join a panic make a panic. After all, there is just as much food in the world as there was last month, and short of burning it, the only way of getting rid of it is to eat it. And the harvests are good. Why begin a scramble at a groaning board?" "But people are scrambling. It would be awkward, with the children and everything, if we ran short." "We shan't. And anyhow, you mustn't begin hoarding, even if it means hardship." "Yes, but you won't like it if suddenly there's no sugar for your tea." Mr. Britling ignored this personal application. "What is far more serious than a food shortage is the possibility of a money panic." He paced the lawn with her and talked. He said that even now very few people realized the flimsiness of the credit system by which the modern world was sustained. It was a huge growth of confidence, due very largely to the uninquiring indolence of everybody. It was sound so long as mankind did, on the whole, believe in it. Give only a sufficient loss of faith, and it might suffer any sort of collapse. It might vanish altogether, as the credit system vanished at the breaking up of Italy by the Goths, and leave us nothing but tangible things, real property, possession 9 points of the law, and that sort of thing. Did she remember that last novel of Gissing's? Veronilda, it was called. It was a picture of the world when there was no wealth at all except what one could carry hidden or guarded about with one. That sort of thing came to the Roman Empire slowly, in the course of lifetimes, but nowadays we lived in a rapider world, with flimsier institutions. Nobody knew the strength or the weakness of credit. Nobody knew whether even the present shock might not send it smashing down. And then all the little life we had lived so far would roll away. Mrs. Britling, he noted, glanced ever and again at her sunlit house. There were new sunblinds, and she had been happy in her choice of a color, and listened with a skeptical expression to this disquisition. "A few days ago," said Mr. Britling, trying to make things concrete for her, "you and I together were worth £25,000. Now we don't know what we are worth, whether we have lost 1,000 or 10,000. He examined his sovereign purse, and announced he had £6. "What have you?" She had about £18 in the house. "We may have to get along with that for an indefinite time." "But the bank will open again presently," she said, "and people about here trust us. Suppose they don't?" She did not trouble about the hypothesis. "And our investments will recover. They always do recover." "Everything may recover," he admitted, "but also nothing may recover. All this life of ours, which has seemed so settled and secure, isn't secure. I have felt that we were fixed here and rooted for all our lives. Suppose presently things sweep us out of it. It's a possibility we may have to face. I feel this morning as if two enormous gates had opened in our lives, like the gates that give upon an arena, gates giving on a darkness, through which anything might come, even death. Suppose suddenly we were to see one of those great zeppelins in the air, or hear the thunder of guns away towards the coast. And if a messenger came upon a bicycle, telling us to leave everything and go inland. I see no reason why one should go out to meet things like that. But there is no reason why one should not envisage them. The curious thing," said Mr. Britling, pursuing his examination of the matter, "is that, looking at these things as one does now, as things quite possible, they are not nearly so terrifying and devastating to the mind as they would have seemed last week. I believe I should load you all into Gladys and start off westward with a kind of exhilaration." She looked at him as if she would speak, and said nothing. She suspected him of hating his home and affecting to care for it out of politeness to her. "Perhaps mankind tries too much to settle down. Perhaps these stirrings up have to occur to save us from our disposition to stuffy comfort. There's the magic call of the unknown experience, of dangers and hardships. One wants to go, but unless some push comes, one does not go. There is a spell that keeps one to the lair and the old familiar ways. Now I am afraid, and at the same time I feel that the spell is broken. The magic prison is suddenly all doors. You may call this ruin, bankruptcy, invasion, flight. They are doors out of habit and routine. I have been doing nothing for so long except idle things and discursive things." "I thought you managed to be happy here. You have done a lot of work." "Writing is recording, not living. But now I feel suddenly that we are living intensely. It is as if the whole quality of life was changing. There are such times. There are times when the spirit of life changes altogether. The old world knew that better than we do. It made a distinction between weekdays and Sabbaths, and between feasts and fasts, and days of devotion. That is just what has happened now. Weekday rules must be put aside. 3 days ago, competition was fair. It was fair and tolerable to get the best food one could, and hold on to one's own. But that isn't right now. War makes a Sabbath, and we shut the shops. The banks are shut, and the world still feels as though Sunday was keeping on." He saw his own way clear. "The scale has altered. It does not matter now in the least if we are ruined. It does not matter in the least if we have to live upon potatoes and run into debt for our rent. These are now the most incidental of things. A week ago they would have been of the first importance. Here we are, face to face with the greatest catastrophe and the greatest opportunity in history. We have to plunge through catastrophe to opportunity. There is nothing to be done now in the whole world except to get the best out of this tremendous fusing up of all the settled things of life." He had got what he wanted. He left her standing upon the lawn and hurried back to his desk. 6. When Mr. Britling, after a strenuous morning among high ideals, descended for lunch, he found Mr. Lawrence Carmine had come over to join him at that meal. Mr. Carmine was standing in the hall, with his legs very wide apart, reading the Times for the 4th time.
"I can do no work," he said, turning round. "I can't fix my mind. I suppose we are going to war. I'd got so used to the war with Germany that I never imagined it would happen. Gods, what a bore it will be! And Maxey and all those scaremongers cock-a-hoop and 'I told you so.' Damn these Germans!" He looked despondent and worried. He followed Mr. Britling towards the dining-room, with his hands deep in his pockets. "It's going to be a tremendous thing," he said, after he had greeted Mrs. Britling and Hugh and Aunt Wilshire and Teddy, and seated himself at Mr. Britling's hospitable board. "It's going to upset everything. We don't begin to imagine all the mischief it is going to do." Mr. Britling was full of the heady draught of liberal optimism he had been brewing upstairs. "I am not sorry I have lived to see this war," he said. "It may be a tremendous catastrophe in one sense, but in another it is a huge step forward in human life. It is the end of 40 years of evil suspense. It is crisis and solution." "I wish I could see it like that," said Mr. Carmine. "It is like a thaw. Everything has been in a frozen confusion since that Jew-German Treaty of Berlin, and since 1871. "Why not since Schleswig-Holstein?" said Mr. Carmine. "Why not? Or since the Treaty of Vienna." "Or since— one might go back." "To the Roman Empire," said Hugh. "To the first conquest of all," said Teddy. "I couldn't work this morning," said Hugh. "I have been reading in the encyclopedia about races and religions in the Balkans. It's very mixed." "So long as it could only be dealt with piecemeal," said Mr. Britling. "And that is just where the tremendous opportunity of this war comes in. Now everything becomes fluid. We can redraw the map of the world. A week ago we were all quarreling bitterly about things too little for human impatience. Now suddenly we face an epoch. This is an epoch. The world is plastic for men to do what they will with it. This is the end and the beginning of an age. This is something far greater than the French Revolution or the Reformation, and we live in it." He paused impressively. "I wonder what will happen to Albania," said Hugh, but his comment was disregarded. "War makes men bitter and narrow," said Mr. Carmine. "War narrowly conceived," said Mr. Britling. "But this is an indignant and generous war." They speculated about the possible intervention of the United States. Mr. Britling thought that the attack on Belgium demanded the intervention of every civilized power, that all the best instincts of America would be for intervention. "The more," he said, "the quicker." "It would be strange if the last power left out to mediate were to be China," said Mr. Carmine. "The one people in the world who really believe in peace. I wish I had your confidence, Britling." For a time they contemplated a sort of grand inquest on Germany and militarism, presided over by the wisdom of the East. Militarism was, as it were, to be buried as a suicide at 4 crossroads, with a stake through its body to prevent any untimely resuscitation. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 7 to 13 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Mr. Britling was in a phase of imaginative release. Such a release was one of the first effects of the war upon many educated minds. Things that had seemed solid forever were visibly in flux. Things that had seemed stone were alive. Every boundary, every government, was seen for the provisional thing it was.
He talked of his World Congress meeting year by year, until it ceased to be a speculation and became a mere intelligent anticipation. He talked of the manifest necessity of a Supreme Court for the world. He beheld that vision at The Hague, but Mr. Carmine preferred Delhi or Samarkand or Alexandria or Nanking. "Let us get away from the delusion of Europe, anyhow," said Mr. Carmine. As Mr. Britling had sat at his desk that morning and surveyed the stupendous vistas of possibility that war was opening, the catastrophe had taken on a more and more beneficial quality. "I suppose that it is only through such crises as these that the world can reconstruct itself," he said. And on the whole, that afternoon he was disposed to hope that the great military machine would not smash itself too easily. "We want the nations to feel the need of one another," he said. "Too brief a campaign might lead to a squabble for plunder. The Englishman has to learn his dependence on the Irishman. The Russian has to be taught the value of education and the friendship of the Pole. Europe will now have to look to Asia and recognize that Indians and Chinamen are also white. But these lessons require time and stresses if they are to be learnt properly." They discussed the possible duration of the war. Mr. Carmine thought it would be a long struggle. Mr. Britling thought that the Russians would be in Berlin by the next May. He was afraid they might get there before the end of the year. He thought that the Germans would beat out their strength upon the French and Belgian lines, and never be free to turn upon the Russian at all. He was sure they had underrated the strength and energy of the French and of ourselves. "The Russians, meanwhile," he said, "will come on, slowly, steadily, inevitably." 8. That day of vast anticipations drew out into the afternoon. It was a day obsessed. It was the precursor of a relentless series of doomed and fettered days. There was a sense of enormous occurrences going on just out of sound and sight, behind the mask of Essex peacefulness. From this there was no escape. It made all other interests fitful. Games of badminton were begun and abruptly truncated by the arrival of the evening papers. Conversations started upon any topic whatever returned to the war by the third and fourth remark. After lunch, Mr. Britling and Mr. Carmine went on talking. Nothing else was possible. They repeated things they had already said. They went into things more thoroughly. They sat still for a time, and then suddenly broke out with some new consideration. It had been their custom to play scat with Herr Heinrich, who had shown them the game very explicitly and thoroughly. But there was no longer any Herr Heinrich, and somehow German games were already out of fashion. The two philosophers admitted that they had already considered scat to be complicated without subtlety, and that its chief delight for them had been the pink earnestness of Herr Heinrich, his inability to grasp their complete but tacit comprehension of its innocent strategy, and his invariable ill success to bring off the coups that flashed before his imagination. He would survey the destructive counterstroke with unconcealed surprise. He would verify his first impression by craning towards it and adjusting his glasses on his nose. He had a characteristic way of doing this, with one stiff finger on either side of his sturdy nose. "It is very fortunate for you that you have played that card," he would say, growing pinker and pinker with hasty cerebration. "Or else, yes," a glance at his own cards, "it would have been altogether bad for you. I had taken only a very small risk. Now I must—" He would reconsider his hand. "So," he would say, dashing down a card. Well, he had gone, and scat had gone. A countless multitude of such links were snapping that day, between hundreds of thousands of English and German homes. 9. The imminence of war produced a peculiar exaltation in Aunt Wilshire. She developed a point of view that was entirely her own. It was Mr. Britling's habit, a habit he had set himself to acquire after much irritating experience, to disregard Aunt Wilshire. She was not, strictly speaking, his aunt. She was one of those distant cousins we find already woven into our lives when we attain to years of responsibility. She had been a presence in his father's household when Mr. Britling was a boy. Then she had been called Jane, or Cousin Jane, or your Cousin Wilshire. It had been a kindly freak of Mr. Britling's to promote her to auntie rank. She eked out a small inheritance by staying with relatives. Mr. Britling's earlier memories presented her as a slender young woman of 30, with a nose upon which small boys were forbidden to comment. Yet she commented upon it herself, and called his attention to its marked resemblance to that of the great Duke of Wellington. "He was, I am told," said Cousin Wilshire to the attentive youth, "a great friend of your great-grandmother's. At any rate, they were contemporaries. Since then, this nose has been in the family. He would have been the last to draw a veil over it, but other times, other manners. Publish, he said, and be damned." She had a knack of exasperating Mr. Britling's father, a knack which to a less marked degree she also possessed in relation to the son. But Mr. Britling senior never acquired the art of disregarding her. Her method, if one may call the natural expression of a personality a method, was an invincibly superior knowledge, a firm and ill-concealed belief that all statements made in her hearing were wrong, and most of them absurd, and a manner calm, assured, restrained. She may have been born with it. It is on record that at the age of 10 she was pronounced a singularly trying child. She may have been born with the air of thinking the doctor a muff and knowing how to manage all this business better. Mr. Britling had known her only in her ripeness. As a boy he had enjoyed her confidences about other people and the general neglect of her advice. He grew up rather to like her. Most people rather liked her, and to attach a certain importance to her unattainable approval. She was sometimes kind, she was frequently absurd. With very little children she was quite wise and jolly. So she circulated about a number of houses, which at any rate always welcomed her coming. In the opening days of each visit she performed marvels of tact, and set a watch upon her lips. Then the demons of controversy and dignity would get the better of her. She would begin to correct, quietly but firmly. She would begin to disapprove of the tone and quality of her treatment. It was quite common for her visit to terminate in speechless rage both on the side of host and of visitor. The remarkable thing was that the speechless rage never endured. Though she could exasperate, she could never offend. Always after an interval during which she was never mentioned, people began to wonder how Cousin Jane was getting on. A tentative correspondence would begin, leading slowly up to a fresh invitation. She spent more time in Mr. Britling's house than in any other. There was a legend that she had drawn out his mind, and that she had stood up for him against his father. She had certainly contradicted quite a number of those unfavorable comments that fathers are wont to make about their sons, though certainly she contradicted everything. And Mr. Britling hated to think of her knocking about alone in boarding-houses and hydropathic establishments, with only the most casual chances for contradiction. Moreover, he liked to see her casting her eye over the morning paper. She did it with a manner as though she thought the terrestrial globe a great fool and quite beyond the reach of advice, and as though she understood and was rather amused at the way in which the newspaper people tried to keep back the real facts of the case from her. And now she was scornfully entertained at the behavior of everybody in the war crisis. She confided various secrets of state to the elder of the younger Britlings, preferably when his father was within earshot. "None of these things they are saying about the war," she said, "really matter in the slightest degree. It is all about a spoilt carpet, and nothing else in the world. A madman and a spoilt carpet. If people had paid the slightest attention to common sense, none of this war would have happened. The thing was perfectly well known. He was a delicate child, difficult to rear and given to screaming fits. Consequently, he was never crossed, allowed to do everything. Nobody but his grandmother had the slightest influence with him, and she prevented him spoiling this carpet as completely as he wished to do. The story is perfectly well known. It was at Windsor, at the age of 8. After that he had but one thought: war with England." "Everybody seemed surprised," she said suddenly at tea to Mr. Carmine. "I, at least, am not surprised. I am only surprised it did not come sooner. If anyone had asked me, I could have told them 3 years, 5 years ago." The day was one of flying rumors. Germany was said to have declared war on Italy, and to have invaded Holland as well as Belgium. "They'll declare war against the moon next," said Aunt Wilshire. "And send a lot of Zeppelins," said the smallest boy. "Herr Heinrich told us they can fly thousands of miles." "He will go on declaring war until there is nothing left to declare war against. That is exactly what he has always done. Once started, he cannot desist. Often he has had to be removed from the dinner table for fear of injury. Now it is ultimatums." She was much pleased by a headline in the Daily Express that streamed right across the page. "The Mad Dog of Europe." Nothing else, she said, had come so near her feelings about the war. "Mark my words," said Aunt Wilshire in her most impressive tones. "He is insane. It will be proved to be so. He will end his days in an asylum, as a lunatic. I have felt it myself for years, and said so in private, knowing what I did. To such friends as I could trust not to misunderstand me. Now at least I can speak out." "With his moustaches turned up!" exclaimed Aunt Wilshire, after an interval of accumulation. "They say he has completely lost the use of the joint in his left arm. He carries it stiff like a Punch and Judy. And he wants to conquer Europe. While his grandmother lived, there was someone to keep him in order. He stood in awe of her. He hated her, but he did not dare defy her. Even his uncle had some influence. Now nothing restrains him." "A double-headed mad dog," said Aunt Wilshire. "Him and his eagles. A man like that ought never to have been allowed to make a war, not even a little war. If he had been put under restraint when I said so, none of these things would have happened. But, of course, I am nobody. It was not considered worth attending to." 10. One remarkable aspect of the English attitude towards the war was the disposition to treat it as a monstrous joke. It is a disposition traceable in a vast proportion of the British literature of the time. In spite of violence, cruelty, injustice, and the vast destruction and still vaster dangers of the struggles, that disposition held. The English mind refused flatly to see anything magnificent or terrible in the German attack, or to regard the German Emperor or the Crown Prince as anything more than figures of fun. From first to last, their conception of the enemy was an overstrenuous, foolish man, red with effort, with protruding eyes, and a forced frightfulness of demeanor. That he might be tremendously lethal did not in the least obscure the fact that he was essentially ridiculous. And if, as the war went on, the joke grew grimmer, still it remained a joke, the German might make a desert of the world. That could not alter the British conviction that he was making a fool of himself. And this disposition kept coming to the surface throughout the afternoon, now in a casual allusion, now in some deliberate jest. The small boys had discovered the goose step, and it filled their little souls with amazement and delight. That human beings should consent to those ridiculous paces seemed to them almost incredibly funny. They tried it themselves, and then set out upon a goose-step propaganda. Letty and Cissy had come up to the Dower House for tea and news, and they were enrolled with Teddy and Hugh. The 6 of them, chuckling and swaying, marched in vast scissor strides across the lawn. "Left!" cried Hugh. "Left!" "Toes out more," said Mr. Lawrence Carmine. "Keep stiffer," said the youngest Britling. "Watch the Zeppelins and look proud," said Hugh, "with the chest out. Zo!" Mrs. Britling was so much amused that she went in for her camera and took a snapshot of the detachment. It was a very successful snapshot, and a year later Mr. Britling was to find a print of it among his papers, and recall the sunshine and the merriment. 11. That night brought the British declaration of war against Germany. To nearly every Englishman that came as a matter of course, and it is one of the most wonderful facts in history that the Germans were surprised by it. When Mr. Britling, as a sample Englishman, had said that there would never be war between Germany and England, he had always meant that it was inconceivable to him that Germany should ever attack Belgium or France. If Germany had been content to fight a merely defensive war upon her western frontier and let Belgium alone, there would scarcely have been such a thing as a war party in Great Britain. But the attack upon Belgium, the westward thrust, made the whole nation flame unanimously into war. It settled a question that was in open debate up to the very outbreak of the conflict. Up to the last, the English had cherished the idea that in Germany, just as in England, the mass of people were kindly, pacific, and detached. That had been the English mistake. Germany was really and truly what Germany had been professing to be for 40 years, a war state. With a sigh and a long-forgotten thrill, England roused herself to fight. Even now she still roused herself sluggishly. It was going to be an immense thing, but just how immense it was going to be, no one in England had yet imagined. Countless men that day, whom fate had marked for death and wounds, stared open-mouthed at the news, and smiled with the excitement of the headlines, not dreaming that any of these things would come within 300 miles of them. What was war to Matching's Easy? To all the Matching's Easies, great and small, that make up England. The last home that was ever burnt by an enemy within 100 miles of Matching's Easy was burnt by the Danes rather more than 1,000 years ago. And the last trace of those particular Danes in England were certain horny scraps of indurated skin under the heads of the nails in the door of St. Clement Danes in London. Now again, England was to fight in a war which was to light fires in England, and bring death to English people on English soil. There were inconceivable ideas in August 1914. Such things must happen before they can be comprehended as possible. 12. This story is essentially the history of the opening and of the realization of the Great War, as it happened to one small group of people in Essex, and more particularly as it happened to one human brain. It came at first to all these people in a spectacular manner, as a thing happening dramatically and internationally, as a show, as something in the newspapers, something in the character of an historical epoch rather than a personal experience. Only by slow degrees did it and its consequences invade the common texture of English life. If this story could be represented by sketches or pictures, the central figure would be Mr. Britling, now sitting at his desk by day or by night, and writing, first at his tract, and now War Ends, and then at other things, now walking about his garden, or in Clavering's Park, or going to and fro in London, in his club reading the Ticker, or in his hall reading the newspaper, with ideas and impressions continually clustering, expanding, developing more and more abundantly in his mind, arranging themselves, reacting upon one another, building themselves into generalizations and conclusions. All Mr. Britling's mental existence was soon threaded on the war. His more or less weekly Times leader became dissertations upon the German point of view. His reviews of books and literary supplement articles were all oriented more and more exactly to that one supreme fact. It was rare that he really seemed to be seeing the war. Few people saw it. For most of the world it came as an illimitable multitude of incoherent, loud, and confusing impressions. But all the time he was at least doing his utmost to see the war, to simplify it and extract the essence of it, until it could be apprehended as something epic and explicable, as a stateable issue. Most typical picture of all would be Mr. Britling riding in a little circle of orange lamplight, with the blinds of his room open for the sake of the moonlight, but the window shut to keep out the moths that beat against it. Outside would be the moon and the high summer sky, and the old church tower dim above the black trees half a mile away, with its clock, which Mr. Britling heard at night but never noted by day, beating its way round the slow semicircle of the nocturnal hours. He had always hated conflict and destruction, and felt that war between civilized states was the quintessential expression of human failure. It was a stupidity that stopped progress and all the free variation of humanity. 1,000 times he had declared it impossible. But even now, with his country fighting, he was still far from realizing that this was a thing that could possibly touch him more than intellectually. He did not really believe, with his eyes and fingertips and backbone, that murder, destruction, and agony on a scale monstrous beyond precedent was going on in the same world as that which slumbered outside the black ivy and silver shining window-sill that framed his peaceful view. War had not been a reality of the daily life of England for more than 1,000 years. The mental habit of the nation for 50 generations was against its emotional recognition. The English were the spoiled children of peace. They had never been wholly at war for 300 years, and for over 800 years they had not fought for life against a foreign power. Spain and France had threatened in turn, but never even crossed the seas. It is true that England had had her civil dissensions, and had made wars and conquests in every part of the globe, and established an immense empire. But that last, as Mr. Britling had told Mr. Durrock, was an excursion. She had just sent out younger sons and surplus people, emigrants and expeditionary forces. Her own soil had never seen any successful foreign invasion. Her homeland, the bulk of her households, her general life, had gone on untouched by these things. 19 people out of 20, the middle class and most of the lower class, knew no more of the empire than they did of the Argentine Republic or the Italian Renaissance. It did not concern them. War that calls upon every man and threatens every life in the land, war of the whole national being, was a thing altogether outside English experience and the scope of the British imagination. It was still incredible. It was still outside the range of Mr. Britling's thoughts, all through the tremendous onrush and check of the German attack in the West that opened the Great War. Through those 2 months he was, as it were, a more and more excited spectator at a show like a baseball match, a spectator with money on the event rather than a really participating citizen of a nation thoroughly at war. 13. After the jolt of the food panic and a brief financial scare, the vast inertia of everyday life in England asserted itself. When the public went to the banks for the new paper money, the banks tendered gold, apologetically. The supply of the new notes was very insufficient, and there was plenty of gold. After the first impression that a universal catastrophe had happened, there was an effect as if nothing had happened. Shops reopened after the bank holiday in a tentative spirit that speedily became assurance. People went about their business again, and the war, so far as the mass of British folk were concerned, was for some weeks a fever of the mind and intelligence rather than a physical and personal actuality. There was a keen demand for news, and for a time there was very little news. The press did its best to cope with this immense occasion. Led by the Daily Express, all the halfpenny newspapers adopted a new and more resonant sort of headline, the Streamer, a band of emphatic type that ran clean across the page and announced victories or disconcerting happenings. They did this every day, whether there was a great battle or the loss of a trawler to announce, and the public mind speedily adapted itself to the new pitch. There was no invitation from the government and no organization for any general participation in war. People talked unrestrictedly. Everyone seemed to be talking. They waved flags and displayed much vague willingness to do something. Any opportunity of service was taken very eagerly. Lord Kitchener was understood to have demanded 500,000 men. The War Office arrangements for recruiting, arrangements conceived on a scale altogether too small, were speedily overwhelmed by a rush of willing young men. The flow had to be checked by raising the physical standard far above the national average, and recruiting died down to manageable proportions. There was a quite genuine belief that the war might easily be too exclusively considered, that for the great mass of people it was a disturbing and distracting rather than a vital interest. The phrase "business as usual" ran about the world, and the papers abounded in articles in which going on as though there was no war at all was demonstrated to be the truest form of patriotism. "Leave things to Kitchener" was another watchword with a strong appeal to the national quality. "Business as usual during alterations to the map of Europe" was the advertisement of one cheerful barber, widely quoted. Hugh was at home all through August. He had thrown up his rooms in London with his artistic ambitions, and his father was making all the necessary arrangements for him to follow Cardinal to Cambridge. Meanwhile, Hugh was taking up his scientific work where he had laid it down. He gave a reluctant couple of hours in the afternoon to the mysteries of little-go Greek, and for the rest of his time he was either working at mathematics and mathematical physics or experimenting in a little upstairs room that had been carved out of the general space of the barn. It was only at the very end of August that it dawned upon him or Mr. Britling that the war might have more than a spectacular and sympathetic appeal for him. Hitherto, contemporary history had happened without his personal intervention. He did not see why it should not continue to happen with the same detachment. The last elections, and a general election is really the only point at which the life of the reasonable Englishman becomes in any way public, had happened 4 years ago, when he was 13. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 7 to 13. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 14 to 18 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 14. For a time it was believed in Machinzizi that the German armies had been defeated and very largely destroyed at Liège. It was a mistake not confined to Machinzizi. The first raiding attack was certainly repulsed with heavy losses, and so were the more systematic assaults on August the 6th and 7th. After that, the news from Liège became uncertain, but it was believed in England that some or all of the forts were still holding out, right up to the German entry into Brussels. Meanwhile, the French were pushing into their lost provinces, occupying Altkirch, Mühlhausen, and Saarburg. The Russians were invading Bukovina and East Prussia. The Goeben, the Breslau, and the Panther had been sunk by the newspapers in an imaginary battle in the Mediterranean, and Togoland was captured by the French and British. Neither the force nor the magnitude of the German attack through Belgium was appreciated by the general mind, and it was possible for Mr. Britling to reiterate his fear that the war would be over too soon, long before the full measure of its possible benefits could be secured. But these apprehensions were unfounded. The lessons the war had in store for Mr. Britling were far more drastic than anything he was yet able to imagine, even in his most exalted moods. He resisted the intimations of the fall of Brussels and the appearance of the Germans at Dinant. The first real check to his excessive anticipations of victory for the Allies came with the sudden reappearance of Mr. Durek in a state of astonishment and dismay at Machinzizi. He wired from the Strand office, "Coming to tell you about things," and arrived on the heels of his telegram. He professed to be calling upon Mr. and Mrs. Britling, and to a certain extent he was. But he had a quick eye for the door or windows. His glance roved irrelevantly as he talked. A faint expectation of Cissy came in with him and hovered about him as the scent of violets follows the flower. He was, however, able to say quite a number of things before Mr. Britling's natural tendency to do the telling asserted itself.
"My word," said Mr. Durek, "but this is some war! It is going on regardless of every decent consideration. As an American citizen, I naturally expected to be treated with some respect, war or no war. That expectation has not been realized. Europe is dislocated. You have no idea here yet how completely Europe is dislocated. I came to Europe in a perfectly friendly spirit, and I must say I am surprised. Practically, I have been thrown out, neck and crop. All my luggage is lost, away at some one-horse junction near the Dutch frontier that I can't even learn the name of. There's joy in some German home, I guess, over my shirts. They were real good shirts. This tweed suit I have is all the wardrobe I've got in the world. All my money, good American notes. Well, they laughed at them. And when I produced English gold, they suspected me of being English and put me under arrest. I can assure you that the English are most unpopular in Germany at the present time, thoroughly unpopular. Considering that they are getting exactly what they were asking for, these Germans are really remarkably annoyed. Well, I had to get the American consul to advance me money, and I've done more waiting about and irregular fasting and traveling on an empty stomach and viewing the world, so far as it was permitted, from railway sidings, for usually they made us pull the blinds down when anything important was on the track, than any cow that ever came to Chicago. I was handed as freight, low-grade freight. It doesn't bear recalling."
Mr. Durek assumed as grave and gloomy an expression as the facial habits of years would permit.
"I tell you, I never knew there was such a thing as war until this happened to me. In America, we don't know there is such a thing. It's like pestilence and famine, something in the storybooks. We've forgotten it for anything real. There's just a few grandfathers go around talking about it. Judge Holmes and sage old fellows like him. Otherwise, it's just a game the kids play at. And then suddenly, here's everybody running about in the streets, hating and threatening. And nice old gentlemen with white mustaches and fathers of families, scheming and planning to burn houses, and kill and hurt and terrify. And nice young women, too, looking for an Englishman to spit at. I tell you, I've been within range, and very uncomfortable several times. And what one can't believe is that they are really doing these things. There's a little village called Visay near the Dutch frontier. Some old chap got fooling there with a fowling piece. And they've wiped it out. Shot the people by the dozen. Put them out in rows 3 deep and shot them and burnt the place. Short of scalping, Red Indians couldn't have done worse. Respectable German soldiers. No one in England really seems to have any suspicion what is going on in Belgium. You hear stories. People tell them in Holland. It takes your breath away. They have set out just to cow those Belgians. They have started in to be deliberately frightful. You do not begin to understand. Well, outrages. The sort of outrages Americans have never heard of. That one doesn't speak of. Well, rape. They have been raping women for disciplinary purposes on tables in the marketplace of Liège. Yes, sir, it's a fact. I was told it by a man who had just come out of Belgium. Knew the people, knew the place, knew everything. People over here do not seem to realize that those women are the same sort of women that you might find in Chester or Yarmouth, or in Matching's Easy for the matter of that. They still seem to think that continental women are a different sort of women, more amenable to that sort of treatment. They seem to think there is some special providential law against such things happening to English people. And it's within 200 miles of you, even now. And as far as I can see, there's precious little to prevent it coming nearer. Mr. Britling thought there were a few little obstacles. I've seen the new British Army drilling in London, Mr. Britling. I don't know if you have. I saw a whole battalion, and they hadn't got half a dozen uniforms and not a single rifle to the whole battalion. You don't begin to realize in England what you are up against. You have no idea what it means to be in a country where everybody, the women, the elderly people, the steady middle-aged men, are taking war as seriously as business. They haven't the slightest compunction. I don't know what Germany was like before the war. I had hardly gotten out of my train before the war began. But Germany today is one big armed camp. It's all crawling with soldiers. And every soldier has his uniform and his boots and his arms and his kit. And they're as sure of winning as if they had got London now. They mean to get London. They're cocksure they are going to walk through Belgium, cocksure they will get to Paris by Sedan Day, and then they are going to destroy your fleet with zeppelins and submarines and make a dash across the Channel. They say it's England they are after in this invasion of Belgium. They'll just down France by the way. They say they've got guns to bombard Dover from Calais. They make a boast of it. They know for certain you can't arm your troops. They know you can't turn out 10,000 rifles a week. They come and talk to anyone in the trains and explain just how your defeat is going to be managed. It's just as though they were talking of rounding up cattle. Mr. Britling said they would soon be disillusioned. Mr. Durrock, with the confidence of his authentic observations, remarked after a perceptible interval, "I wonder how." He reverted to the fact that had most struck upon his imagination. Grown-up people, ordinary, intelligent, experienced people, taking war seriously, talking of punishing England. It's a revelation, a sort of solemn enthusiasm, high and low. And the trainloads of men, and the trainloads of guns. Liège, said Mr. Britling. Liège was just a scratch on the paint, said Mr. Durrock. A few thousand dead, a few score thousand dead, doesn't matter. Not a red cent to them. There's a man arrived at the Cecil who saw them marching into Brussels. He sat at table with me at lunch yesterday. All day it went on, a vast unending river of men in grey. Endless wagons, endless guns, the whole manhood of a nation and all its stuff marching. I thought war, said Mr. Durrock, was a thing when most people stood about and did the shouting, and a sort of special team did the fighting. Well, Germany isn't fighting like that. I confess it, I'm scared. It's the very biggest thing on record. It's the very limit in wars. I dreamt last night of a grey flood washing everything in front of it. You and me, and Miss Corner. Curious thing, isn't it, that she came into it. We're scrambling up a hill, higher and higher, with that flood pouring after us. Sort of splashing into a foam of faces and helmets and bayonets, and clutching hands, and red stuff. Well, Mr. Britling, I admit I'm a little bit overwrought about it, but I can assure you, you don't begin to realize in England what it is you've butted against. 15. Sissy did not come up to the Dower House that afternoon, and so Mr. Durrock, after some vague and transparent excuses, made his way to the cottage. Here his report became even more impressive. Teddy sat on the writing-desk beside the typewriter and swung his legs slowly. Letty brooded in the armchair. Sissy presided over certain limited crawling operations of the young heir. They could have the equal of the whole British army killed 3 times over, and scarcely know it had happened. They're all in it. It's a whole country in arms. Teddy nodded thoughtfully. There's our fleet, said Letty. Well, that won't save Paris, will it? Mr. Durrock didn't, he declared, want to make disagreeable talk, but this was a thing people in England had to face. He felt like one of them himself. Naturally. He'd sort of hurried home to them. It was just like hurrying home, to tell them of the tremendous thing that was going to hit them. He felt like a man in front of a flood, a great grey flood. He couldn't hide what he had been thinking. Where's our army? Asked Letty suddenly. Lost somewhere in France, said Teddy, like a needle in a bottle of hay. What I keep on worrying at is this, Mr. Durrock resumed. Suppose they did come. Suppose somehow they scrambled over 60 or 70,000 men, perhaps. Every man would turn out and take a shot at them, said Letty. But there's no rifles. There's shotguns. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, said Mr. Durrock. They'd massacre. You may be the bravest people on earth, said Mr. Durrock, but if you haven't got arms and the other chaps have, you're just as if you were sheep. He became gloomily pensive. He roused himself to describe his experiences at some length, and the extraordinary disturbance of his mind. He related more particularly his attempts to see the sights of Cologne during the stir of mobilization. After a time, his narrative flow lost force, and there was a general feeling that he ought to be left alone with Sissy. Teddy had a letter that must be posted. Letty took the infant to crawl on the mossy stones under the pear-tree. Mr. Durrock leant against the window-sill, and became silent for some moments after the door had closed on Letty. As for you, Sissy, he began at last, I'm anxious. I'm real anxious. I wish you'd let me throw the mantle of Old Glory over you. He looked at her earnestly. Old Glory? Asked Sissy. Well, the Stars and Stripes. I want you to be able to claim American citizenship, in certain eventualities. It wouldn't be so very difficult. All the world over, Sissy, Americans are respected. Nobody dares touch an American citizen. We are an inviolate people. He paused. But how? Asked Sissy. It would be perfectly easy, perfectly. How? Just marry an American citizen, said Mr. Durrock. with his face beaming with ingenuous self-approval. "Then you'd be safe, and I'd not have to worry."
"Because we're in for a stiff war,"
cried Sissy, and Mr. Durrock perceived he had blundered.
"Because we may be invaded,"
she said, and Mr. Durrock's sense of error deepened.
"I vow—"
she began.
"No!"
cried Mr. Durrock, and held out a hand. There was a moment of crisis.
"Never will I desert my country while she is at war,"
said Sissy, reducing her first fierce intention, and adding as though she regretted her concession,
"anyhow."
"Then it's up to me to end the war, Sissy," said Mr. Durrock, trying to get her back to a less spirited attitude. But Sissy wasn't to be got back so easily. The war was already beckoning to them in the cottage, and drawing them down from the auditorium into the arena.
"This is the rightest war in history," she said. "If I was an American, I should be sorry to be one now, and to have to stand out of it. I wish I was a man now, so that I could do something for all the decency and civilization the Germans have outraged. I can't understand how any man can be content to keep out of this and watch Belgium being destroyed. It is like looking on at a murder. It is like watching a dog killing a kitten."
Mr. Durrock's expression was that of a man who was suddenly shown strange lights upon the world. 16. Mr. Britling found Mr. Durrock's talk very indigestible. He was parting very reluctantly from his dream of a disastrous collapse of German imperialism, of a tremendous decisive demonstration of the inherent unsoundness of militarist monarchy, to be followed by a world conference of chastened but hopeful nations, and the millennium. He tried now to think that Mr. Durrock had observed badly and misconceived what he saw. An American, unused to any sort of military occurrences, might easily mistake tens of thousands for millions, and the excitement of a few commercial travelers for the enthusiasm of a united people. But the newspapers now, with a kindred reluctance, were beginning to qualify, bit by bit, their first representation of the German attack through Belgium as a vast and already partly thwarted parade of incompetence. The Germans, he gathered, were being continually beaten in Belgium, but just as continually they advanced. Each fresh newspaper name he looked up on the map marked an oncoming tide. Alost, Charleroi. Farther east the French were retreating from the Salle Pass. Surely the British, who had now been in France for a fortnight, would presently be manifest, stemming the onrush. Somewhere perhaps in Brabant or East Flanders. It gave Mr. Britling an unpleasant night to hear at Clavering's that the French were very ill-equipped, had no good modern guns, either at Lille or Maubeuge, were short of boots and equipment generally, and rather depressed already at the trend of things. Mr. Britling dismissed this as pessimistic talk, and built his hopes on the still invisible British army hovering somewhere. He would sit over the map of Belgium, choosing where he would prefer to have the British hover. Namur fell. The place names continued to shift southward and westward. The British army, or a part of it, came to light abruptly at Mons. It had been fighting for 38 hours, and defeating enormously superior forces of the enemy. That was reassuring, until a day or so later the Cambrai-le-Cateau line made Mr. Britling realize that the victorious British had recoiled 25 miles. And then came the Sunday of the Times telegram, which spoke of a retreating and a broken army. Mr. Britling did not see this, but Mr. Manning brought over the report of it in a state of profound consternation. Things, he said, seemed to be about as bad as they could be. The English were retreating towards the coast, and in much disorder. They were in the air, and already separated from the trench. They had narrowly escaped a Sedan under the fortifications of Maubeuge. Mr. Britling was stunned. He went to his study and stared helplessly at maps. It was as if David had flung his pebble and missed. But in the afternoon Mr. Manning telephoned to comfort his friend. A reassuring despatch from General French had been published, and all was well, practically, and the British had been splendid. They had been fighting continuously for several days round and about Mons. They had been attacked at odds of 6-1, and they had repulsed and inflicted enormous losses on the enemy. They had established an incontestable personal superiority over the Germans. The Germans had been mown down in heaps. The British had charged through their cavalry like charging through paper. So, at last, and very gloriously for the British and German had met in battle. After the hard fighting of the 26th about Landrecies, the British had been comparatively unmolested. Reinforcements covering double the losses had joined them, and the German advance was definitely checked. Mr. Britling's mind swung back to elation. He took down the entire despatch from Mr. Manning's dictation, and ran out with it into the garden, where Mrs. Britling, with an unwonted expression of anxiety, was presiding over the teas of the usual casual Sunday gathering. The despatch was read aloud twice over. After that there was hockey and high spirits, and then Mr. Britling went up to his study to answer a letter from Mrs. Harrowdean, the first letter that had come from her since their breach at the outbreak of the war, and which he was now in a better mood to answer than he had been hitherto. She had written ignoring his silence and absence, or rather treating it as if it were an incident of no particular importance. Apparently she had not called upon the patient and devoted Oliver as she had threatened. At any rate, there were no signs of Oliver in her communication. But she reproached Mr. Britling for deserting her, and she clamoured for his presence and for kind and strengthening words. She was, she said, scared by this war. She was only a little thing, and it was all too dreadful, and there was not a soul in the world to hold her hand, at least no one who understood in the slightest degree how she felt. But why was not Oliver holding her hand? She was like a child left alone in the dark. It was perfectly horrible the way that people were being kept in the dark. The stories one heard, often from quite trustworthy sources, were enough to depress and terrify anyone. Battleship after battleship had been sunk by German torpedoes, a thing kept secret from us for no earthly reason, and Prince Louis of Battenberg had been discovered to be a spy and had been sent to the Tower. Haldane, too, was a spy. Our army in France had been practically sold by the French. Almost all the French generals were in German pay. The censorship and the press were keeping all this back, but what good was it to keep it back? It was folly not to trust people. But it was all too dreadful for a poor little soul whose only desire was to live happily. Why didn't he come along to her and make her feel she had protecting arms round her? She couldn't think in the daytime. She couldn't sleep at night. Then she broke away into the praises of serenity. Never had she thought so much of his beautiful, silent places as she did now. How she longed to take refuge in some such dreamland from violence and treachery and foolish rumors. She was weary of every reality. She wanted to fly away into some secret hiding place and cultivate her simple garden there, as Voltaire had done. Sometimes at night she was afraid to undress. She imagined the sound of guns. She imagined landings and frightful scouts, in masks, rushing inland on motor bicycles. It was an ill-timed letter. The nonsense about Prince Louis of Battenberg and Lord Haldane and the torpedoed battleships annoyed him extravagantly.
he had just sufficient disposition to believe such tales as to find their importunity exasperating. The idea of going over to Pyecraft's to spend his days in comforting a timid little dear obsessed by such fears attracted him not at all. He had already heard enough adverse rumors at Clavering's to make him thoroughly uncomfortable. He had been doubting whether, after all, his examination of war was really much less of a futility than "and now war ends." His mind was full of a sense of incomplete statements and unsubstantial arguments. He was, indeed, in a state of extreme intellectual worry. He was, moreover, extraordinarily out of love with Mrs. Harrowdean. Never had any affection in the whole history of Mr. Britling's heart collapsed so swiftly and completely. He was left incredulous of ever having cared for her at all. Probably he hadn't. Probably the whole business had been deliberate illusion from first to last. The "dear little thing" business, he felt, was all very well as a game of petting, but times were serious now, and a woman of her intelligence should do something better than wallow in fears and elaborate a winsome feebleness. A very unnecessary and tiresome feebleness. He came almost to the pitch of writing that to her. The despatch from General French put him into a kindlier frame of mind. He wrote instead briefly but affectionately, as a gentleman should. "How could you doubt our fleet or our army?" was the gist of his letter. He ignored completely every suggestion of a visit to Pyecraft's that her letter had conveyed. He pretended that it had contained nothing of the sort. And with that she passed out of his mind again, under the stress of more commanding interests. Mr. Britling's mood of relief did not last through the week. The defeated Germans continued to advance. Through a week of deepening disillusionment, the main tide of battle rolled back steadily towards Paris. Lille was lost without a struggle. It was lost with mysterious ease. The next name to startle Mr. Britling, as he sat with newspaper and atlas following these great events, was Compiègne. Here! Manifestly, the British were still in retreat. Then the Germans were in possession of Laon and Rheims and still pressing south. Maubeuge, surrounded and cut off for some days, had apparently fallen. It was on Sunday, September the 6th, that the final capitulation of Mr. Britling's facile optimism occurred. He stood in the sunshine, reading the Observer which the gardener's boy had just brought from the May-tree. He had spread it open on a garden table under the blue cedar, and father and son were both reading it, each as much as the other would let him. There was fresh news from France, a story of further German advances. Fighting at Senlis. But that is quite close to Paris. And the appearance of German forces at Nogent-sur-Seine. "Sur Seine?" cried Mr. Britling. "But where can that be? South of the Marne? Or below Paris, perhaps?" It was not marked upon the Observer's map, and Hugh ran into the house for the atlas. When he returned, Mr. Manning was with his father, and they both looked grave. Hugh opened the map of northern France. "Here it is," he said. Mr. Britling considered the position. "Manning says they are at Rouen," he told Hugh. "Our base is to be moved round to La Rochelle." He paused before the last distasteful conclusion. "Practically," he admitted, taking his dose, "they have got Paris. It is almost surrounded now." He sat down to the map. Mr. Manning and Hugh stood regarding him. He made a last effort to imagine some tremendous strategic reversal, some stone from an unexpected sling that should fell this Goliath in the midst of his triumph. "Russia," he said, without any genuine hope. 17. And then it was that Mr. Britling accepted the truth. "One talks," he said, "and then weeks and months later one learns the meaning of the things one has been saying. I was saying a month ago that this is the biggest thing that has happened in history. I said that this was the supreme call upon the will and resources of England. I said there was not a life in all our empire that would not be vitally changed by this war. I said all these things. They came through my mouth. I suppose there was a sort of thought behind them. Only at this moment do I understand what it is that I said. Now, let me say it over, as if I had never said it before. This is the biggest thing in history. That we are all called upon to do our utmost to resist this tremendous attack upon the peace and freedom of the world. Well, doing our utmost does not mean standing about in pleasant gardens waiting for the newspaper. It means the abandonment of ease and security. How lazy we English are nowadays! How readily we grasp the comforting delusion that excuses us from exertion! For the last 3 weeks I have been deliberately believing that a little British army—they say it is scarcely 100,000 men—would somehow break this rush of millions. But it has been driven back, as anyone not in love with easy dreams might have known it would be driven back. Here, and then here, and then here. It has been fighting night and day. It has made the most splendid fight, and the most ineffectual fight. You see the vast swing of the German flail through Belgium. And meanwhile we have been standing about talking of the use we would make of our victory. We have been asleep, he said. This country has been asleep. At the back of our minds, he went on bitterly, I suppose we thought the French would do the heavy work on land, while we stood by at sea. So far as we thought at all. We're so temperate-minded. We're so full of qualifications and discretions, and so leisurely. Well, France is down. We've got to fight for France now over the ruins of Paris. Because you and I, Manning, didn't grasp the scale of it. Because we indulged in generalizations when we ought to have been drilling and working. Because we've been doing business as usual, and all the rest of that sort of thing, while Western civilization has been in its death agony. If this is to be another 71, on a larger scale, and against not merely France but all Europe, if Prussianism is to walk roughshod over civilization, if France is to be crushed and Belgium murdered, then life is not worth having. Compared with such an issue as that, no other issue, no other interest matters. Yet what are we doing to decide it, you and I? How can it end in anything but a German triumph, if you and I, by the million, stand by? He paused despairfully and stared at the map. What ought we to be doing? Asked Mr. Manning. Every man ought to be in training, said Mr. Britling. Everyone ought to be participating, in some way. At any rate, we ought not to be taking our ease at Matching's Easy any more. 18. It interrupts everything, said Hugh suddenly. These Prussians are the biggest nuisance the world has ever seen. He considered. It's like everyone having to run out because the house catches fire. But of course we have to beat them. It has to be done, and everyone has to take a share. Then we can get on with our work again. Mr. Britling turned his eyes to his eldest son with a startled expression. He had been speaking generally. For the moment he had forgotten Hugh. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording
by Peter Eastman. Chapter the Second. Taking Part. 1. There were now two chief things in the mind of Mr. Britling. One was a large and valiant thing, a thing of heroic and processional quality, the idea of taking up one's share in the great conflict, of leaving the dower house and its circle of habits and activities, and going out. From that point, he wasn't quite sure where he was to go, nor exactly what he meant to do. His imagination inclined to the figure of a volunteer in an improvised uniform, inflicting great damage upon a raiding invader from behind a hedge. The uniform, one presumes, would have been something in the vein of the costume in which he met Mr. Durrock, with a brassard. Or he thought of himself as working at a telephone or in an office, engaged upon any useful quasi-administrative work that called for intelligence rather than training. Still, of course, with a brassard. A month ago he would have had doubts about the meaning of brassard. Now it seemed to be the very keyword for national organization. He had started for London by the early train on Monday morning, with the intention of immediate enrollment in any such service that offered, of getting, in fact, into his brassard at once. The morning papers he bought at the station dashed his conviction of the inevitable fall of Paris into hopeful doubts, but did not shake his resolution. The effect of rout and pursuit and retreat and retreat and retreat had disappeared from the news. The German right was being counterattacked, and seemed in danger of getting pinched between Paris and Verdun, with the British on its flank. This relieved his mind, but it did nothing to modify his new realization of the tremendous gravity of the war. Even if the enemy were held and repulsed a little, there was still work for every man in the task of forcing them back upon their own country. This war was an immense thing. It would touch everybody. That meant that every man must give himself. That he had to give himself. He must let nothing stand between him and that clear understanding. It was utterly shameful now to hold back and not to do one's utmost for civilization, for England, for all the ease and safety one had been given, against these drilled, commanded, obsessed millions. Mr. Britling was a flame of exalted voluntarism, of patriotic devotion that day. But behind all this bravery was the other thing, the second thing in the mind of Mr. Britling, a fear. He was prepared now to spread himself like some valiant turkey gobbler, every feather at its utmost, against the aggressor. He was prepared to go out and flourish bayonets, march and dig to the limit of his power, shoot, die in a ditch if needful, rather than permit German militarism to dominate the world. He had no fear for himself. He was prepared to perish upon the battlefield, or cut a valiant figure in the military hospital. But what he perceived very clearly, and did his utmost not to perceive, was this qualifying and discouraging fact, that the war monster was not nearly so disposed to meet him as he was to meet the war, and that his eyes were fixed on something beside and behind him, that it was already only too evidently stretching out a long and shadowy arm past him, towards Teddy and towards Hugh. The young are the food of war. Teddy wasn't Mr. Britling's business anyhow. Teddy must do as he thought proper. Mr. Britling would not even advise upon that. And as for Hugh, Mr. Britling did his best to brazen it out. "My eldest boy is barely 17, he said. "He's keen to go, and I'd be sorry if he wasn't. He'll get into some cadet corps, of course. He's already done something of that kind at school, or they'll take him into the territorials. But before he's 19, everything will be over, one way or another. I'm afraid, poor chap, he'll feel sold." And having thrust Hugh safely into the background of his mind as juvenile, doing a juvenile share, no sort of man yet. Mr. Britling could give a free rein to his generous imaginations of a national uprising. From the idea of a universal participation in the struggle, he passed by an easy transition to an anticipation of all Britain armed and gravely embattled, across gulfs of obstinate reality. He himself was prepared to say, and accordingly he felt that the great mass of the British must be prepared to say to the government, "Here we are at your disposal. This is not a diplomatist's war, nor a war office war. This is a war of the whole people. We are willing and ready to lay aside our usual occupations and offer our property and ourselves. Whim and individual action are for peace times. Take us and use us as you think fit. Take all we possess." When he thought of the government in this way, he forgot the governing class he knew. The slack-trousered Raeburn, the prim, attentive Filbert, Lady Frensham at the top of her voice, stern, preposterous Carson, boozy Bandershoot and artful Taper, wily Asquith, the eloquent yet unsubstantial George, and the immobile Grey, vanished out of his mind. All those representative exponents of the way things are done in Great Britain faded in the glow of his imaginative effort. He forgot the dreary debates, the floundering newspapers, the bluffs, the intrigues, the sly bargains of the week-end party, the schoolboy honor of grown men, the universal weak dishonesty in thinking. He thought simply of a simplified and ideal government that governed. He thought vaguely of something behind and beyond them, England, the ruling genius of the land, something with a dignified assurance and a stable will. He imagined this shadowy ruler miraculously provided with schemes and statistics against the supreme occasion, which had for so many years been the most conspicuous probability before the country. His mind leaping forwards to the conception of a great nation reluctantly turning its vast resources to the prosecution of a righteous defensive war, filled in the obvious corollaries of plan and calculation. He thought that somewhere, up there must be people who could count, and who had counted everything that we might need for such a struggle, and organizers who had schemed and estimated down to practicable and manageable details. Such lapses from knowledge to faith are perhaps necessary that human heroism may be possible. His conception of his own share in the great national uprising was a very modest one. He was a writer, a footnote to reality. He had no trick of command over men. His role was observation rather than organization, and he saw himself only as an insignificant individual dropping from his individuality into his place in a great machine, taking a rifle in a trench, guarding a bridge, filling a cartridge, just with a brassard or something like that on, until the great task was done. Sunday night was full of imaginations of order, of the countryside standing up to its task, of roads cleared and resources marshalled, of the petty interests of the private life altogether set aside. And mingling with that, it was still possible for Mr. Britling, he was still young enough, to produce such dreams of personal service, of sudden emergencies swiftly and bravely met, of conspicuous daring and exceptional rewards, such dreams as hover in the brains of every imaginative recruit. The detailed story of Mr. Britling's 2 days' search for some easy and convenient ladder into the surface of his threatened country would be a voluminous one. It would begin with the figure of a neatly brushed patriot, with an intent expression upon his intelligent face, seated in the Londonward train, reading the war news, the first comforting war news for many days, and trying not to look as though his life was torn up by the roots and all his being aflame with devotion. And it would conclude after 48 hours of fuss, inquiry, talk, waiting, telephoning, with the same gentleman,
a little fagged, and with a kind of weary apathy in his eyes, returning by the short-cut from the station across Clavering's Park to resume his connection with his abandoned roots. The essential process of the interval had been the correction of Mr. Britling's temporary delusion that the government of the British Empire is either intelligent, instructed, or wise. The great business-as-usual phase was already passing away, and London was in the full tide of recruiting enthusiasm. That tide was breaking against the most miserable arrangements for enlistment it is possible to imagine. Overtaxed and not very competent officers, whose one idea of being very efficient was to refuse civilian help and be very, very slow and circumspect, and very dignified and overbearing, sat in dirty little rooms and snarled at this unheard-of England that pressed at door and window for enrollment. Outside every recruiting office, crowds of men and youths waited, leaning against walls, sitting upon the pavements, waiting for long hours, waiting to the end of the day and returning next morning, without shelter, without food, many sick with hunger. Men who had hurried up from the country, men who had thrown up jobs of every kind, clerks, shopmen, anxious only to serve England and teach those damned Germans a lesson. Between them and this object they had discovered a perplexing barrier, an inattention. As Mr. Britling made his way to St. Martin's Church and across Trafalgar Square, and marked the weary accumulation of this magnificently patriotic stuff, he had his first inkling of the imaginative insufficiency of the War Office that had been so suddenly called upon to organize victory. He was to be more fully informed when he reached his club. His impression of the streets through which he passed was an impression of great unrest. There were noticeably fewer omnibuses and less road traffic generally, but there was a quite unusual number of drifting pedestrians. The current on the pavements was irritatingly sluggish. There were more people standing about and fewer going upon their business. This was particularly the case with the women he saw. Many of them seemed to have drifted in from the suburbs and outskirts of London in a state of vague expectation, unable to stay in their homes. Everywhere there were the flags of the Allies. In shop windows, over doors, on the bonnets of automobiles, on people's breasts, and there was a great quantity of recruiting posters on the hoardings and in windows. "Your king and country need you," was the chief text, and they still called for 100,000 men, although the demand of Lord Kitchener had risen to 500,000. There were also placards calling for men on nearly all the taxicabs. The big windows of the offices of the Norddeutscher Lloyd in Cockspur Street were boarded up and plastered thickly with recruiting appeals. At his club, Mr. Britling found much talk and belligerent stir. In the hall, Wilkins, the author, was displaying a dummy rifle of bent iron rod to several interested members. It was to be used for drilling until rifles could be got, and it could be made for 18 pence. This was the first intimation Mr. Britling got that the want of foresight of the War Office only began with its unpreparedness for recruits. Men were talking very freely in the club. One of the temporary effects of the war in its earlier stages was to produce a partial thaw in the constitutional British shyness, and men who had glowered at Mr. Britling over their lunches and had been glowered at by Mr. Britling in silence for years now started conversations with him. "What is a man of my sort to do?" asked a clean-shaven barrister. "Exactly what I have been asking," said Mr. Britling. "They are fixing the upward age for recruits at 30. It's absurdly low. A man well over 40 like myself is quite fit to line a trench or guard a bridge. I'm not so bad a shot." "We've been discussing home defense volunteers," said the barrister. "Anyhow, we ought to be drilling.
But the War Office sets its face as sternly against our doing anything of the sort as though we were going to join the Germans. It's absurd. Even if we older men aren't fit to go abroad, we could at least release troops who could." "If you had the rifles," said a sharp-featured man in grey to the right of Mr. Britling. "I suppose they are to be got," said Mr. Britling. The sharp-featured man indicated by appropriate facial action and head-shaking that this was by no means the case. "Every dead man, many wounded, most prisoners," he said, "mean each one a rifle lost. We have lost 25,000 rifles alone since the war began. Quite apart from arming new troops, we have to replace those rifles with the drafts we send out. Do you know what is the maximum weekly output of rifles at the present time in this country?" Mr. Britling did not know. 9,000. Mr. Britling suddenly understood the significance of Wilkins and his dummy gun. The sharp-featured man added, with an air of concluding the matter, "It's the barrels are the trouble. Complicated machinery. We haven't got it, and we can't make it in a hurry. And there you are." The sharp-featured man had a way of speaking almost as if he was throwing bombs. He threw one now. "Zinc," he said. "We're not short of zinc," said the lawyer. The sharp-featured man nodded, and then became explicit. Zinc was necessary for cartridges. It had to be refined zinc, and very pure, or the shooting went wrong. Well, we had let the refining business drift away from England to Belgium and Germany. There were just one or two British firms still left. Unless we bucked up tremendously, we should get caught short of cartridges. At any rate, of cartridges so made as to ensure good shooting. "And there you are," said the sharp-featured man. But the sharp-featured man did not at that time represent any considerable section of public thought. "I suppose, after all, we can get rifles from America," said the lawyer, "and as for zinc, if the shortage is known, the shortage will be provided for." The prevailing topic in the smoking-room upstairs was the inability of the War Office to deal with the flood of recruits that was pouring in, and its hostility to any such volunteering as Mr. Britling had in mind. Quite a number of members wanted to volunteer. There was much talk of their fitness. "I'm 54, said one, "and I could do my 25 miles in marching kit far better than half those boys of 19. Another was 38. "I must hold the business together," he said, "but why anyhow shouldn't I learn to shoot and use a bayonet?" The personal pique of the rejected lent force to their criticisms of the recruiting and general organization. "The War Office has one incurable system," said a big mine owner. "During peacetime it runs all its home administration, with men who will certainly be wanted at the front directly there is a war. Directly war comes, therefore, there is a shift all round, and a new untried man, usually a dug-out in an advanced state of decay, is stuck into the job. Chaos follows automatically. The War Office always has done this, and so far as one can see, it always will. It seems incapable of realizing that another man will be wanted until the first is taken away. Its imagination doesn't even run to that." Mr. Britling found a kindred spirit in Wilkins. Wilkins was expounding his tremendous scheme for universal volunteering. Everybody was to be accepted. Everybody was to be assigned and registered and badged. "Brassard," said Mr. Britling. "It doesn't matter whether we really produce a fighting force or not," said Wilkins. "Everybody now is enthusiastic and serious. Everybody is willing to put on some kind of uniform and submit to some sort of orders. And the thing to do is to catch them in the willing stage. Now is the time to get the country lined up and organized, ready to meet the internal stresses that are bound to come later. But there's no disposition whatever to welcome this universal offering. It's just as though this war was a treat to which only the very select friends of the War Office were to be admitted. And I don't admit that the National Volunteers would be ineffective, even from a military point of view. There are plenty of fit men of our age, and men of proper age who are better employed at home. Armament workers, for example, and there are all the boys under the age. They may not be under the age before things are over." He was even prepared to plan uniforms. "A brassard," repeated Mr. Britling, "and perhaps colored strips on the reverse of a coat." "Colors for the counties," said Wilkins, "and if there isn't colored cloth to be got, there's red flannel. Anything is better than leaving the mass of people to mob about." A momentary vision danced before Mr. Britling's eyes of red flannel petticoats being torn up in a rapid improvisation of soldiers to resist a sudden invasion. Passing washerwomen suddenly requisitioned. But one must not let oneself be laughed out of good intentions because of ridiculous accessories. The idea, at any rate, was the sound one. The vision of what ought to be done shone brightly while Mr. Britling and Mr. Wilkins maintained it, but presently, under discouraging reminders that there were no rifles, no instructors, and, above all, the open hostility of the established authorities, it faded again. Afterwards, in other conversations, Mr. Britling reverted to more modest ambitions. "Is there no clerical work, no minor administrative work, a man might be used for?" he asked. "Any old dug-out," said the man with the thin face. "Any old doddering Colonel Newcome is preferred to you in that matter." Mr. Britling emerged from his club about 3:30, with his mind rather dishevelled, and with his private determination to do something promptly for his country's needs blended by a perplexing "how?" His search for doors and ways, where no doors and ways existed, went on with a gathering sense of futility. He had a ridiculous sense of pique at being left out, like a child shut out from a room in which a vitally interesting game is being played. "After all, it is our war," he said. He caught the phrase as it dropped from his lips, with a feeling that it said more than he intended. He turned it over and examined it, and the more he did so, the more he was convinced of its truth and soundness. 2. By night there was a new strangeness about London. The authorities were trying to suppress the more brilliant illumination of the chief thoroughfares on account of the possibility of an air raid. Shopkeepers were being compelled to pull down their blinds, and many of the big standard lights were unlit. Mr. Britling thought these precautions were very fussy and unnecessary, and likely to lead to accidents amidst the traffic. But it gave a Rembrandt-esque quality to the London scene, turned it into mysterious arrangements of brown shadows and cones and bars of light. At first many people were recalcitrant, and here and there a restaurant or a draper's window still blazed out and broke the gloom. There were also a number of insubordinate automobiles with big headlights. But the police were being unusually firm. "It will all glitter again in a little time," he told himself. He heard an old lady who was projecting from an offending automobile at Piccadilly Circus, in hot dispute with the police officer. "Zeppelins, indeed!" she said. "What nonsense! As if they would dare to come here! Who would let them, I should like to know?" Probably a friend of Lady Frensham, he thought. Still, the idea of Zeppelins over London did seem rather ridiculous to Mr. Britling. He would not have liked to have been caught talking of it himself. There never had been Zeppelins over London. They were gas-bags. 3. On Wednesday morning, Mr. Britling returned to the Dower House, and he was still a civilian unassigned. In the hall he found a tall figure in khaki standing and reading the Times that usually lay upon the hall table.
The figure turned at Mr. Britling's entry, and revealed the aquiline features of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. It was as if his friend had stolen a march on him. But Mr. Carmine's face showed nothing of the excitement and patriotic satisfaction that would have seemed natural to Mr. Britling. He was white and jaded, as if he had not slept for many nights. "You see," he explained, almost apologetically, of the 3 stars upon his sleeve, "I used to be a captain of volunteers." He had been put in charge of a volunteer force, which had been re-embodied and entrusted with the care of the bridges, gasworks, factories, and railway tunnels, and with a number of other minor but necessary duties round about Easinghampton. "I've just got to shut up my house," said Captain Carmine, "and go into lodgings. I confess I hate it. But anyhow it can't last 6 months. But it's beastly. Ugh!" He seemed disposed to expand that "ugh," and then thought better of it. And presently Mr. Britling took control of the conversation. His 2 days in London had filled him with matter, and he was glad to have something more than Hugh and Teddy and Mrs. Britling to talk it upon. What was happening now in Great Britain, he declared, was adjustment. It was an attempt on the part of a great unorganized nation, an attempt, instinctive at present rather than intelligent, to readjust its government, and particularly its military organization, to the new scale of warfare that Germany had imposed upon the world. For 2 strenuous decades the British Navy had been growing enormously under the pressure of German naval preparations, but the British military establishment had experienced no corresponding expansion. It was true there had been a futile, rather foolishly conducted agitation for universal military service, but there had been no accumulation of material, no preparation of armament-making machinery, no planning and no foundations for any sort of organization that would have facilitated the rapid expansion of the fighting forces of a country in a time of crisis. Such an idea was absolutely antagonistic to the mental habits of the British military caste. The German method of incorporating all the strength and resources of the country into one national fighting machine was quite strange to the British military mind. Still, even after a month of war had become the comprehensive business of the German nation. To the British it was an incidental adventure. In Germany the nation was militarized. In England the army was specialized. The nation, for nearly every practical purpose, got along without it. Just as political life had also become specialized. Now suddenly we wanted a government to speak for everyone, and an army of the whole people. How were we to find it? Mr. Britling dwelt upon this idea of the specialized character of the British Army and Navy and Government. It seemed to him to be the clue to everything that was jarring in the London spectacle. The army had been a thing aloof, for a special end. It had developed all the characteristics of a caste. It had very high standards along the lines of its specialization, but it was inadaptable and conservative. Its exclusiveness was not so much a deliberate culture as a consequence of its detached function. It touched the ordinary social body chiefly through 3 other specialized bodies: the court, the church, and the stage. Apart from that, it saw the great unofficial civilian world as something vague, something unsympathetic, something possibly antagonistic, which it comforted itself by snubbing when it dared, and tricking when it could. Something that projected members of Parliament towards it, and was stingy about money. Directly one grasped how apart the army lived from the ordinary life of the community, from industrialism or from economic necessities, directly one understood that the great mass of Englishmen were simply outsiders to the War Office mind, just as they were outsiders to the political clique. One began to realize the complete unfitness of either government or War Office for the conduct of so great a national effort as was now needed.
These people up there did not know anything of the broad mass of English life at all. They did not know how or where things were made. When they wanted things, they just went to a shop somewhere and got them. This was the necessary psychology of a small army under a clique government. Nothing else was to be expected. But now, somehow, the nation had to take hold of the government that it had neglected so long. "You see," said Mr. Britling, repeating a phrase that was becoming more and more essential to his thoughts, "this is our war." "Of course," said Mr. Britling, "these things are not going to be done without a conflict. We aren't going to take hold of our country, which we have neglected so long, without a lot of internal friction. But in England we can make these readjustments without revolution. It is our strength. At present England is confused, but it's a healthy confusion. It's a stir. We have more things to defeat than just Germany. These hosts of recruits, weary, uncared for, besieging the recruiting stations. It's symbolical. Our tremendous reserves of will and manhood. Our almost incredible insufficiency of direction. Those people up there have no idea of the will that surges up in England. They are timid little maneuvering people, afraid of property, afraid of newspapers, afraid of trade unions. They aren't leading us against the Germans. They are just being shoved against the Germans by necessity." From this, Mr. Britling broke away into a fresh addition to his already large collection of contrasts between England and Germany. Germany was a nation which had been swallowed up and incorporated by an army and an administration. The Prussian military system had assimilated to itself the whole German life. It was a state in a state of repletion, a state that had swallowed all its people. Britain was not a state. It was an unincorporated people. The British Army, the British War Office, and the British administration had assimilated nothing. They were little old partial things. The British nation lay outside them, beyond their understanding and tradition. A formless new thing, but a great thing. And now this British nation, this real nation, the outsiders, had to take up arms. Suddenly, all the underlying ideas of that outer, greater English life beyond politics, beyond the services, were challenged, its tolerant good humor, its freedom, and its irresponsibility. It was not simply English life that was threatened. It was all the latitudes of democracy. It was every liberal idea and every liberty. It was civilization in danger. The uncharted liberal system had been taken by the throat. It had to make good or perish. "I went up to London expecting to be told what to do. There is no one to tell anyone what to do. Much less is there anyone to compel us what to do. There's a War Office like a college during a riot, with its doors and windows barred. There's a government like a cockle-boat in an Atlantic gale. One feels the thing ought to have come upon us like the sound of a trumpet. Instead, until now, it has been like a great noise that we just listened to in the next house. And now slowly the nation awakes. London is just like a dazed sleeper, waking up out of a deep sleep to fire and danger, tumult and cries for help, near at hand. The streets give you exactly that effect. People are looking about and listening. One feels that at any moment, in a pause, in a silence, there may come, from far away, over the houses, faint and little, the boom of guns or the small outcries of little French or Belgian villages in agony." Such was the gist of Mr. Britling's discourse. He did most of the table talk and all that mattered. Teddy was an assenting voice. Hugh was silent and apparently a little inattentive. Mrs. Britling was thinking of the courses and the servants and the boys, and giving her husband only half an ear. Captain Carmine said little, and seemed to be troubled by some disagreeable preoccupation. Now and then he would endorse or supplement the things Mr. Britling was saying. Thrice he remarked, People still do not begin to understand.
End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 4. It was only when they sat together in the barn court out of the way of Mrs. Britling and the children that Captain Carmine was able to explain his listless bearing and jaded appearance. He was suffering from a bad nervous shock. He had hardly taken over his command before one of his men had been killed, and killed in a manner that had left a scar upon his mind. The man had been guarding a tunnel, and he had been knocked down by one train when crossing the line behind another. So it was that the bomb of Sarajevo killed its first victim in Essex. Captain Carmine had found the body. He had found the body in a cloudy moonlight. He had almost fallen over it, and his sensations and emotions had been eminently disagreeable. He had had to drag the body, it was very dreadfully mangled, off the permanent way. The damaged, almost severed head had twisted about very horribly in the uncertain light, and afterwards he had found his sleeves saturated with blood. He had not noted this at the time, and when he had discovered it, he had been sick. He had thought the whole thing more horrible and hateful than any nightmare, but he had succeeded in behaving with a sufficient practicality to set an example to his men. Since this had happened, he had not had an hour of dreamless sleep.
"One doesn't expect to be called upon like that," said Captain Carmine, "suddenly here in England, when one is smoking after supper."
Mr. Britling listened to this experience with distressed brows. All his talking and thinking became to him like the open page of a monthly magazine. Across it this bloody smear, this thing of red and black, was dragged. 5. The smear was still bright red in Mr. Britling's thoughts when Teddy came to him. "I must go," said Teddy. "I can't stop here any longer." "Go where?" "Into Khaki. I've been thinking of it ever since the war began. Do you remember what you said when we were bullying off at hockey on Bank Holiday, the day before war was declared?" Mr. Britling had forgotten completely. He made an effort. "What did I say?" "You said, 'What the devil are we doing at this hockey? We ought to be drilling or shooting against those confounded Germans.' I've never forgotten it. I ought to have done it before. I've been a scoutmaster. In a little while they will want officers. In London, I'm told, there are a lot of officers' training corps putting men through the work as quickly as possible. If I could go—" "What does Letty think?" said Mr. Britling after a pause. This was right, of course, the only right thing, and yet he was surprised. "She says if you'd let her try to do my work for a time—" "She wants you to go?" "Of course she does," said Teddy. "She wouldn't like me to be a shirker, but I can't unless you help." "I'm quite ready to do that," said Mr. Britling, "but somehow I didn't think it of you. I hadn't somehow thought of you." "What did you think of me?" asked Teddy. "It's bringing the war home to us. Of course you ought to go, if you want to go." He reflected. It was odd to find Teddy in this mood, strung up and serious and businesslike. He felt that in the past he had done Teddy injustice. This young man wasn't as trivial as he had thought him. They fell to discussing ways and means. There might have to be a loan for Teddy's outfit, if he did presently secure a commission. and there were one or two other little matters. Mr. Britling dismissed a ridiculous fancy that he was paying to send Teddy away to something that neither that young man nor Letty understood properly. The next day, Teddy vanished Londonward on his bicycle. He was going to lodge in London in order to be near his training. He was zealous. Never before had Teddy been zealous. Mrs. Teddy came to the Dower House for the correspondence, trying not to look self-conscious and important. 2 Mondays later, a very bright-eyed, excited little boy came running to Mr. Britling, who was smoking after lunch in the rose garden.
"Daddy!" squealed the little boy. "Teddy, in khaki!"
The other junior Britling danced in front of the hero, who was walking beside Mrs. Britling and trying not to be too aggressively a soldierly figure. He looked a very man in khaki, and more of a boy than ever. Mrs. Teddy came behind, quietly elated. Mr. Britling had a recurrence of that same disagreeable fancy that these young people didn't know exactly what they were going into. He wished he was in khaki himself. Then he fancied this compunction wouldn't trouble him quite so much. The afternoon with them deepened his conviction that they really didn't in the slightest degree understand. Life had been so good to them hitherto that even the idea of Teddy's going off to the war seemed a sort of fun to them. It was just a thing he was doing, a serious, seriously amusing, and very creditable thing. It involved his dressing up in these unusual clothes and receiving salutes in the street. They discussed every possible aspect of his military outlook, with the zest of children who recount the merits of a new game. They were putting Teddy through his stages at a tremendous pace. In quite a little time he thought he would be given the chance of a commission. "They want subalterns badly. Already they've taken nearly a third of our people," he said, and added with the wistfulness of one who glances at inaccessible delights, "1 or 2 may get out to the front quite soon." He spoke as a young actor might speak of a star part, and with a touch of the quality of one who longs to travel in strange lands. One must be patient. Things come at last. "If I'm killed, she gets £80 a year," Teddy explained, among many other particulars. He smiled, the smile of a confident immortal at this amusing idea. "He's my little annuity," said Letty, also smiling, "dead or alive." "We'll miss Teddy in all sorts of ways," said Mr. Britling. "It's only for the duration of the war," said Teddy, "and Letty's very intelligent. I've done my best to chasten the evil in her." "If you think you're going to get back your job after the war," said Letty, "you're very much mistaken. I'm going to raise the standard." "You?" said Teddy, regarding her coldly, and proceeding ostentatiously to talk of other things. 6. "Hugh's going to be in khaki too," the elder junior told Teddy. "He's too young to go out in Kitchener's army, but he's joined the Territorials. He went off on Thursday. I wish Gilbert and me was older." Mr. Britling had known his son's purpose since the evening of Teddy's announcement. Hugh had come to his father's study, as he was sitting musing at his writing desk over the important question whether he should continue his examination of war uninterruptedly, or whether he should not put that on one side for a time, and set himself to state as clearly as possible the not too generally recognized misfit between the will and strength of Britain on the one hand, and her administrative and military organization on the other. He felt that an enormous amount of human enthusiasm and energy was being refused and wasted. That if things went on as they were going, there would continue to be a quite disastrous shortage of gear, and that some broadening change was needed immediately if the swift exemplary victory over Germany that his soul demanded was to be ensured. Suppose he were to write some noisy articles at once. An article, for instance, to be called The War of the Mechanics, or The War of Gear, and another on Without Civil Strength There Is No Victory. If he wrote such things, would they be noted, or would they just vanish indistinguishably into the general mental tumult? Would they be audible and helpful shouts, or just waste of shouting? That, at least, was what he supposed himself to be thinking. It was, at any rate, the main current of his thinking. But all the same, just outside the circle of his attention, a number of other things were dimly apprehended, bobbing up and down in the flood, and ready at the slightest chance to swirl into the center of his thoughts. There was, for instance, Captain Carmine, in the moonlight, lugging up a railway embankment, something horrible, something loose and wet and warm that had very recently been a man. There was Teddy, serious and patriotic, filling a feudal penman with incredulous respect. There was the thin-faced man at the club, and a curious satisfaction he had betrayed in the public disarrangement. And there was Hugh. Particularly there was Hugh, silent but watchful. The boy never babbled. He had his mother's gift of deep, dark silences, out of which she was wont to flash, a black princess waving a sword. He wandered for a little while among memories. But Hugh didn't come out like that, though it always seemed possible he might. Perhaps he didn't come out because he was a son. Revelation to his father wasn't his business. What was he thinking of it all? What was he going to do? Mr. Britling was acutely anxious that his son should volunteer. He was almost certain that he would volunteer, but there was just a little shadow of doubt whether some extraordinary subtlety of mind mightn't have carried the boy into a pacifist attitude. No, that was impossible. In the face of Belgium. But as greatly, and far more deeply in the warm flesh of his being, did Mr. Britling desire that no harm, no evil should happen to Hugh. The door opened, and Hugh came in. Mr. Britling glanced over his shoulder with an affectation of indifference. "Hello," he said. "What do you want?" Hugh walked awkwardly to the hearthrug. "Oh," he said in an offhand tone, "I suppose I've got to go soldiering for a bit. I just thought I'd rather like to go off with a man I know tomorrow." Mr. Britling's manner remained casual. "It's the only thing to do now, I'm afraid," he said. He turned in his chair and regarded his son. "What do you mean to do? OTC?" "I don't think I should make much of an officer. I hate giving orders to other people. We thought we'd just go together into the Essex Regiment as privates." There was a little pause. Both father and son had rehearsed this scene in their minds several times, and now they found that they had no use for a number of sentences that had been most effective in these rehearsals. Mr. Britling scratched his cheek with the end of his pen. "I'm glad you want to go, Hugh," he said. "I don't want to go," said Hugh, with his hands deep in his pockets. "I want to go and work with Cardinal. But this job has to be done by everyone. Haven't you been saying as much all day? It's like turning out to chase a burglar or suppress a mad dog. It's like necessary sanitation." "You aren't attracted by soldiering?" "Not a bit. I won't pretend it, Daddy. I think the whole business is a bore. Germany seems to me now just like some heavy, horrible, dirty mass that has fallen across Belgium and France. We've got to shove the stuff back again, that's all." He volunteered some further remarks to his father's silence. "You know I can't get up a bit of tootle about this business," he said. "I think killing people or getting killed is a thoroughly nasty habit. I expect my share will be just drilling and fatigue duties and route marches and loafing here in England." "You can't possibly go out for 2 years," said Mr. Britling, as if he regretted it. A slight hesitation appeared in Hugh's eyes. "I suppose not," he said. "Things ought to be over by then, anyhow," Mr. Britling added, betraying his real feelings. "So it's really just helping at the furthest end of the shove," Hugh endorsed, but still with that touch of reservation in his manner. The pause had the effect of closing the theoretical side of the question. "Where do you propose to enlist?" said Mr. Britling, coming down to practical details. 7. The Battle of the Marne passed into the Battle of the Aisne, and then the long lines of the struggle streamed northwestward until the British were back in Belgium, failing to clutch Menin, and then defending Ypres. The elation of September followed the bedazzlement and dismay of August into the chapter of forgotten moods. And Mr. Britling's sense of the magnitude, the weight and duration of this war beyond all wars increased steadily. The feel of it was less and less a feeling of crisis, and more a feeling of new conditions. It wasn't as it had seemed at first, the end of one human phase and the beginning of another. It was in itself a phase. It was a new way of living. And still he could find no real point of contact for himself with it all, except the point of his pen. Only at his writing desk, and more particularly at night, were the great presences of the conflict his. Yet he was always desiring some more personal and physical participation. Hugh came along one day in October in an ill-fitting uniform, looking already coarser in fibre, and with a nose scorched red by the autumnal sun. He said the life was rough, but it made him feel extraordinarily well. Perhaps man was made to toil until he dropped asleep from exhaustion, to fast for 10 or 12 hours, and then eat like a wolf. He was acquiring a taste for Woodbine cigarettes, and a heady variety of mineral waters called Monsters. He feared promotion. He felt he could never take the high line with other human beings demanded of a corporal. He was still trying to read a little chemistry and crystallography, but it didn't go with the life. In the scanty leisure of a recruit in training, it was more agreeable to lie about and write doggerel verses and draw caricatures of the men in one's platoon. Invited to choose what he liked by his family, he demanded a large tuck-box such as he used to have at school, only much larger, and a big tin of insect powder. It must be able to kill ticks. When he had gone, the craving for a personal share in the nation's physical exertions became overpowering in Mr. Britling. He wanted, he felt, to get his skin into it. He had decided that the volunteer movement was a hopeless one. The War Office, after a stout resistance to any volunteer movement at all, decided to recognize it in such a manner as to make it ridiculous. The volunteers were to have no officers and no uniforms that could be remotely mistaken for those of the regulars, so that in the event of an invasion, the Germans would be able to tell what they had to deal with miles away. Wilkins found his conception of a whole nation, all enrolled, all listed and badged according to capacity, his dream of everyone falling into place in one great voluntary national effort, treated as the childish dreaming of that most ignorant of all human types, a novelist. Punch was delicately funny about him. He was represented as wearing a preposterous cocked hat of his own designing cocked hats for everyone. Wilkins was told to shut up in a multitude of anonymous letters, and publicly and privately to leave things to Kitchener. To bellow in loud clear tones, leave things to Kitchener, and to depart for the theatre or the river or an automobile tour, was felt very generally at that time to be the proper conduct for a patriot. There was a very general persuasion that to become a volunteer when one ought to be just modestly doing nothing at all was in some obscure way a form of disloyalty. So Mr. Britling was out of conceit with volunteering, and instead he went and was duly sworn and entrusted with the badge of a special constable. The duties of a special constable were chiefly not to understand what was going on in the military sphere, and to do what he was told in the way of watching and warding conceivably vulnerable points. He had also to be available in the event of civil disorder. Mr. Britling was provided with a truncheon, and sent out to guard various culverts, bridges, and fords in the hilly country to the northwestward of Matching Zizi. It was never very clear to him what he would do if he found a motor car full of armed enemies engaged in undermining a culvert or treacherously deepening some strategic ford. He supposed he would either engage them in conversation or hit them with his truncheon, or perhaps do both things simultaneously. But as he really did not believe for a moment that any human being was likely to tamper with the telegraphs, telephones, ways, and appliances committed to his care, his uncertainty did not trouble him very much. He prowled the lonely lanes and paths in the darkness, and became better acquainted with a multitude of intriguing little cries and noises that came from the hedges and coverts at night. One night he rescued a young leveret from a stoat, who seemed more than half inclined to give him battle for its prey, until he cowed and defeated it with the glare of his electric torch. As he prowled the countryside under the great hemisphere of Essex sky, or leant against fences, or sat drowsily upon gates, or sheltered from wind and rain under ricks or sheds, he had much time for meditation, and his thoughts went down and down below his first surface impressions of the war. He thought no longer of the rights and wrongs of this particular conflict, but of the underlying forces in mankind that made war possible. He planned no more ingenious treaties and conventions between the nations, and instead he faced the deeper riddles of essential evil and of conceivable changes in the heart of man. And the rain assailed him, and thorns tore him, and the soaked soft meadows bogged and betrayed his wandering feet, and the little underworld of the hedges and ditches hissed and squealed in the darkness, and pursued and fled, and devoured or were slain. And one night in April he was perplexed by a commotion among the pheasants, and a barking of distant dogs, and then to his great astonishment he heard noises like a distant firework display, and saw something like a phantom yellowish fountain pen in the sky, far away to the east, lit intermittently by a quivering searchlight, and going very swiftly. And after he had rubbed his eyes and looked again, he realized that he was looking at a Zeppelin flying Londonward over Essex. And all that night was wonder. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7. Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 8. While Mr. Britling was trying to find his duty in the routine of a special constable, Mrs. Britling set to work with great energy to attend various classes and qualify herself for Red Cross work. And early in October came the great drive of the Germans toward Antwerp and the sea, the great drive that was apparently designed to reach Calais, and which swept before it multitudes of Flemish refugees. There was an exodus of all classes from Antwerp into Holland and England, and then a huge process of depopulation in Flanders and the Pas de Calais. This flood came to the eastern and southern parts of England, and particularly to London, and there hastily improvised organizations distributed it to a number of local committees, each of which took a share of the refugees, hired and furnished unoccupied houses for the use of the penniless, and assisted those who had means into comfortable quarters. The Matching's Easy Committee found itself with accommodation for 60 people, and with a miscellaneous bag of 30 individuals entrusted to its care, who had been part of the load of a little pirate steamboat from Ostend. There were 2 Flemish peasant families, and the rest were more or less middle-class refugees from Antwerp. They were brought from the station to the tithe barn at Clavering's, and there distributed, under the personal supervision of Lady Homerton and her agent, among those who were prepared for their entertainment. There was something like competition among the would-be hosts. Everybody was glad of the chance of doing something, and anxious to show these Belgians what England thought of their plucky little country. Mr. Britling was proud to lead off a Mr. Vonderpont, a neat little bearded man in a black tailcoat, a black bowler hat, and a knitted muffler, with a large rucksack and a conspicuously foreign-looking bicycle, to the hospitalities of Dower House. Mr. Vonderpont had escaped from Antwerp at the 11th hour. He had caught a severe cold, and, it would seem, lost his wife and family in the process. He had much to tell Mr. Britling, and in his zeal to tell it, he did not at once discover that, though Mr. Britling knew French quite well, he did not know it very rapidly. The dinner that night at the Dower House marked a distinct fresh step in the approach of the Great War to the old habits and securities of Matching's Easy. The war had indeed filled everyone's mind to the exclusion of all other topics since its very beginning. It had carried off Herr Heinrich to Germany, Teddy to London, and Hugh to Colchester. It had put a special brassard round Mr. Britling's arm, and carried him out into the night, given Mrs. Britling several certificates, and interrupted the frequent visits and gossip of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. But so far it had not established a direct contact between the life of Matching's Easy and the grim business of shot, shell, and bayonet at the front. But now here was the Dower House accomplishing wonderful idioms in Anglo-French, and an animated guest telling them, sometimes one understood clearly, and sometimes the meaning was clouded, of men blown to pieces under his eyes, of fragments of human beings lying about in the streets. There was trouble over the expression omoplate d'une femme, until one of the youngsters got the dictionary and found out it was the shoulder-blade of a woman. Of pools of blood everywhere, and of flight in the darkness. Mr. Vonderpont had been in charge of the dynamos at the Antwerp power station. He had been keeping the electrified wires in the entanglements alive, and he had stuck to his post until the German high explosives had shattered his wires and rendered his dynamos useless. He gave vivid little pictures of the noises of the bombardment, of the dead lying casually in the open spaces, of the failure of the German guns to hit the bridge of boats across which the bulk of the defenders and refugees escaped. He produced a little tourist's map of the city of Antwerp, and dotted at it with a pencil case. The what do you call? Shells fell so, and so, and so. Across here he had fled on his bicana, and along here and here. He had carried off his rifle, and hid it with the rifles of various other Belgians, between floor and ceiling of a house in Zeebrugge. He had found the pirate steamer in the harbour, its captain resolved to extract the uttermost fare out of every refugee he took to London. When they were all aboard and started, they found there was no food except the hard ration biscuits of some Belgian soldiers. They had portioned this out like shipwrecked people on a raft. The mare had been calme, thank heaven. All night they had been pumping. He had helped with the pumps. But Mr. Vonderpont hoped still to get a reckoning with the captain of that ship. Mr. Vonderpont had had shots at various Zeppelins. When the Zeppelins came to Antwerp, everybody turned out on the roofs and shot at them. He was contemptuous of Zeppelins. he made derisive gestures to express his opinion of them. They could do nothing unless they came low, and if they came low you could hit them. One which ventured down had been riddled. It had had to drop all its bombs. Luckily they fell in an open field, in order to make its lame escape. It was all nonsense to say, as the English papers did, that they took part in the final bombardment. Not a Zeppelin. So he talked, and the Britling family listened, and understood as much as they could, and replied and questioned in Anglo-French. Here was a man who but a few days ago had been steering his bicycle in the streets of Antwerp to avoid shell craters, pools of blood, and the torn-off arms and shoulder-blades of women. He had seen houses flaring, set afire by incendiary bombs, and once at a corner he had been knocked off his bicycle by the poof of a bursting shell. Not only were these things in the same world with us, they were sitting at our table. He told one grim story of an invalid woman unable to move, lying in bed in her appartement, and of how her husband went out on the balcony to look at the Zeppelin. There was a great noise of shooting. Ever and again he would put his head back into the room and tell her things, and then after a time he was silent and looked in no more. She called to him and called again. Becoming frightened, she raised herself by a great effort and peered through the glass. At first she was too puzzled to understand what had happened. He was hanging over the front of the balcony, with his head twisted oddly. Twisted and shattered. He had been killed by shrapnel, fired from the outer fortifications. These are the things that happen in histories and stories. They do not happen at Matching Zizi. Mr. Vonderpont did not seem to be angry with the Germans, but he manifestly regarded them as people to be killed. He denounced nothing that they had done. He related. They were just an evil accident that had happened to Belgium and mankind. They had to be destroyed. He gave Mr. Britling an extraordinary persuasion that knives were being sharpened in every cellar in Brussels and Antwerp against the day of inevitable retreat, of a resolution to exterminate the invader that was far too deep to be vindictive. And the man was most amazingly unconquered. Mr. Britling perceived the label on his habitual dinner wine with a slight embarrassment. "Do you care," he asked, "to drink a German wine? This is Brunkasteller from the Moselle." Mr. Vonderpont reflected. "But it is a good wine," he said. "After the peace it will be Belgian. Yes, if we are to be safe in the future from such a war as this, we must have our boundaries right up to the Rhine." So he sat and talked, flushed and, as it were, elated by the vividness of all that he had undergone. He had no trace of tragic quality, no hint of subjugation. But for his costume and his trimmed beard and his language, he might have been a Dubliner or a Cockney. He was astonishingly cut off from all his belongings. His house in Antwerp was abandoned to the invader, valuables and cherished objects very skilfully buried in the garden. He had no change of clothing except what the rucksack held. His only footwear were the boots he came in. He could not get on any of the slippers in the house, they were all too small for him, until suddenly Mrs. Britling bethought herself of Herr Heinrich's pair, still left unpacked upstairs. She produced them, and they fitted exactly. It seemed only poetical justice, a foretaste of national compensations, to annex them to Belgium forthwith. Also, it became manifest that Mr. Vonderpont was cut off from all his family, and suddenly he became briskly critical of the English way of doing things. His wife and child had preceded him to England, crossing by Ostend and Folkestone a fortnight ago. Her parents had come in August. Both groups had been seized upon by improvised British organizations and very thoroughly and completely lost. He had written to the Belgian embassy, and they had referred him to a committee in London, and the committee had begun its services by discovering a Madame Vonderpont hitherto unknown to him at Camberwell, and displaying a certain suspicion and hostility when he said she would not do. There had been some futile telegrams. "What," asked Mr. Vonderpont, "ought one to do?" Mr. Britling temporized by saying he would make inquiries, and put Mr. Vonderpont off for 2 days. Then he decided to go up to London with him and make inquiries on the spot. Mr. Vonderpont did not discover his family, but Mr. Britling discovered the profound truth of a comment of Herr Heinrich's, which he had hitherto considered utterly trivial, but which had nevertheless stuck in his memory. "The English," Herr Heinrich had said, "do not understand indexing. It is the root of all good organization." Finally, Mr. Vonderpont adopted the irregular course of asking every Belgian he met if they had seen anyone from his district in Antwerp, if they had heard of the name of Vonderpont, if they had encountered so-and-so or so-and-so. And by obstinacy and good fortune he really got on to the track of Madame Vonderpont. She had been carried off into Kent, and a day later the Dower House was the scene of a happy reunion. Madame was a slender lady, dressed well and plainly, with a Belgian common sense and a Catholic reserve, and André was like a child of wax, delicate and charming and unsubstantial. It seemed incredible that he could ever grow into anything so buoyant and incessant as his father. The Britling boys had to be warned not to damage him. A sitting-room was handed over to the Belgians for their private use, and for a time the two families settled into the Dower House side by side. Anglo-French became the table language of the household. It hampered Mr. Britling very considerably, and both families set themselves to much unrecorded observation, much unspoken mutual criticism, and the exercise of great patience. It was tiresome for the English to be tied to a language that crippled all spontaneous talk. These linguistic gymnastics were fun to begin with, but soon they became very troublesome. And the Belgians suspected sensibilities in their hosts, and a vast unwritten code of etiquette that did not exist. At first they were always waiting, as it were, to be invited or told or included. They seemed always deferentially backing out from intrusions. Moreover, they would not at first reveal what food they liked, or what they didn't like, or whether they wanted more or less. But these difficulties were soon smoothed away. They anglicized quickly and cleverly. André grew bold and cheerful, and lost his first distrust of his rather older English playmates. Every day at lunch he produced a new, carefully prepared piece of English, though for some time he retained a marked preference for "Good morning, sir," and "Thank you very much," over all other locutions, and fell back upon them on all possible and many impossible occasions. And he could do some sleight of hand tricks with remarkable skill and humour, and fold paper with quite astonishing results. Meanwhile, Mr. Vonderpont sought temporary employment in England, went for long rides upon his bicycle, exchanged views with Mr. Britling upon a variety of subjects, and became a wonderful player of hockey. He played hockey with an extraordinary zest and nimbleness. Always he played in the tailcoat, and the knitted muffler was never relinquished. He treated the game entirely as an occasion for quick tricks and personal agility. He bounded about the field like a kitten, he pirouetted suddenly, he leapt into the air and came down in new directions. His fresh-colored face was alive with delight. The coat-tails and the muffler trailed and swished about breathlessly behind his agility. He never passed to other players. He never realized his appointed place in the game. He sought simply to make himself a leaping screen about the ball as he drove it towards the goal. But André he would not permit to play at all, and Madame played like a lady, like a Madonna, like a saint carrying the instrument of her martyrdom. The game and its enthusiasms flowed round her and receded from her. She remained quite valiant, but tolerant, restrained, doing her best to do the extraordinary things required of her, but essentially a being of passive dignities, living chiefly for them. Letty, careering by her, keen and swift, was like a creature of a different species. Mr. Britling celebrated abundantly about these contrasts. "What has been blown in among us by these German shells," he said, "is essentially a Catholic family, blown clean out of its setting, we who are really Neo-Europeans. At first you imagine there is nothing separating us but language. Presently you find that language is the least of our separations. These people are people living upon fundamentally different ideas from ours, ideas far more definite and complete than ours. You imagine that home in Antwerp as something much more rounded off, much more closed in, a cell, a real social unit, a different thing altogether from this place of meeting. Our boys play cheerfully with all comers. Little André hasn't learnt to play with any outside children at all. We must seem incredibly open to these Vonderponts. A house without sides. Last Sunday I could not find out the names of the two girls who came on bicycles and played so well. They came with Kitty Westrop, and Vonderpont wanted to know how they were related to us, or how was it they came. Look at Madame. She's built on a fundamentally different plan from any of our womenkind here. Tennis, the bicycle, co-education, the two-step, the higher education of women. Say these things over to yourself, and think of her. It's like talking of a nun in riding breeches. She's a specialized woman, specializing in womanhood. Her sphere is the home. Soft, trailing, draping skirts, slow movements, a veiled face. For no oriental veil could be more effectual than her beautiful Catholic quiet. Catholicism invented the invisible purdah. She is far more akin to that sweet little Indian lady with the wonderful robes whom Carmine brought over with her tall husband last summer than she is to Letty or Cissy. She, too, undertook to play hockey, and played it very much as Madame Vonderpont played it. "The more I see of our hockey," said Mr. Britling, "the more wonderful it seems to me as a touchstone of character and culture and breeding." Mr. Manning, to whom he was delivering this discourse, switched him on to a new track by asking what he meant by Neo-European. "It's a bad phrase," said Mr. Britling. "I'll withdraw it. Let me try and state exactly what I have in mind. I mean something that is coming up in America and here and the Scandinavian countries and Russia, a new culture, an escape from the Levantine religion and the Catholic culture that came to us from the Mediterranean. Let me drop Neo-European. Let me say Northern. We are Northerners. The key, the heart, the nucleus and essence of every culture is its conception of the relations of men and women. And this new culture tends to diminish the specialization of women as women, to let them out from the cell of the home into common citizenship with men. It's a new culture, still in process of development, which will make men more social and cooperative, and women bolder, swifter, more responsible and less cloistered. It minimizes instead of exaggerating the importance of sex." "And," said Mr. Britling, in very much the tones in which a preacher might say, "sixthly, it is just all this northern tendency that this world struggle is going to release. This war is pounding through Europe, smashing up homes, dispersing and mixing homes, setting Madame Vonderpont playing hockey, and André climbing trees with my young ruffians. It is killing young men by the millions, altering the proportions of the sexes for a generation, bringing women into business and office and industry, destroying the accumulated wealth, that kept so many of them in refined idleness, flooding the world with strange doubts and novel ideas.
End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 9 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 9. But the conflict of manners and customs that followed the invasion of the English villages by French and Belgian refugees did not always present the immigrants as Catholics and the hosts as Neo-European. In the case of Mr. Dimple, it was the other way round. He met Mr. Britling in Clavering's Park and told him his troubles. "Of course," he said, "we have to do our utmost for brave little Belgium. I would be the last to complain of any little inconvenience one may experience in doing that. Still, I must confess, I think you and dear Mrs. Britling are fortunate, exceptionally fortunate, in the Belgians you have got. My guests, it's unfortunate. The man is some sort of journalist, and quite, much too much, an atheist. An open, positive one. Not simply honest doubt. I'm quite prepared for honest doubt nowadays. You and I have no quarrel over that. But he is aggressive. He makes remarks about miracles, quite derogatory remarks, and not always in French. Sometimes he almost speaks English, and in front of my sister. And he goes out, he says, looking for a café. He never finds a café, but he certainly finds every public house within a radius of miles. And he comes back smelling dreadfully of beer. When I drop a little hint, he blames the beer. He says it is not good beer. Our good Essex beer. He doesn't understand any of our simple ways. He's sophisticated. The girls about here wear Belgian flags, and air their little bits of French. And he takes it as an encouragement. Only yesterday there was a scene. It seems he tried to kiss the Hickson girl at the inn, Maudie. And his wife, a great big slow woman. In every way she is ample. It's dreadful even to seem to criticize, but I do so wish she would not see fit to sit down and nourish her baby in my poor old bachelor drawing-room, often at the most unseasonable times, and so lavishly." Mr. Britling attempted consolations. "But anyhow," said Mr. Dimple, "I'm better off than poor dear Mrs. Bin. She secured 2 milliners. She insisted upon them. And their clothes were certainly beautifully made. Even my poor old unworldly eye could tell that. And she thought 2 milliners would be so useful with a large family like hers. They certainly said they were milliners. But it seems, I don't know what we shall do about them. My dear Mr. Britling, those young women are anything but milliners, anything but milliners." A faint gleam of amusement was only too perceptible through the good man's horror. "Sirens, my dear Mr. Britling, sirens, by profession." 10. October passed into November, and day by day Mr. Britling was forced to apprehend new aspects of the war, to think and rethink the war, to have his first conclusions checked and tested, twisted askew, replaced. His thoughts went far and wide and deeper, until all his earlier writing seemed painfully shallow to him, seemed a mere automatic response of obvious comments to the stimulus of the war's surprise. As his ideas became subtler and profounder, they became more difficult to express. He talked less. He became abstracted and irritable at table. To 2 people in particular, Mr. Britling found his real ideas inexpressible. To Mr. Durrock and to Mr. Vonderpond. Each of these gentlemen brought with him,
the implication or the intimation of a critical attitude towards England. It was all very well for Mr. Britling himself to be critical of England. That is an Englishman's privilege. To hear Mr. Vonderpont questioning British efficiency, or to suspect Mr. Durrock of high, thin American superiorities to war, was almost worse than to hear Mrs. Harrowdean saying hostile things about Edith. It roused an even acuter protective emotion. In the case of Mr. Vonderpont, matters were complicated by the difficulty of the language, which made anything but the crudest statements subject to incalculable misconception. Mr. Vonderpont had not the extreme tactfulness of his so typically Catholic wife. He made it only too plain that he thought the British postal and telegraph service slow and slack, and the management of the Great Eastern branch lines wasteful and inefficient. He said the workmen in the fields, and the workmen he saw upon some cottages near the junction, worked slowlier and with less interest than he had ever seen any workman display in all his life before. He marvelled that Mr. Britling lit his house with acetylene and not electric light. He thought fresh eggs were insanely dear, and his opinion of Matching's easy pig-keeping was uncomplimentary. The roads, he said, were not a means of getting from place to place. They were a dédale. He drew derisive maps with his finger on the tablecloth of the lane system about the Dower House. He was astonished that there was no café in Matching's Easy. He declared that the public house, to which he went with considerable expectation, was no public house at all. It was just a sly place for drinking beer. All these were things Mr. Britling might have remarked himself. From a Belgian refugee, he found them intolerable. He set himself to explain to Mr. Vonderpont, firstly, that these things did not matter in the slightest degree. The national attention, the national interest, ran in other directions. And secondly, that they were, as a matter of fact and on the whole, merits slightly disguised. He produced a pleasant theory that England is really not the Englishman's field. It is his breeding place, his resting place, a place not for efficiency but good humour. If Mr. Vonderpont were to make inquiries, he would find there was scarcely a home in Matching's Easy that had not sent some energetic representative out of England to become one of the English of the world. England was the last place in which English energy was spent. These hedges, these dilatory roads, were full of associations. There was a road that turned aside near Market Saffron to avoid Turk's Wood. It had been called Turk's Wood first in the 14th century, after a man of that name. He quoted Chesterton's happy verses to justify these winding lanes. The road turned first towards the left, where Perkins' quarry made the cleft. The path turned next towards the right, because the mastiff used to bite. And again. And I should say they wound about to find the town of Roundabout, the merry town of Roundabout that makes the world go round. If our easy-going ways hampered a hard efficiency, they did at least develop humour and humanity. Our diplomacy, at any rate, had not failed us. He did not believe a word of this stuff. His deep irrational love for England made him say these things. For years he had been getting himself into hot water because he had been writing and hinting just such criticisms as Mr. Vonderpont expressed so bluntly. But he wasn't going to accept foreign help in dissecting his mother. And another curious effect that Mr. Vonderpont had upon Mr. Britling was to produce an obstinate confidence about the war and the nearness of the German collapse. He would promise Mr. Vonderpont that he should be back in Antwerp before May, that the Germans would be over the Rhine by July. He knew perfectly well that his ignorance of all the military conditions was unqualified, but still he could not restrain himself from this kind of thing so soon as he began to speak entente cordiale, Anglo-French, that is to say. Something in his relationship to Mr. Vonderpont obliged him to be acutely and absurdly the protecting British. At times he felt like a conscious bankrupt talking off the hour of disclosure. But indeed, all that Mr. Britling was trying to say against the difficulties of a strange language and an alien temperament was that the honour of England would never be cleared until Belgium was restored and avenged. While Mr. Britling was patrolling unimportant roads and entertaining Mr. Vonderpont with discourses upon the nearness of victory and the subtle estimableness of all that was indolent, wasteful, and evasive in English life, the war was passing from its first swift phases into a slower, grimmer struggle. The German retreat ended at the Aisne, and the long outflanking manoeuvres of both hosts towards the Channel began. The English attempts to assist Belgium in October came too late for the preservation of Antwerp, and after a long and complicated struggle in Flanders, the British failed to outflank the German right, lost Ghent, Menin, and the Belgian coast, but held Ypres and beat back every attempt of the enemy to reach Dunkirk and Calais. Meanwhile, the smaller German colonies and islands were falling to the navy. The Australian battleship Sydney smashed the Emden at Coco Island, and the British naval disaster of Coronel was wiped out by the Battle of the Falklands. The Russians were victorious upon their left and took Lemberg, and after some vicissitudes of fortune, advanced to Przemyśl, occupying the larger part of Galicia. But the disaster of Tannenberg had broken their progress in East Prussia, and the Germans were pressing towards Warsaw. Turkey had joined the war and suffered enormous losses in the Caucasus. The Dardanelles had been shelled for the first time, and the British were at Basra on the Euphrates. 11. The Christmas of 1914 found England, whose landscape had hitherto been almost as peaceful and soldierless as Massachusetts, already far gone along the path of transformation into a country full of soldiers and munition makers and military supplies. The soldiers came first, on the well-known and greatly admired British principle of first catch your hare and then build your kitchen. Always before, Christmas had been a time of much gaiety and dressing up and prancing and two-stepping at the Dower House. But this year everything was too uncertain to allow of any gathering of guests. Hugh got leave for the day after Christmas, but Teddy was tied, and Sissy and Letty went off with the small boy to take lodgings near him. The Vonderponts had hoped to see an English Christmas at Matching's Easy, but within 3 weeks of Christmas Day Mr. Vonderpont found a job that he could do in Nottingham, and carried off his family. The two small boys cheered their hearts with paper decorations, but the Christmas tree was condemned as too German, and it was discovered that Santa Claus had suddenly become Old Father Christmas again. The small boys discovered that the price of lead soldiers had risen, and were unable to buy electric torches on which they had set their hearts. There was to have been a Christmas party at Clavering's, but at the last moment Lady Homerton had to hurry off to an orphan nephew who had been seriously wounded near Ypres, and the light of Clavering's was darkened. Soon after Christmas there were rumours of an impending descent of the headquarters staff of the South-Eastern Army upon Clavering's. Then Mr. Britling found Lady Homerton back from France, and very indignant, because after all the headquarters were to go to Lady Wensleydale at Ladyholt. It was, she felt, a reflection upon Clavering's. Lady Homerton became still more indignant when presently the new armies, which were gathering now all over England like floods in a low-lying meadow, came pouring into the parishes about Clavering's to the extent of a battalion and a territorial battery. Mr. Britling heard of their advent only a day or two before they arrived. There came a bright young officer with an orderly, billeting. He was much exercised to get, as he expressed it several times, a quart into a pint bottle. He was greatly pleased with the barn. He asked the size of it and did calculations. He could stick 25 men into it easy. It would go far to solve his problems. He could manage without coming into the house at all. It was a ripping place. No end. "But beds," said Mr. Britling. "Lord, they don't want beds," said the young officer. The whole Britling family, who were lamenting the loss of their Belgians, welcomed the coming of the 25 with great enthusiasm. It made them feel that they were doing something useful once more. For 3 days Mrs. Britling had to feed her new lodgers. The kitchen motors had as usual gone astray, and she did so in a style that made their boastings about their billet almost insufferable to the rest of their battery. The billeting allowance at that time was 9 pence a head, and Mr. Britling, ashamed of making a profit out of his country, supplied not only generous firing and lighting, but unlimited cigarettes, cards and games, illustrated newspapers, a cocoa supper with such little surprises as sprats and jam roly-poly, and a number of more incidental comforts. The men arrived fasting under the command of 2 very sage middle-aged corporals, and responded to Mrs. Britling's hospitalities by a number of good resolutions, many of which they kept. They never made noises after 10:30, or at least only now and then when a sing-song broke out with unusual violence. They got up and went out at 5 or 6 in the morning without a sound. They were almost inconveniently helpful, with washing up and tidying round. In quite a little time Mrs. Britling's mind had adapted itself to the spectacle of half a dozen young men in khaki breeches and shirts performing their toilets in and about her scullery, or improvising an unsanctioned game of football between the hockey goals. These men were not the miscellaneous men of the new armies. They were the earlier territorial type, with no heroics about them. They came from the Midlands, and their 2 middle-aged corporals kept them well in hand and ruled them like a band of brothers. But they had an illegal side that developed in directions that set Mr. Britling theorizing. They seemed, for example, to poach by nature, as children play and sing. They possessed a promiscuous white dog. They began to add rabbits to their supper menu, unaccountable rabbits. One night there was a mighty smell of frying fish from the kitchen, and the cook reported trout. "Trout?" said Mr. Britling to one of the corporals. "Now where did you chaps get trout?" The fisherman, they said, had got them with a hair noose. They produced the fisherman, of whom they were manifestly proud. It was, he explained, a method of fishing he had learnt when in New York Harbor. He had been a stoker. He displayed a confidence in Mr. Britling that made that gentleman an accessory after his offence, his very serious offence against pre-war laws and customs. It was plain that the trout were the trout that Mr. Pumshock, the stockbroker and amateur gentleman, had preserved so carefully in the easy. Hitherto the countryside had been forced to regard Mr. Pumshock's trout with an almost superstitious respect. A year ago young Snooker had done a month for one of those very trout. But now things were different. "But I don't really fancy freshwater fish," said the fisherman. "It's just the catching of 'em I like." And a few weeks later the trumpeter, an angel-faced freckled child with deep blue eyes, brought in a dozen partridge eggs, which he wanted Mary to cook for him. The domesticity of the sacred birds, it was clear, was no longer safe in England. Then again the big guns would go swinging down the road and into Clavering's Park, and perform various exercises with commendable smartness, and a profound disregard for Lady Homerton's known objection to any departure from the public footpath. And one afternoon, as Mr. Britling took his constitutional walk, a reverie was set going in his mind by the sight of a neglected-looking pheasant with a white collar. The world of Matching Zizi was getting full now of such elderly birds. Would that go on again after the war? He imagined his son Hugh as a grandfather, telling the little ones about parks and preserves and game laws and footmen and butlers and the marvellous game of golf, and how suddenly Mars came tramping through the land in khaki, and all these things faded and vanished, so that presently it was discovered they were gone. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd, Malignity. 1. And while the countryside of England changed steadily from its lax pacific amenity to the likeness of a rather slovenly armed camp, while long fixed boundaries shifted and dissolved, and a great irreparable wasting of the world's resources gathered way, Mr. Britling did his duty as a special constable, gave his eldest son to the Territorials, entertained Belgians, petted his soldiers in the barn, helped Teddy to his commission, contributed to war charities, sold out securities at a loss, and subscribed to the war loan, and thought endlessly about the war. He could think continuously, day by day, of nothing else. His mind was as caught as a galley slave, as unable to escape from tugging at this oar. All his universe was a magnetic field which oriented everything, whether he would have it so or not, to this one polar question. His thoughts grew firmer and clearer. They went deeper and wider. His first superficial judgments were endorsed and deepened or replaced by others. He thought along the lonely lanes at night. He thought at his desk. He thought in bed. He thought in his bath. He tried over his thoughts in essays and leading articles, and reviewed them and corrected them. Now and then came relaxation and lassitude, but never release. The war towered over him like a vigilant teacher, day after day, week after week, regardless of fatigue and impatience, holding a rod in its hand. 2. Certain things had to be forced upon Mr. Britling, because they jarred so greatly with his habits of mind that he would never have accepted them if he could have avoided doing so. Notably, he would not recognize at first the extreme bitterness of this war. He would not believe that the attack upon Britain and Western Europe generally expressed the concentrated emotion of a whole nation. He thought that the Allies were in conflict with a system, and not with a national will. He fought against the persuasion that the whole mass of a great civilized nation could be inspired by a genuine and sustained hatred. Hostility was an uncongenial thing to him. He would not recognize that the greater proportion of human beings are more readily hostile than friendly. He did his best to believe. In his "and now war ends," he did his best to make other people believe that this war was the perverse exploit of a small group of people, of limited but powerful influences, an outrage upon the general geniality of mankind. The cruelty, mischief, and futility of war were so obvious to him that he was almost apologetic in asserting them. He believed that war had but to begin and demonstrate its quality among the Western nations in order to unify them all against its repetition. They would exclaim, "But we can't do things like this to one another." He saw the aggressive imperialism of Germany called to account even by its own people. A struggle, a collapse, a liberal-minded conference of world powers, and a universal resumption of amiability upon a more assured basis of security. He believed, and many people in England believed with him, that a great section of the Germans would welcome triumphant allies as their liberators from intolerable political obsessions. The English, because of their insularity, had been political amateurs for endless generations. It was their supreme vice, it was their supreme virtue, to be easy-going. They had lived in an atmosphere of comedy, and denied in the whole tenor of their lives that life is tragic. Not even the Americans had been more isolated. The Americans had had their Indians, their Negroes, their War of Secession. Until the Great War, the Channel was as broad as the Atlantic for holding off every vital challenge. Even Ireland was away, a 4-hour crossing. And so the English had developed to the fullest extent the virtues and vices of safety and comfort. They had a hatred of science and dramatic behavior. They could see no reason for exactness or intensity. They disliked proceeding to extremes. Ultimately, everything would turn out all right. But they knew what it is to be carried into conflicts by energetic minorities and the trick of circumstances, and they were ready to understand the case of any other country which has suffered that fate. All their habits inclined them to fight good-temperedly and comfortably, to quarrel with a government and not with a people. It took Mr. Britling at least a couple of months of warfare to understand that the Germans were fighting in an altogether different spirit. The first intimations of this that struck upon his mind were the news of the behavior of the Kaiser and the Berlin crowd upon the declaration of war, and the violent treatment of the British subjects seeking to return to their homes. Everywhere such people had been insulted and ill-treated. It was the spontaneous expression of a long-gathered bitterness. While the British ambassador was being howled out of Berlin, the German ambassador to England was taking a farewell stroll quite unmolested in St. James's Park. One item that struck particularly upon Mr. Britling's imagination was the story of the chorus of young women who assembled on the railway platform of the station through which the British ambassador was passing, to sing, to his drawn blinds, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. Mr. Britling could imagine those young people, probably dressed more or less uniformly in white, with flushed faces and shining eyes, letting their voices go full-throated in the modern German way. And then came stories of atrocities, stories of the shooting of old men and the butchery of children by the wayside, stories of wounded men bayoneted or burnt alive, of massacres of harmless citizens, of looting and filthy outrages. Mr. Britling did his utmost not to believe these things. They contradicted his habitual world. They produced horrible strains in his mind. They might, he hoped, be misreported so as to seem more violent or less justifiable than they were. They might be the acts of stray criminals and quite disconnected from the normal operations of the war. Here and there some weak-minded officer may have sought to make himself terrible. And as for the bombardment of cathedrals and the crime of Louvain, well, Mr. Britling was prepared to argue that Gothic architecture is not sacrosanct if military necessity cuts through it. It was only after the war had been going on some months that Mr. Britling's fluttering, unwilling mind was pinned down by official reports and a cloud of witnesses to a definite belief in the grim reality of systematic rape and murder, destruction, dirtiness, and abominable compulsions that blackened the first rush of the Prussians into Belgium and Champagne. They came, hating and threatening the lands they outraged. They sought occasion to do frightful deeds. When they could not be frightful in the houses they occupied, then to the best of their ability they were destructive and filthy. The facts took Mr. Britling by the throat. The first thing that really pierced Mr. Britling, with the conviction that there was something essentially different in the English and the German attitude towards the war, was the sight of a bale of German comic papers in the study of a friend in London. They were filled with caricatures of the Allies, and more particularly of the English, and they displayed a force and quality of passion, an incredible force and quality of passion. Their amazing hate and their amazing filthiness alike overwhelmed Mr. Britling. There was no appearance of national pride or national dignity, but a bellowing patriotism, and a limitless desire to hurt and humiliate. They spat. They were red in the face, and they spat. He sat with these violent sheets in his hands, ashamed. "But I say," he said feebly, "it's the sort of thing that might come out of a lunatic asylum." One incredible craving was manifest in every one of them. The German caricaturist seemed unable to represent his enemies except in extremely tight trousers, or in none. He was equally unable to represent them without thrusting a sword or bayonet, spluttering blood, into the more indelicate parts of their persons. This was the leitmotif of the war as the German humorists presented it. "But," said Mr. Britling, "these things can't represent anything like the general state of mind in Germany." "They do," said his friend. "But it's blind fury, at the dirt-throwing stage." "The whole of Germany is in that blind fury," said his friend. "While we are going about astonished and rather incredulous about this war, and still rather inclined to laugh, that's the state of mind of Germany. There's a sort of deliberation in it. They think it gives them strength. They want to foam at the mouth. They do their utmost to foam more. They write themselves up. Have you heard of the Hymn of Hate?" Mr. Britling had not. "There was a translation of it in last week's Spectator. This is the sort of thing we are trying to fight in good temper and without extravagance. Listen, Britling. You will we hate with a lasting hate. We will never forego our hate. Hate by water and hate by land. Hate of the head and hate of the hand. Hate of the hammer and hate of the crown. Hate of 70 millions choking down. We love as one, we hate as one. We have one foe and one alone, England." He read on to the end. "Well," he said when he had finished reading, "what do you think of it?" "I want to feel his bumps," said Mr. Britling after a pause. "It's incomprehensible." "They're singing that up and down Germany. Lissauer, I hear, has been decorated." "It's stark malignity," said Mr. Britling. "What have we done?" "It's colossal. What is to happen to the world if these people prevail?" "I can't believe it, even with this evidence before me. No, I want to feel their bumps." 3. "You see," said Mr. Britling, trying to get it into focus, "I have known quite decent Germans. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. I wonder what makes them hate us. There seems to me no reason in it." "I think it is just thoroughness," said his friend. "They are at war. To be at war is to hate." "That isn't at all my idea." "We're not a thorough people. When we think of anything, we also think of its opposite. When we adopt an opinion, we also take in a provisional idea that it is probably nearly as wrong as it is right. We are atmospheric. They are concrete. All this filthy, vile, unjust, and cruel stuff is honest, genuine war. We pretend war does not hurt. They know better.
The Germans are a simple, honest people. It is their virtue. Possibly it is their only virtue. 4. Mr. Britling was only one of a multitude who wanted to feel the bumps of Germany at that time. The effort to understand a people who had suddenly become incredible was indeed one of the most remarkable facts in English intellectual life during the opening phases of the war. The English state of mind was unlimited astonishment. There was an enormous sale of any German books that seemed likely to illuminate the mystery of this amazing concentration of hostility. The works of Bernhardi, Treitschke, Nietzsche, Houston Stewart Chamberlain became the material of countless articles and interminable discussions. One saw little clerks on the way to the office, and workmen going home after their work, earnestly reading these remarkable writers. They were asking, just as Mr. Britling was asking, what it was the British Empire had struck against. They were trying to account for this wild storm of hostility that was coming at them out of Central Europe. It was a natural next stage to this, when after all it became manifest that instead of there being a liberal and reluctant Germany at the back of imperialism and Junkerdom, there was apparently one solid and enthusiastic people, to suppose that the Germans were in some distinctive way evil, that they were racially more envious, arrogant, and aggressive than the rest of mankind. Upon that supposition a great number of English people settled. They concluded that the Germans had a peculiar devil of their own, and had to be treated accordingly. That was the second stage in the process of national apprehension, and it was marked by the first beginnings of a spy hunt, by the first denunciation of naturalized aliens, and by some anti-German rioting among the mixed alien population in the East End. Most of the bakers in the East End of London were Germans, and for some months after the war began they went on with their trade unmolested. Now many of these shops were wrecked. It was only in October that the British gave these first signs of a sense that they were fighting not merely political Germany, but the Germans. But the idea of a peculiar malignity in the German quality as a key to the broad issue of the war was even less satisfactory and less permanent in Mr. Britling's mind than his first crude opposition of militarism and a peaceful humanity as embodied respectively in the Central Powers and the Russo-Western Alliance. It led logically to the conclusion that the extermination of the German peoples was the only security for the general amiability of the world, a conclusion that appealed but weakly to his essential kindliness. After all, the Germans he had met and seen were neither cruel nor hate-inspired. He came back to that obstinately. From the harshness and vileness of the printed word and the unclean picture, he fell back upon the flesh and blood, the humanity and sterling worth of, as a sample, young Heinrich, who was, moreover, a thoroughly German young German, a thoroughly Prussian young Prussian. At times, young Heinrich alone stood between Mr. Britling and the belief that Germany and the whole German race was essentially wicked, essentially a canting robber nation. Young Heinrich became a sort of advocate for his people before the tribunal of Mr. Britling's mind. And on his shoulder sat an absurdly pampered squirrel. Heinrich's fresh, pink, sedulous face, very earnest, adjusting his glasses, saying, "Please," intervened and insisted upon an arrest of judgment. Since the young man's departure, he had sent 2 postcards of greeting directly to the family Britling, and 1 letter through the friendly intervention of Mr. Britling's American publisher. Once also he sent a message through a friend in Norway. The postcards simply recorded stages in the passage of a distraught pacifist across Holland to his enrollment. The letter by way of America came 2 months later.
He had been converted into a combatant with extreme rapidity. He had been trained for 3 weeks, had spent a fortnight in hospital with a severe cold, and had then gone to Belgium as a transport driver. His father had been a horse dealer, and he was familiar with horses. "If anything happens to me," he wrote, "please send my violin, at least, very carefully to my mother." It was characteristic that he reported himself as very comfortably quartered in Courtrai with very nice people. The niceness involved restraints. "Only never," he added, "do we talk about the war. It is better not to do so." He mentioned the violin also in the later communication through Norway. Therein he lamented the lost flesh-pots of Courtrai. He had been in Posen, and now he was in the Carpathians, up to his knees in snow, and very uncomfortable. And then, abruptly, all news from him ceased. Month followed month, and no further letter came. "Something has happened to him. Perhaps he is a prisoner." "I hope our little Heinrich hasn't got seriously damaged. He may be wounded." Or perhaps they stop his letters. Very probably they stop his letters. 5. Mr. Britling would sit in his armchair and stare at his fire, and recall conflicting memories of Germany, of a pleasant land, of friendly people. He had spent many a jolly holiday there. So recently as 1911, all the Britling family had gone up the Rhine from Rotterdam, had visited a string of great cities, and stayed for a cheerful month of sunshine at Neunkirchen in the Odenwald. The little village perches high among the hills and woods, and at its very center is the inn and the linden tree and Adam Meyer. Or at least Adam Meyer was there. Whether he is there now, only the spirit of change can tell. If he live to be 100, no friendly English will ever again come tramping along by the track of the Blaue Brücke or the Weisse Strecke to enjoy his hospitality. There are rivers of blood between, and 1,000 memories of hate. It was a village distended with hospitalities. Not only the inn, but all the houses about the place of the linden tree, the shoemakers, the postmistresses, the White House beyond, every house indeed except the pastor's house, were full of Adam Meyer's summer guests. And about it and over it went and soared Adam Meyer, seeing they ate well, seeing they rested well, seeing they had music and did not miss the moonlight. A host who forgot profit in hospitality, an innkeeper with the passion of an artist for his inn. Music, moonlight, the simple German sentiment, the hearty German voices, the great picnic in a Stuhlwagen, the orderly round games the boys played with the German children, and the tramps and confidences Hugh had with Kurt and Karl, and at last a crowning jollification, a dance, with some gypsy musicians whom Mr. Britling discovered, when the Germans taught the English various entertaining sports, with baskets and potatoes and forfeits, and the English introduced the Germans to the license of the two-step. And everybody sang Britannia Rule the Waves and Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. And Adam Meyer got on a chair and made a tremendous speech, more in dialect than ever. And there was much drinking of beer and syrups in the moonlight under the linden. Afterwards there had been a periodic sending of postcards and greetings, which indeed only the war had ended. Right pleasant people those Germans had been, sun and green leaf lovers, for whom frisch auf seemed the most natural of national cries. Mr. Britling thought of the individual Germans who had made up the assembly, of the men's amusingly fierce little hats of green and blue, with an inevitable feather thrust perkily into the hatband behind, of the kindly plumpnesses behind their turned-up moustaches, of the blonde sedentary women, very wise about the comforts of life, and very kind to the children, of their earnest pleasure in landscape and art and great writers, of their general frequent desire to sing, of their plasticity under the directing hands of Adam Meyer. He thought of the mellow South German landscape, rolling away broad and fair, of the little clean red-roofed townships, the old castles, the big prosperous farms, the neatly marked pedestrian routes, the hospitable inns, and the artless, abundant Aussichtsturms. He saw all those memories now through a veil of indescribable sadness, as of a world lost, gone down like the cities of Lyonnesse beneath deep seas. Right pleasant people in a sunny land. Yet here, pressing relentlessly upon his mind, were the murders of Visse, the massacres of Dinant, the massacres of Louvain, murder red-handed and horrible upon an inoffensive people, foully invaded, foully treated, murder done with a sickening cant of righteousness and racial pretension. The two pictures would not stay steadily in his mind together. When he thought of the broken faith that had poured those slaughtering hosts into the decent peace of Belgium, that had smashed her cities, burnt her villages, and filled the pretty gorges of the Ardennes with blood and smoke and terror, he was flooded with self-righteous indignation, a self-righteous indignation that was, indeed, entirely Teutonic in its quality, that for a time drowned out his former friendship and every kindly disposition towards Germany, that inspired him with destructive impulses, and obsessed him with a desire to hear of death and more death and yet death in every German town and home. 6. It will be an incredible thing to the happier reader of a coming age, if ever this poor record of experience reaches a reader in the days to come, to learn how much of the mental life of Mr. Britling was occupied at this time with the mere horror and atrocity of warfare. It is idle and hopeless to speculate now how that future reader will envisage this war. It may take on broad dramatic outlines. It may seem a thing just, logical, necessary, the burning of many barriers, the destruction of many obstacles. Mr. Britling was too near to the dirt and pain and heat for any such broad landscape consolations. Every day some new detail of evil beat into his mind. Now it would be the artless story of some Belgian refugee. There was a girl from Alost in the village, for example, who had heard the fusillade that meant the shooting of citizens, the shooting of people she had known. She had seen the still blood-stained wall against which two murdered cousins had died, the streaked sand along which their bodies had been dragged. 3 German soldiers had been quartered in her house with her and her invalid mother, and had talked freely of the massacres in which they had been employed. One of them was, in civil life, a young schoolmaster, and he had, he said, to kill a woman and a baby. The girl had been incredulous. Yes, he had done so. Of course he had done so. His officer had made him do it, had stood over him. He could do nothing but obey. But since then he had been unable to sleep, unable to forget. "We had to punish the people," he said. "They had fired on us." And besides, his officer had been drunk. It had been impossible to argue. His officer had an unrelenting character at all times. Over and over again Mr. Britling would try to imagine that young schoolmaster soldier at Alost. He imagined, with a weak staring face and watery blue eyes behind his glasses, and that memory of murder. Then again it would be some incident of death and mutilation in Antwerp that Mr. Vonderpont described to him. The Germans in Belgium were shooting women frequently, not simply for grave spying, but for trivial offenses. Then came the battleship raid on Whitby and Scarborough, and the killing, among other victims, of a number of children on their way to school. This shocked Mr. Britling absurdly, much more than the Belgian crimes had done. They were English children, at home! The drowning of a great number of people on a torpedoed ship full of refugees from Flanders filled his mind with pitiful imaginings for days. The Zeppelin raids, with their slow crescendo of blood-stained futility, began before the end of 1914. It was small consolation for Mr. Britling to reflect that English homes and women and children were, after all, undergoing only the same kind of experience that our ships have inflicted scores of times in the past upon innocent people in the villages of Africa and Polynesia. Each month the war grew bitterer and more cruel. Early in 1915 the Germans began their submarine war, and for a time Mr. Britling's concern was chiefly for the sailors and passengers of the ships destroyed. He noted with horror the increasing indisposition of the German submarines to give any notice to their victims. He did not understand the grim reasons that were turning every submarine attack into a desperate challenge of death. For the Germans under the seas had pitted themselves against a sea power far more resourceful, more steadfast and skillful, sterner and more silent than their own. It was not for many months that Mr. Britling learned the realities of the submarine blockade. Submarine after submarine went out of the German harbors into the North Sea, never to return. No prisoners were reported, no boasting was published by the British fishers of men. U-boat after U-boat vanished into a chilling mystery. Only later did Mr. Britling begin to hear whispers and form ideas of the noiseless, suffocating grip that sought through the waters for its prey. The Falaba crime, in which the German sailors were reported to have jeered at the drowning victims in the water, was followed by the sinking of the Lusitania. At that, a wave of real anger swept through the Empire. Hate was begetting hate at last. There were violent riots in Great Britain and in South Africa. Wretched little German hairdressers and bakers and so forth fled for their lives, to pay for the momentary satisfaction of the Kaiser and Herr Boleyn. Scores of German homes in England were wrecked and looted, hundreds of Germans maltreated. War is war. Hard upon the Lusitania storm came the publication of the Bryce Report, with its relentless array of witnesses, its particulars of countless acts of cruelty and arrogant unreason and uncleanness in Belgium and the occupied territory of France. Came also the gasping torture of gas, the use of flame jets, and a new exacerbation of the savagery of the actual fighting. For a time it seemed as though the taking of prisoners along the Western Front would cease. Tales of torture and mutilation, tales of the kind that arise nowhere and out of nothing, and poison men's minds to the most pitiless retaliations, drifted along the opposing fronts. The realities were evil enough without any rumors. Over various dinner tables, Mr. Britling heard this and that first-hand testimony of harshness and spite. One story that stuck in his memory was of British prisoners on the journey into Germany being put apart at a station from their French companions in misfortune and forced to run the gauntlet back to their train between the fists and bayonets of files of German soldiers. And there were convincing stories of the same prisoners, robbed of overcoats in bitter weather, baited with dogs, separated from their countrymen, and thrust among Russians and Poles with whom they could hold no speech. So Lissauer's hate song bore its fruit in 1,000 cruelties to wounded and defenseless men. The English had cheated Great Germany of another easy victory like that of '71. They had to be punished. That was all too plainly the psychological process. At one German station, a woman had got out of a train and crossed a platform to spit on the face of a wounded Englishman. And there was no monopoly of such things on either side. At some journalistic gathering, Mr. Britling met a little white-faced, resolute lady who had recently been nursing in the north of France. She told of wounded men lying among the coal of coal-sheds, of a shortage of nurses and every sort of material, of an absolute refusal to permit any share in such things to reach the German swine. "Why have they come here? Let our own boys have it first. Why couldn't they stay in their own country? Let the filth die." Two soldiers impressed to carry a wounded German officer on a stretcher had given him a joy-ride, pitching him up and down as one tosses a man in a blanket. "He was lucky to get off with that." "All our men aren't angels," said a cheerful young captain back from the front. "If you had heard a little group of our East London boys talking of what they meant to do when they got into Germany, you'd feel anxious." "But that was just talk," said Mr. Britling weakly, after a pause. There were times when Mr. Britling's mind was imprisoned beyond any hope of escape amidst such monstrous realities. He was ashamed of his one secret consolation. For nearly 2 years yet, Hugh could not go out to it. There would surely be peace before that. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 7 to 12 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Tormenting the thought of Mr. Britling almost more acutely than this growing tale of stupidly inflicted suffering and waste and sheer destruction was the collapse of the British mind from its first fine phase of braced-up effort into a state of bickering futility. Too long had British life been corrupted by the fictions of loyalty to an uninspiring and alien court, of national piety in an official church, of freedom in a politician-rigged state, of justice in an economic system where the advertiser, the sweater, and usurer had 100 advantages over the producer and artisan, to maintain itself now steadily at any high pitch of heroic endeavor. It had bought its comfort with the demoralization of its servants. It had no completely honest organs. Its spirit was clogged by its accumulated insincerities. Brought at last face to face with a bitter hostility and a powerful and unscrupulous enemy, an enemy socialistic, scientific, and efficient to an unexampled degree, it seemed indeed to be inspired for a time by an unwonted energy and unanimity. Youth and the common people shone. The sons of every class went out to fight and die, full of a splendid dream of this war. Easy-going vanished from the foreground of the picture, but only to creep back again as the first inspiration passed. Presently the older men, the seasoned politicians, the owners and hucksters, the charming women, and the habitual consumers began to recover from this blaze of moral exaltation. Old habits of mind and procedure reasserted themselves. The war, which had begun so dramatically, missed its climax. There was neither heroic swift defeat nor heroic swift victory. There was indecision, the most trying test of all for an undisciplined people.
Before the Battle of Yser had fully developed, the dramatic quality had gone out of the war. It had ceased to be either a tragedy or a triumph. For both sides, it became a monstrous strain and wasting. It had become a wearisome thrusting against a pressure of evils. Under that strain, the dignity of England broke, and revealed a malignity less focused and intense than the German, but perhaps even more distressing. No paternal government had organized the British spirit for patriotic ends. It became now peevish and impatient, like some ill-trained man who is sick. It directed itself no longer against the enemy alone, but fitfully against imagined traitors and shirkers. It wasted its energies in a deepening and spreading net of internal squabbles and accusations. Now it was the wily indolence of the Prime Minister, now it was the German culture of the Lord Chancellor, now the imaginative enterprise of the First Lord of the Admiralty, that focused a vindictive campaign. There began a hunt for spies and of suspects of German origin in every quarter except the highest. A denunciation now of traitors, now of people with imaginations, now of scientific men, now of the personal friend of the commander-in-chief, now of this group and then of that group. Every day Mr. Britling read his 3 or 4 newspapers with a deepening disappointment. When he turned from the newspaper to his post, he would find the anonymous letter-writer had been busy. Perhaps Mr. Britling had remarked that Germans were, after all, human beings, or that if England had listened to Matthew Arnold in the 80s, our officers by this time might have added efficiency to their courage and good temper. Perhaps he had himself put a touch of irritant acid into his comment. Back flared the hate. "Who are you, sir? What are you, sir? What right have you, sir? What claim have you, sir?" 8. Life had a wrangling birth. On the head of every one of us rests the ancestral curse of 50 million murders. So Mr. Britling's thoughts shaped themselves in words, as he prowled one night in March, chill and melancholy, across a rushy meadow under an overcast sky. The death squeal of some little beast caught suddenly in a distant copse had set loose this train of thought. Life struggling under a birth curse, he thought. How nearly I come back at times to the Christian theology. And then redemption by the shedding of blood. Life like a rebellious child, struggling out of the control of the hate which made it what it is. But that was Mr. Britling's idea of Gnosticism, not of Orthodox Christianity. He went off for a time into faded reminiscences of theological reading. What had been the Gnostic idea? That the God of the Old Testament was the devil of the New? But that had been the idea of the Manichaeans. Mr. Britling, between the black hedges, came back presently from his attempts to recall his youthful inquiries into man's ancient speculations, to the enduring riddles that have outlasted 1,000 speculations. Has hate been necessary? And is it still necessary? And will it always be necessary? Is all life a war forever? The rabbit is nimble, lives keenly, is prevented from degenerating into a diseased crawling eater of herbs by the incessant ferret. Without the ferret of war, what would life become? War is murder truly, but is not peace decay? It was during these prowling nights in the first winter of the war that Mr. Britling planned a new writing that was to go whole abysses beneath the facile superficiality of "And Now War Ends." It was to be called The Anatomy of Hate. It was to deal very faithfully with the function of hate as a corrective to inefficiency. So long as men were slack, men must be fierce. This conviction pressed upon him.
In spite of his detestation of war, Mr. Britling found it impossible to maintain that any sort of peace state was better than a state of war. If wars produced destructions and cruelties, peace could produce indolence, perversity, greedy accumulation, and selfish indulgences. War is discipline for evil, but peace may be relaxation from good. The poor man may be as wretched in peacetime as in wartime. The gathering forces of an evil peace, the malignity and waste of war, are but obverse and reverse of the metal of ill-adjusted human relationships. Was there no greater peace possible? Not a mere recuperative pause in killing and destruction, but a phase of noble and creative living, a phase of building, of discovery, of beauty and research. He remembered, as one remembers the dead, dreams he had once dreamt of the great cities, the splendid freedoms of a coming age, of marvelous enlargements of human faculty, of a coming science that would be light, and of art that could be power. But would that former peace have ever risen to that? After all, had such visions ever been more than idle dreams? Had the war done more than unmask reality? He came to a gate and leant over it. The darkness drizzled about him. He turned up his collar and watched the dim shapes of trees and hedges gather out of the night to meet the dismal dawn. He was cold and hungry and weary. He may have drowsed. At least he had a vision, very real and plain, a vision very different from any dream of utopia. It seemed to him that suddenly a mine burst under a great ship at sea, that men shouted and women sobbed and cowered, and flares played upon the rain-pitted black waves. And then the picture changed and showed a battle upon land, and searchlights were flickering through the rain, and shells flashed luridly, and men darkly seen in silhouette against red flames ran with fixed bayonets, and slipped and floundered over the mud, and at last, shouting thinly through the wind, leapt down into the enemy trenches. And then he was alone again, staring over a wet, black field, towards a dim crest of shapeless trees. 9. Abruptly and shockingly, this malignity of warfare, which had been so far only a festering cluster of reports and stories and rumors and suspicions, stretched out its arm into Essex, and struck a barb of grotesque cruelty into the very heart of Mr. Britling. Late one afternoon came a telegram from Filmington-on-Sea, where Aunt Wilshire had been recovering her temper in a boarding-house after a round of visits in Yorkshire and the moorlands, and she had been very seriously injured by an overnight German air raid. It was a raid that had not been even mentioned in the morning's papers. She had asked to see him. It was, ran the compressed telegraphic phrase, advisable to come at once. Mrs. Britling helped him pack a bag, and came with him to the station in order to drive the car back to the Dower House. For the gardener's boy, who had hitherto attended to these small duties, had now gone off as an unskilled labourer to some munition works at Chelmsford. Mr. Britling sat in the slow train that carried him across country to the junction for Filmington, and failed altogether to realize what had happened to the old lady. He had an absurd feeling that it was characteristic of her to intervene in affairs in this manner. She had always been so tough and unbent an old lady that until he saw her he could not imagine her as being really seriously and pitifully hurt. But he found her in the hospital, very much hurt indeed. She had been smashed in some complicated manner that left the upper part of her body intact, and lying slantingly upon pillows. Over the horror of bandaged broken limbs and tormented flesh below, Sheets and a counterpane were drawn. Morphia had been injected, he understood, to save her from pain, but presently it might be necessary for her to suffer. She lay up in her bed, with an effect of being enthroned, very white and still. Her strong profile, with its big nose and her straggling hair, and a certain dignity, gave her the appearance of some very important, very old man, of an aged pope, for instance, rather than of an old woman. She had made no remark after they had set her and dressed her and put her to bed, except, "Send for Hughie Britling, the Dower House, Matching's easy. He is the best of the bunch." She had repeated the address and this commendation firmly over and over again, in large print as it were, even after they had assured her that a telegram had been dispatched. In the night, they said, she had talked of him. He was not sure at first that she knew of his presence. "Here I am, Aunt Wilshire," he said. She gave no sign. "Your nephew, Hugh." "Mean and preposterous," she said very distinctly. But she was not thinking of Mr. Britling. She was talking of something else. She was saying, "It should not have been known I was here. There are spies everywhere, everywhere. There is a spy now, or a lump very like a spy. They pretend it is a hot water bottle. Pretext. Oh, yes, I admit. Absurd. But I have been pursued by spies, endless spies, endless, endless spies. Their devices are almost incredible. He has never forgiven me. All this on account of a carpet, a palace carpet, over which I had no control. I spoke my mind. He knew I knew of it. I never concealed it. So I was hunted. For years he had meditated revenge. Now he has it. But at what a cost! And they call him Emperor, Emperor! His arm is withered. His son, imbecile. He will die, without dignity." Her voice weakened, but it was evident she wanted to say something more. "I'm here," said Mr. Britling. "Your nephew, Hughie." She listened. "Can you understand me?" he asked. She became suddenly an earnest, tender human being. "My dear," she said, and seemed to search for something in her mind, and failed to find it. "You have always understood me," she tried. "You have always been a good boy to me, Hughie," she said, rather vacantly, and added after some moments of still reflection, "Au fond." After that she was silent for some minutes, and took no notice of his whispers. Then she recollected what had been in her mind. She put out a hand that sought for Mr. Britling's sleeve. "Hughie." "I'm here, Auntie," said Mr. Britling. "I'm here." "Don't let him get at your Hughie. Too good for it, dear. Oh, much, much too good. People let these wars and excitements run away with them. They put too much into them. They aren't worth it. Don't let him get at your Hughie." "No." "You understand me, Hughie?" "Perfectly, Auntie." "Then don't forget it. Ever." She had said what she wanted to say. She had made her testament. She closed her eyes. He was amazed to find this grotesque old creature had suddenly become beautiful, in that silvery vein of beauty one sometimes finds in very old men. She was exalted, as great artists will sometimes exalt the portraits of the aged. He was moved to kiss her forehead. There came a little tug at his sleeve. "I think that is enough," said the nurse, who had stood forgotten at his elbow. "But I can come again." "Perhaps." She indicated departure by a movement of her hand. 10. The next day Aunt Wilshire was unconscious of her visitor. They had altered her position so that she lay now horizontally, staring inflexibly at the ceiling and muttering queer old disconnected things. The Windsor Castle carpet story was still running through her mind, but mixed up with it now were scraps of the current newspaper controversies about the conduct of the war. And she was still thinking of the dynastic aspects of the war, and of spies. She had something upon her mind about the king's more German aunts. "As a precaution," she said, "as a precaution, watch them all. The Princess Christian, laying foundation stones, cement, guns, or else why should they always be laying foundation stones? Always. Why? Hushed up. None of these things," she said, "in the newspapers. They ought to be." And then, after an interval, very distinctly, "The Duke of Wellington, my ancestor, in reality. Publish and be damned." After that she lay still. The doctors and nurses could hold out only very faint hopes to Mr. Britling's inquiries. They said, indeed, it was astonishing that she was still alive. And about 7 o'clock that evening she died. 11. Mr. Britling, after he had looked at his dead cousin for the last time, wandered for an hour or so about the silent little watering-place before he returned to his hotel. There was no one to talk to, and nothing else to do but to think of her death. The night was cold and bleak, but full of stars. He had already mastered the local topography, and he knew now exactly where all the bombs that had been showered upon the place had fallen. Here was the corner of blackened walls and roasted beams, where 3 wounded horses had been burnt alive in a barn. Here the row of houses, some smashed, some almost intact, where a mutilated child had screamed for 2 hours before she could be rescued from the debris that had pinned her down and taken to the hospital. Everywhere by the dim light of the shaded street lamps he could see the black holes and gaps of broken windows, sometimes abundant, sometimes rare and exceptional, among otherwise uninjured dwellings. Many of the victims he had visited in the little cottage hospital where Aunt Wilshire had just died. She was the 11th dead. Altogether, 57 people had been killed or injured in this brilliant German action. They were all civilians, and only 12 were men. 2 Zeppelins had come in from over the sea, and had been fired at by an anti-aircraft gun coming on an automobile from Ipswich. The first intimation the people of the town had had of the raid was the report of this gun. Many had run out to see what was happening. It was doubtful if anyone had really seen the Zeppelins, though everyone testified to the sound of their engines. Then, suddenly, the bombs had come streaming down. Only 6 had made hits upon houses or people. The rest had fallen ruinously and very close together on the local golf links, and at least half had not exploded at all, and did not seem to have been released to explode. A third at least of the injured people had been in bed when destruction came upon them. The story was like a page from some fantastic romance of Jules Verne's. The peace of the little old town, the people going to bed, the quiet streets, the quiet starry sky. And then for 10 minutes an uproar of guns and shells, a clatter of breaking glass, and then a fire here, a fire there, a child's voice, pitched high by pain and terror, scared people going to and fro with lanterns, and the sky empty again, the raiders gone. 5 minutes before, Aunt Wilshire had been sitting in the boarding-house drawing-room, playing a great stern Patience,
the Emperor patience. "Napoleon, my dear, not that Potsdam creature," that took hours to do. 5 minutes later, she was a thing of elemental terror and agony, bleeding wounds and shattered bones, plunging about in the darkness amidst a heap of wreckage. And already the German airmen were buzzing away to sea again, proud of themselves, pleased, no doubt, like boys who have thrown a stone through a window, beating their way back to thanks and rewards, to iron crosses and the proud embraces of delighted fraus and fräuleins. For the first time, it seemed to Mr. Britling, he really saw the immediate horror of war, the dense, cruel stupidity of the business, plain and close. It was as if he had never perceived anything of the sort before, as if he had been dealing with stories, pictures, shows and representations that he knew to be shams. But that this dear, absurd old creature, this thing of home, this being of familiar humours and familiar irritations, should be torn to pieces, left in torment like a smashed mouse over which an automobile has passed, brought the whole business to a raw and quivering focus. Not a soul among all those who had been rent and torn and tortured in this agony of millions, but was to any one who understood and had been near to it, in some way lovable, in some way laughable, in some way worthy of respect and care. Poor Aunt Wilshire was but the sample thrust in his face of all this mangled multitude, whose green-white lips had sweated in anguish, whose broken bones had thrust raggedly through red dripping flesh. The detested features of the German Crown Prince jerked into the centre of Mr. Britling's picture. The young man stood in his dapper uniform and grinned under his long nose, carrying himself jauntily, proud of his extreme importance to so many lives. And for a while Mr. Britling could do nothing but rage. "Devils they are!" he cried to the stars. "Devils! Devilish fools, rather! Cruel blockheads! Apes with all science in their hands! My God, but we will teach them a lesson yet!" That was the key of his mood for an hour of aimless wandering that was only checked at last by a sentinel who turned him back towards the town. He wandered muttering. He found great comfort in scheming vindictive destruction for countless Germans. He dreamt of swift armored aeroplanes swooping down upon the flying airship and sending it reeling earthward, the men screaming. He imagined a shattered Zeppelin staggering earthward in the fields behind the Dower House, and how he would himself run out with a spade and smite the Germans down. "Quarter indeed! Kamerad, take that, you foul murderer!" In the dim light, the sentinel saw the retreating figure of Mr. Britling make an extravagant gesture, and wondered what it might mean. Signalling? What ought an intelligent sentry to do? Let fly at him? Arrest him? Take no notice? Mr. Britling was at that moment killing Count Zeppelin and beating out his brains. Count Zeppelin was killed that night, and the German Emperor was assassinated. A score of lesser victims were offered up to the Maenies of Aunt Wilshire. There were memorable cruelties before the wrath and bitterness of Mr. Britling was appeased. And then suddenly he had had enough of these thoughts. They were thrust aside. They vanished out of his mind. 12. All the while that Mr. Britling had been indulging in these imaginative slaughterings, and spending the tears and hate that had gathered in his heart, his reason had been sitting apart and above the storm, like the sun waiting above thunder, like a wise nurse watching and patient above the wild passions of a child. And all the time his reason had been maintaining silently and firmly,
without shouting, without speech, that the men who had made this hour were indeed not devils, were no more devils than Mr. Britling was a devil, but sinful men of like nature with himself, hard, stupid, caught in the same web of circumstance. "Kill them in your passion if you will," said reason, "but understand, this thing was done neither by devils nor fools, but by a conspiracy of foolish motives, by the weak acquiescences of the clever, by a crime that was no man's crime, but the natural necessary outcome of the ineffectiveness, the blind motives and muddle-headedness of all mankind." So reason maintained her thesis, like a light above the head of Mr. Britling, at which he would not look, while he hewed airmen to quivering rags with a spade that he had sharpened, and stifled German princes with their own poison gas, given slowly and as painfully as possible. "And what of the towns our ships have bombarded?" asked reason unheeded. "What of those Tasmanians our people utterly swept away?" "What of French machine guns in the Atlas?" reason pressed the case. "Of Himalayan villages burning? Of the things we did in China? Especially of the things we did in China?" Mr. Britling gave no heed to that. "The Germans in China were worse than we were," he threw out. He was maddened by the thought of the Zeppelin making off, high and far in the sky, a thing dwindling to nothing among the stars, and the thought of those murderers escaping him. Time after time he stood still and shook his fist at Boötes, slowly sweeping up the sky. And at last, sick and wretched, he sat down on a seat upon the deserted parade under the stars, close to the soughing of the invisible sea below. His mind drifted back once more to those ancient heresies of the Gnostics and the Manichaeans, which saw the God of the world as altogether evil, which sought only to escape by the utmost abstinences and evasions and perversions from the black wickedness of being. For a while his soul sank down into the uncongenial darknesses of these creeds of despair. "I who have loved life," he murmured, and could have believed for a time that he wished he had never had a son. Is the whole scheme of nature evil? Is life in its essence cruel? Is man stretched quivering upon the table of the eternal vivisector for no end, and without pity? These were thoughts that Mr. Britling had never faced before the war. They came to him now, and they came only to be rejected by the inherent quality of his mind. For weeks, consciously and subconsciously, his mind had been grappling with this riddle. He had thought of it during his lonely prowlings as a special constable. It had flung itself in monstrous symbols across the dark canvas of his dreams. Is there, indeed, a devil of pure cruelty? Does any creature, even the very cruelest of creatures, really apprehend the pain it causes, or inflict it for the sake of the infliction? He summoned a score of memories, a score of imaginations, to bear their witness before the tribunal of his mind. He forgot cold and loneliness in the speculation. He sat, trying all being, on this score, under the cold, indifferent stars. He thought of certain instances of boyish cruelty that had horrified him in his own boyhood, and it was clear to him that indeed it was not cruelty. It was curiosity, dense-textured, thick-skinned, so that it could not feel even the anguish of a blinded cat. Those boys who had wrung his childish soul to nigh intolerable misery had not, indeed, been tormenting so much as observing torment, testing life as wantonly as one breaks thin ice in the early days of winter. In very much cruelty, the real motive is surely no worse than that obtuse curiosity. A mere step of understanding, a mere quickening of the nerves and mind, makes it impossible. But that is not true of all or most cruelty. Most cruelty has something else in it, something more than the clumsy plunging into experience of the hobbledehoy. It is vindictive or indignant. It is never tranquil and sensuous. It draws its incentive, however crippled and monstrous the justification may be, from something punitive in man's instinct, something, therefore, that implies a sense, however misguided, of righteousness and vindication. That factor is present even in spite, when some vile or atrocious thing is done out of envy or malice. That envy and malice has in it always. Always? Yes, always. A genuine condemnation of the hated thing, as an unrighteous thing, as an unjust usurpation, as an inexcusable privilege, as a sinful overconfidence. Those men in the airship? He was coming to that. He found himself asking himself whether it was possible for a human being to do any cruel act without an excuse, or at least without the feeling of excusability. And in the case of these Germans and the outrages they had committed and the retaliations they had provoked, he perceived that always there was the element of a perceptible, if inadequate, justification. Just as there would be if presently he were to maltreat a fallen German airman. There was anger in their vileness. These Germans were an unsubtle people, a people in the worst and best sense of the words, plain and honest. They were prone to moral indignation, and moral indignation is the mother of most of the cruelty in the world. They perceived the indolence of the English and Russians. They perceived their disregard of science and system. They could not perceive the longer reach of these greater races, and it seemed to them that the mission of Germany was to chastise and correct this laxity. Surely, they had argued, God was not on the side of those who kept an untilled field. So they had butchered these old ladies and slaughtered these children, just to show us the consequences. All along of dirtiness, all along of mess, all along of doing things rather more or less. The very justification our English poet has found for 1,000 overbearing actions in the East. Forget not order and the real. That was the underlying message of bomb and gas and submarine. After all, what right had we English not to have a gun or an aeroplane fit to bring down that Zeppelin ignominiously and conclusively? Had we not undertaken empire? Were we not the leaders of great nations? Had we, indeed, much right to complain if our imperial pose was flouted? There, at least, said Mr. Britling's reason, is one of the lines of thought that brought that unseen cruelty out of the night high over the houses of Filmington-on-Sea. That, in a sense, is the cause of this killing. Cruel it is, and abominable, yes, but is it altogether cruel? Hasn't it, after all, a sort of stupid rightness? Isn't it a stupid reaction to an indolence at least equally stupid? What was this rightness that lurked below cruelty? What was the inspiration of this pressure of spite, this anger that was aroused by ineffective gentleness and kindliness? Was it indeed an altogether evil thing? Was it not rather an impulse, blind as yet, but in its ultimate quality as good as mercy, greater perhaps in its ultimate values than mercy? This idea had been gathering in Mr. Britling's mind for many weeks. It had been growing and taking shape as he wrote, making experimental beginnings for his essay, The Anatomy of Hate. Is there not, he now asked himself plainly, a creative and corrective impulse behind all hate? Is not this malignity indeed only the ape-like precursor of the great disciplines of a creative state? The invincible hopefulness of his sanguine temperament had now got Mr. Britling well out of the pessimistic pit again. Already he had been on the verge of his phrase while wandering across the rushy fields toward Market Saffron. Now it came to him again, like a legitimate monarch returning from exile. When hate shall have become creative energy, hate which passes into creative power, gentleness which is indolence and the herald of euthanasia. Pity is but a passing grace, for mankind will not always be pitiful. But meanwhile, how long were men so to mingle wrong with right, to be energetic without mercy, and kindly without energy? For a time Mr. Britling sat on the lonely parade under the stars and in the sound of the sea, brooding upon these ideas. His mind could make no further steps. It had worked for its spell. His rage had ebbed away now altogether. His despair was no longer infinite. But the world was dark and dreadful still. It seemed none the less dark because at the end there was a gleam of light. It was a gleam of light far beyond the limits of his own life, far beyond the life of his son. It had no balm for these sufferings. Between it and himself stretched the weary generations still to come, generations of bickering and accusation, greed and faint-heartedness, and half-truth and the hasty blow. And all those years would be full of pitiful things, such pitiful things as the blackened ruins in the town behind, the little grey-faced corpses, the lives torn and wasted, the hopes extinguished and the gladness gone. He was no longer thinking of the Germans as diabolical. They were human. They had a case. It was a stupid case, but our case, too, was a stupid case. How stupid were all our cases! What was it we missed? Something, he felt, very close to us, and very elusive. Something that would resolve 100 tangled oppositions. His mind hung at that. Back upon his consciousness came crowding the horrors and desolations that had been his daily food now for 3/4 of a year. He groaned aloud. He struggled against that renewed envelopment of his spirit. "Oh, blood-stained fools!" he cried. "Oh, pitiful, tormented fools! Even that vile airship was a ship of fools. We are all fools still, striving apes, irritated beyond measure by our own striving, easily moved to anger." Some train of subconscious suggestion brought a long-forgotten speech back into Mr. Britling's mind, a speech that is full of that light which still seeks so mysteriously and indefatigably to break through the darkness and thickness of the human mind. He whispered the words. No unfamiliar words could have had the same effect of comfort and conviction. He whispered it of those men whom he still imagined flying far away there eastward, through the clear freezing air beneath the stars, those muffled sailors and engineers who had caused so much pain and agony in this little town. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." End of Book 2, Chapter 3.